I'm a sinner, left my lover crying on the dance floor. I'm a sinner, I'm a sinner.
So hello everybody! For spooky months, we're going to be doing a bunch of short demos and series of spooky porn games. So, you can blame one of the patrons who dug this up after we did Malovent, because people are going to get mad at me. So they're seeing this way earlier than you guys are, because we're doing this live for supporters. So they found this one by the same dev called A Fortnight at Frenni. That's not a G, right? I think that's a Z or something. Fazclaires? Because when I was saying this off before recording, I called it something else. Because I thought that was a G. Apparently that's a German letter? So, thank you to all the supporters who are finding weird games. We're doing a horror series anyway on the channel. Nino. But we're also going to be doing a couple of shorter ones for the fun of it. To kind of give a break from all the really long series we've been doing. It's nice to kind of do some other stuff in there. So let's see. Chat, do you want to be male or female? I'm going to give the supporters a moment. Do you want to be male or female? This visual novel can be enjoyed from either male or female perspectives. Which would you prefer? I guess we don't normally pick female. Oh, that is a stark contrast of art from the other game. My name is Jane Black. I'm 25 years old, and my new job is being a night guard at a nightclub. But not just any nightclub. Frenni, okay, so it is a Z. Fazclaires is one of those off-the-strip style clubs where the clientele either is recommended, poached, or somehow lured in by the neon sign above the entrance. Says yes, we have whores. It's not the biggest of clubs, only a couple of stories tall and tucked away between several large buildings. However, it doesn't look super seedy from the outside, maybe a little run down, but so is everything else in the city. A real draw is Fazclaires, the unique staff they have. There's 4 life-size advanced animatronics that sing, dance, act as waitresses, and provide private shows. Oh god, we have begun. The problem is, I'm probably going to be doing a ton of these just for the laughs now. Why the club needs a night guard is unclear. Yeah, this doesn't look so run down. Maybe give it a broken window or like a boarded up thing or something. This actually looks pretty nice. My new boss, Mr. Smith, isn't even meeting me in person. Instead, Mr. Smith gave me the door code and instructions of where to go once inside. The whole situation is a little weird, but I can't complain. A job is a job, and this one should keep the roof above my head. Time to see if this door code works. 6, 6, 8. That's not where I was expecting that to go. Click. Yeah, this is a stark contrast art-wise in their other game. Weird. On the other side of the door is the reception area. It's your standard coat check and filter room where you'd normally keep bouncers to keep out undesirables. Yeah, they might be using different artists. That makes sense. There is no one here at the moment, but there is a uniform waiting for me at the front desk, along with a note bearing my name. Welcome to Frenni Fazclaires nightclub, where we make your dreams come real, blah, 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 blah. You know the spiel we always have to put. For your first night here, you will want to take some time and get to know the layout of the building, as well as where all the cameras are. The security room is across the dance floor, past the animatronic room, and before the staff locker room. The animatronics might still be active from their day cycle, but they should recognize you as a member of the staff once you change into the uniform. I recommend you do that now before you go any further. Just strip right here, ignore my cameras. After that, head to the security room and get acquainted with the tech there. Just head to the staff area to the left of the stage and follow the signs. Can't miss it. Also remember rule 1 of the club is that you cannot fuck the animatronic. I'd like to remind you, there are enough people in the world that have requested me to... You guys really, really in the chat do not know how many times I get requested to do FNAF porn games. There is a lot of people that want to fuck animatronics. I feel like that is a dangerous thing to put your dick in. I'm just saying an animatronic in general does not seem like a good thing to put your dick in. I'll call around 3 a.m. to see how you're doing. Well, that's an interesting way to greet an onboard a new employee. Should I change here or in the locker room? I'm gonna do the smart thing. Fuck you. That line about the animatronics seeing me as a staff makes me wonder why that's so important. Would they assault me or throw me out of the club if I wasn't staff? But if that's the case, why does the club need a night guard? There's gotta be more at play here than Smith is letting on. Still, I'd better change now to be on the safe side. Not like anyone's around here to see me change after all. Strip right there as soon as a client just walks in. Wow, I get it for free? There we go. I won't be a member of the fashion police, but the clothes fit me fairly well. Now then, let's see if I can find the security room. It's really weird. The club... Yeah, this doesn't look run down at all. We gotta get some more rundown. You're here to stop furries from fucking the animatronics. That would be hysterical if that's actually what you're doing. The club... I would legitimately laugh if that's what this game is. That would make me laugh. Like, your entire job is just... No, do not fuck the animatronic. No, dick goes out, outside. And that fursuit, not in this place. No, you degenerates, out the door. The club opens up past the reception area into a sizable dance floor before the stage. By the way, if any furries get offended, fuck you, I don't care. I'm a unicorn, we're not furry. I'm a toon, we're different, you and I. A bar runs along... I'm not going to remember to cut that out. A bar runs along the wall immediately to the left of the entrance, while normal tables follow along the right side of the expansive dance floor. To the left of the stage is a doorway marked with the words staff only in big green letters. To the left of that, there's a set of spiral stairs that lead up to what a sign labels as VIP and private booths. For some reason, that just did not click in my brain. I head straight past the staff only room as I pass by a door marked as animatronics. The hair on the back of my neck stands up. The door is slightly ajar, and through the crack, I can see several recharge pods as well as a dressing room. You know what? I'm putting out a challenge. Give me a Banana Splits porn game, you cowards. By the way, that movie was actually really good, for those that haven't seen it. I need to show that again in the Discord. That was actually surprisingly good. I can't see into the pods from this angle. I also don't see any of the animatronics active inside the room. Please tell me you've seen the Banana Splits horror movie. It's actually really funny. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The good news is that the security room is down the hallway, past the corridor that leads out of the club loading dock. Okay, so, yeah, there's an actual Banana Splits horror movie. I will have to show it to you guys. It's really good. I have to actually make sure I have the DVD in my collection. It is really funny. We watched it at New York Comic Con. I just hope that the uncanny pressure that I'm feeling evaporates once I'm inside. This must be really early in development. Or maybe they should get the artist from the other one. No, that's not the one with Nicolas Cage. You're thinking of, is it Willy's Wonderland? That one's, I think, called Willy's Wonderland. If you watch that one, play with the Doom soundtrack. You'll thank me later. Surprisingly, the security room is about high-tech as the club animatronics are. I was expecting some battered TVs hooked up messily to a bunch of cameras, but this place seems actually rather nice. Yeah, no, where's the rundown in this place? Is anyone seeing it? Maybe we gotta hit the fan to make it work? It doesn't seem that bad. The main wall is covered in flat screens, each of the 8 showing 4 camera feeds each. I feel like, here's just a suggestion to the artist. Maybe make the outside look a little bit more rundown if you're gonna claim it's rundown. Like, it's really weird how it doesn't look like that. Unless this is all, like, placeholder art. That would make sense. There's a nice dark oak desk. Oh, is that what that is? I thought that was like a metal desk. With a laptop on it, as well as a set of speakers and several coffee mugs that read I Heart Fazclaires. The 3 chairs in here aren't executive level comfy, but they definitely have a nice sinking feeling as I slide into one of the wheels over to the desk. There's a sticky note under the laptop with the username and password written on it. When I log in, it appears I have a standard internet access as well as control of all the camera feeds. Time to go on YouTube, put on some videos from Mad at the Internet or something, and enjoy life. There's at least 3 cameras on every room aside from the locker rooms and the VIP booths. Both of those have a camera watching who enters and leaves. There's also way more cameras in the animatronics room than necessary. It's a big room split into 3 parts, which is why every recharge pod needs 2 cameras focused on it. But why does every recharge pod need 2 cameras focused on it? Don't forget, thank you, chat. See, the chat's reminding everyone, please don't forget to subscribe to Purity Sin Gaming and Simply Pure on YouTube using this PC also. See, y'all get on me for that, but you started doing it now. And why does the repair area camera hit that like and subscribe button? I feel dirty for saying that. Wow. Also, can somebody actually let me know when this goes on YouTube? Supposedly those buttons light up when you say that in a video. Let me know if you guys see it light up. And why does the repair area's camera have a bit of static that fuzzes in and out? Okay. That exists in our world. Probably shouldn't. Y'all really want to fuck these things, don't you? I catch sight of a foxy animatronic slipping into a recharge pod labeled Fexa. I must have just missed her in the hall. The golden capsule seals behind her, leaving her reclined with her eyes closed. I'd be actually curious if we're going to see that. That would actually kind of be cool little animation. Looks like a normal furry and not a robot. Yeah, no, it does not look like a robot. I will give you that. The fuck is that thing supposed to be? There's 4 more pods. One is labeled Chiku with a golden bird inside. Did Big Bird get a sister that we didn't know about? The chicken? That's a chicken? Okay. That's a rabbit. Another is labeled Bonfi? Bonfi, containing a purple bunny. Oh god, guys, they're coming for me. The 4th pod is labeled Frenni Fazclaires. Both it and the spare's unlabeled pods are empty. Does that mean there's an animatronic wandering about? We know what she likes to eat, huh? I bet you we know what she's gonna eat in this thing. I better check all of the cameras and figure out, although I did like the little pizza hair clip, that was cute. I better check out all the cameras and figure out their features before leaving the security room. It looks like it does seem like they have different artists for this and the other game. It looks like the cameras have a 15-degree arc that they cycle through every 30 seconds. For some cameras, this means they have a small blind spot. Each camera picks up sound as well as an image. I have to toggle each feed manually, though I can have multiple sound feeds active at once. Oh, that's gotta sound terrific. There's an option to play a pre-recorded sound or a live mic feed using the laptop's built-in webcam. Time to teach these people some Tay words. That's what Chica looks like. Oh god, that thing looks terrifying. Thank you, Anarchy. Modifying or stopping the recording seem to require an administrator password. I'm currently logged in under the security account. I still don't know why these people want to fuck animatronics. I still think that's a bad idea to stick your dick into. All I can do is cycle the feeds and manually rotate the cameras. It seems that all the feeds automatically record to a security server somewhere else in the building. Oh, they're gonna kill someone and you're absolutely never getting that footage. Let's be real. My guess is there's a closet somewhere or a closet somewhere, or the servers are in the manager's room. Nothing on the cameras help in that regard. Oh, that room has to be hot as fuck though. Don't servers usually run really Oh, that's gonna be warm. That explains why the manager never wants to be here. Overall, it's a pretty comprehensive system. I don't see the missing animatronic anywhere, but I do hear some humming coming from the camera pointed at the stage. Maybe she's up at the VIP booth or hiding backstage. I might as well use that sound playing feature on the cameras. Are you there, Frenni? This is Jan. Oh, okay, that's just me. Are you there, Frenni? Is it Frenni or Franny? I guess it'd be Frenni? Frenni? Is it Frenni? It's supposed to be yeah, I guess it's Frenni. Are you there, Frenni? This is Jane Black, the new security guard for the night shift. Yeah, no, it doesn't. I'm gonna say Frenni because Frenni does not, like, is it me or it does not, like, sound right. So I'm just gonna call her Franny. Because it really doesn't work. Stop putting this fucking thing in my chat, people. I don't care about the chicken. Oh. Oh, that's why people want to fuck the chicken. Okay. Okay. That's degenerate talk. I'm just gonna say Franny because it rolls off the tongue better than Frenny. Moments later, the animatronic bear steps to the stage, curtains, and waves at the camera. I mean, that art's not bad. Her suit-like top is somehow holding her in hopes and dreams with three strands of buttons. She has matching gloves, stockings, and a thong. A name tag on her left breast proclaims she's the manager. What? Wait, what? When she speaks, it's with a smooth, deep, luscious voice. Congratulations, Miss Black. You passed my little test for your first evening. I was waiting to see if you'd figure out the cameras and what you would do when one of us wasn't in their recharge chamber. Wait a minute. You... the manager? We're just making the robots managers now? Okay. Glad I thought of poking around on the computer then. Are you also Mr. Smith by chance? I'm afraid not. I just have the manager badge because I manage all the animatronics, including myself. Okay, so you're supposed to be, intelligent. Alrighty then. Why not join me for a drink out here at the bar? Or maybe I could come to you. Stay the hell away from me. Should I join Freddy for a drink? No, get to your pod. I'm keenly aware that no matter what I do, it's all being recorded. I also can't shake the general feeling of uneasiness. Best if I decline Franny's offer. Would you mind returning to your recharge pod for the evening instead? I don't want to break any rules on my first night. Franny winks, turns, and gives the camera a glorious view of her rear end. Very well, Ms. Black. I'll get you out of the security room another night. No means no. I watch in several feeds as Franny finds her way back to the animatronics room and to her pod. So the only sounds are coming from the air conditioning and the low hum of the displays here in the security room. It's relaxing and peaceful, just how the night shift should be. That serene period is interrupted by my phone buzzing. Who's texting me at this hour? Flagged as spam. Watch your back. Okay. There's more to the animatronics than the boss wants you to know. Well, considering that one basically wants to fuck us. When in doubt, hole up in the security room till 6 a.m. rolls. Oh god. My life. That's when their programming ticks over to the day cycle and you'll be safe. Who's this? How'd you get my number? Huh. Okay, that's not ominous. Oh, that isn't ominous at all. Fuck you, game. Things just keep getting weirder. Maybe the upcoming call from Mr. Smith will shed some light on what's going on in the nightclub. Right as the clock strikes 3 a.m., my phone buzzes and displays the caller ID, Mr. Smith. Hello? How's it going, kid? Animatronics behaving? Bar all stocked? I'm supposed to be stocking the bar? Listen, kids, sometimes when we close up for the night, there isn't time to fully replenish the bar or clean up the big messes. Oh, you're not paying me to clean those up. Since you're the night guards, that means you're going to have to do these things. So when am I getting a pay increase? Good news is that I remember we're only missing a bottle of raspberry liqueur at the bar. Should be one in the storage. It feels weird that I, as a security guard, has to handle janitor stuff. So, let's talk about how much more I'm being paid. Shouldn't I be staying at my post or occasionally patrolling? That's just how the cookie crumbles here. Half of the reason... You know what? He doesn't deserve that voice. Give me a second. Half of the reason I'm paying you more than most other clubs is because your job is multifaceted. That a problem? Considering it'll get me caught up on my already behind rent and let me order pizza once or twice, not at all. Where do I get the booze to restock the bar? Like I said, the extra stuff is in the storage room. Be careful not to lock yourself in the walk-in freezer. Had that happen once, and the only reason the poor sap didn't freeze to death was because the animatronics were out that night and found him. But his dick did come off. What? Nothing. How often do they wander, anyways? I've already seen Thexa and Frenni. Frenni. Out. That still does not sound right. Out of their pods. Should I worry about them getting into the security office? That, or... Wait, what? Skip something? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's really sensitive on the clicks. They're supposed to spend the night recharging, but every once in a while... they'll have the extra energy left over from the day. That or they can complete their recharge cycles early. That usually leads to them acting a bit quirky. Last guy to have your job thought that meant he could have his way with them. Don't be stupid like him, kid. They're just machines, limited by their programming. As for the security office, they're programmed to only enter when given permission. Same goes for my office on the other side of the club. There might not be a camera in either place, but don't think you can sneak a quickie without me finding out. What happens if the animatronics get rough on me? Like I said, they're machines. Assert your authority and order them back to their pods. Okay, you mind me having a drink or two from the bar? Maybe bringing in some music or something to do in the meantime? Drinks will come out of your pay. As for the music and shit, whatever lets you handle this shit that needs doing from you and you from going psycho like the last guy. Anyway, my vape's nearly dry and I'm dead tired. Remember to close up when you leave at 6 a.m. Oh, he's an asshole. Don't call and wake me up unless you're about to die or something. Sure thing, boss. I feel like I have even more questions now than I had going into the call. Still, at least I have something to do now. All the animatronics are in their pods when I check the cameras. I would just be blaring like really annoying YouTube videos to see if I can screw with these things. Or I know somebody who has a computer or robotics major. I could let him have some fun. I should get the restocking the bar with that raspberry liqueur. Oh god, my entire Discord is just turning into memes today. In searching for something to prop the freezer open just in case it's needed, I find a crowbar in one of the desk drawers. Well, if they come at you, you know what to use. At least you were smart enough to bring a weapon. Well, I mean, you're smart enough to find one. I don't know why a tool like that is in such a place. Before I go, I check the cameras on one last time to confirm that all the animatronics are in their pods. All the girls are where they should be. I just hope that persists. Are we gonna go Gordon Freeman up in this bitch? God, that would make me laugh if that's what this game turned into. In this, I feel like some of this art is like, because this is a work in progress, so I feel like some of the art is like just assets that they place there momentary. The storage room is on the right after leaving the security behind. Inside, there's a copious amount of boxes stacked one on another, as well as carefully racked bottles and piles of party supplies. The freezer door is in the back. There's 2 cameras watching the room, one from the entrance and one above the freezer. It doesn't take me long to find the bottle of raspberry liqueur that Mr. Smith was talking about. You know what? You could turn this into a thing where you could actually find it on screen and click it. That would be kind of neat. As it's just a mixer and not really hard in terms of alcohol content, it's in one of the boxes along the several of the same bottle. Before I grab a bottle and leave, I peek into the other boxes out of curiosity. Most of the boxes contain standard bar stuff, but one box stands out as odd for containing more energy bars than any nightclub should ever go through. Maybe energy bars are used a lot in here? Regardless, I get what I came here for and return to the bar with the bottle in hand. I'm not sure where to leave the raspberry stuff, so I set it next to the other mixers in hopes that it will suffice. Hot sauce. Let me go back and look. Yeah, that's hot sauce. See, hot sauce, tomatoes or apples maybe? Beer probably. Maybe onions? Up there looks like, I don't remember what they're called, those little spinning things. Little circle of things. No, I don't think it's Mara Eros. It's more the chicken one. I think it's supposed to be that hot sauce with the chicken on it. Look at little elf girl there. She's cute. Yeah. Sriracha, thank you. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm trying to think of what everything is. It'd be kind of neat to make this one of those things where you have to find it yourself and click it. Like, do that kind of thing. That's kind of always fun. Then it's back to the security room. When I enter the security room, the chair I was using is slowing down from a spin. Someone's been here and they just left in a hurry. With the crowbar firmly in hand, I advance toward the chair and turn it around. Set on the seat is a photo of Fexa with a phone number written on it. I immediately check the cameras. Fexa's in her pod. I even rewind and check the last 30 minutes of the footage just to be sure. Excuse me. At no point did Fexa leave her pod as far as the cameras were concerned. The only thing moving about the nightclub is me. Should I text the number now? Huh. What do you think, chat? You want to text it now or you want to text it later? Give you guys a minute. While you guys... Alright, so the chat wants to text later. With my nightly duties attended to and the animatronics sleeping, the rest of my shift passes without incident. When I pass through the locker room to get changed, I stuff the picture of Fexa into the pocket of my jeans. I hear the animatronics yawning and waking up inside their pods on my way out of the club. I debate about lingering to ask them a few questions, but decide against it. Instead, I head to the entrance, step outside, then lock the door behind me. Oh wait, you guys wanted the text or you guys didn't want the text? Oh god, they're having too much fun with this. My apartment isn't amazing, but it gets the job done. I beeline straight for the kitchen and prepare a quick breakfast of buttered toast. As I eat, I fish out the picture Fexa left me halfway through my shift. Text later, okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's what you guys wanted. She's hot, don't get me wrong, but I can't help but feel like something creepy is going on at that club. Especially considering the anonymous text I received earlier that night. Should I text Fexa? Well, chat, we're not at work. Do you guys want to text her? Maybe we could find out something. I mean, is she at work? Let's find out. I try to come up. Really? No one caught this one? With a flirtatious message that's sure to get Fexa's attention. I keep coming back to a pirate-adjacent puns with a varying degrees of success. Eventually, I just settle on saying something cheesy. Do you leave pictures on your phone for all the guards, or have you caught my interest? Also, don't think I forgot about you getting into my secure place last night. I should totally get to see your Davy Jane's locker in return. Then I wait and wait. Oh God, the crippling anxiety is setting in. 2 hours pass and still no reply. I'm about to cut my losses and go back to sleep when my phone buzzes. Let's just say you're interesting. And don't think I didn't catch the whole Davy Jones versus Davy Jane pun for my locker. You can have this picture to tide you over until tonight. She doesn't like fox ass. Damn, you got quite the booty there. How are we supposed to have fun with the cameras watching anyways? Well, we always have 2 minutes around 3 a.m. though. With me, you won't last 30 seconds. Care to make a bet? Ooh, I'd love to, but let's figure out the camera thing first. The last guy had a few ways, but Mr. Smith patched all the big security holes when he got caught. AFAC, there's just the 3 a.m. bug left at the moment. I got it. I'll sleep on it and see if I can figure out anything. See you tonight. I feel like we've made a mistake, everybody. Sleep quickly takes me after the excitement of the night. So I'll see you guys next time for more of this. Welcome back to Frenni Fazclaires. Sorry, it's trying to remember the name of this thing because it's nowhere on my screen right now. Sleep quickly takes me after the excitement of the night. My dreams are a barrage of curvy animatronics dancing for my pleasure. Combined with Fex's photo, there's no wonder I woke up horny. Oh, we're only 25 seconds in. No. Instead of indulging my dreams, I hop into the shower, slip into my uniform, assemble some lunch, and then check the clock. I've got a few hours before I'm due at the club. I'm not a techie per se, but it occurs to me that having an admin access to a security room laptop might be important. Especially if I needed to delete or modify any footage in case of a fuck-up or having fun with the animatronics. Then again, there's a chance that some hidden security measure would trip and alert Mr. Smith if I tried any hacking. Should I research ways to gain administration access? You might want to find better use for your time. I'm no hacker, and this isn't a movie where furiously typing on a keyboard would do something. I also don't want to risk losing my job if I get caught in the act of breaching the laptop security. Besides, I've got a ton of shows to catch up on. I might as well start tackling my backlog before leaving for work in a few hours. By the time I push back from my desk, the sun has already set. I hear the low rumble of thunder in the distance. According to the weather report, there's a particularly heavy thunderstorm due in the area soon. Supposedly, the storm will last through the night and into the morning. Fun. There is nothing else for me to do at home. Time to go to work. I'm greeted with the sound of singing once I get through the reception area. On stage is Frenni. She's dancing to the beat like an idol, belting out an upbeat tune in a language I can't quite make out. As she performs, she makes eye contact with me, winks, and points to a table and winks again. Just to be on the safe side, I check the clock on my phone. Technically, my shift doesn't start for another 10 minutes. Perhaps I should sit down and enjoy the show? Chat, would you like to watch the show, or do you want to just get to work and start early? So people want to watch the performance. I take a seat at a table Frenni pointed at, offering her a smile and a wave in return. Frenni finishes up her current song before turning back towards me and smiling back. This next one goes out to a special someone in the audience. Sorry, I was trying to remember her voice. Surprisingly, the stage lights kick into action along with a sick beat. Frenni twirls the mic around in her hand, swaying back and forth as she begins to sing. Every night the dream's always the same. Can't escape these walls of dark decay. Feel me drowning underneath the waves. Every time, it never seems to change. Her voice is that of an angel. No, it's not. There's a real emotion behind those words, not just an act. I'm gonna lower that. I leaned forward, enthralled. To change took you away, and now they're gonna get it. All I have, you now, you're gone. You know now you're gone, and I just want to have you back again. My eyes are glued onto Frenni. I couldn't look away even if I wanted to. Hollow heart is all I have today. Someone came and pulled away the veins. They stitched it up and put me on display, but nothing seems to cure me of the pain. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is Frenni crying? Can animatronics even cry to begin with? Oh, we found a thumbnail. Mistakes were made, chat. Mistakes were very much made. I love that the chat's like, what, wait, mistakes were made? Ah, balls. I'm just reading the chat, people, here. The pain took you away, and now they're gonna get it. All I have, you know you're gone, and I just want to have you back again. The song begins to wrap up, but I want more. I savor every last beat, jiggle, and word as Frenni finishes the song. Took you away, took you away, took you away, took you away. Okay, enough. As the lights shut off in the conclusion of the song, we're playing Someone Dance. Yeah, we are. Find me a porn game or we're not. Then the house lights come up and Frenni's seated on the edge of my table. So hot stuff, what'd you think? That was a beautiful song. Sad, emotional, captivating. Why were your eyes glowing red? She laughs, her hands on her chest as she playfully pushes my shoulder with the other. You're too kind, but please do keep praising me. Well, I think there's more to you than meets the eye. And do you transform? No, shut the fuck up. We don't do that here. And what does... Oh, sorry. Well, I think there's more to you than meets the eye. And what does... English, motherfucker. Well, I think there's more to meets the eye. And what does is already quite appealing. I look forward to seeing you more. My brain does not want to make that sentence work. She slides closer, giggling. Fexa was right. You are too good for us girls, but I think your alarm's about to go off. She points to my phone right as midnight ticks over and my alarm clock sounds. I fumble to turn it off. When I look up, Frenni is gone. I really need to figure out how she's doing that. Is she fast like Fexa? Almost said something bad. Or is there more at play here? Whatever the case, I slide out of my chair and head for the security room. There should have been an A in the sentence. Okay, I'm not going crazy. Give me a second. By the time I sit down in front of the laptop, the camera feed, the sound of heavy rainfall permeates through the building. Every so often, there's a flash of light on some of the cameras, followed by a peal of thunder. There is no note in the office telling me that a mess needs cleaning or something needs to be restocked. However, there is now a phone and an answering machine on the desk. The light is flashing, and by instinct, I hit the playback button. Don't have anything for you to deal with tonight, kid. But you picked a bad time to sign on. Getting a thunderstorm on your second night's gonna be rough. Some of the animatronics don't take well to thunder, and if the power goes out, then all of them will automatically activate and seek out the highest authority in the building. Remember, no fucking the animatronics, even if they come on to you. Ciao. The light flickers right on cue. That doesn't bode well. And if the night couldn't get any weirder, my phone vibrates from a text. Get out now. Seriously, who is this? This isn't funny. One thing's for sure, I'm not leaving the security room anytime soon. I might as well check on the girls. When I check the cameras, I see that one The only girl out of her recharge pod is Bonfi. That is so weird. In the animatronics room. She's practicing with an electric guitar that's plugged directly into her thigh rather than a speaker. I can't hear her emitting any sound, yet she's jamming all the same. I cue up the camera intercom to check on her. Having fun, I see. Everything alright in there? Mr. Smith told me some of you girls don't take well to thunderstorms. Bonify Bonfi. Sorry, the names sometimes just throw me off. Bonfi stops strumming her guitar to look up at the nearest camera. Her voice hits my ears like a nice cold glass of milk hits your mouth after eating a particularly hot wing loaded with sauce. Well, hey there, Miss Black. Everything's fine in here so far. Chiku is really the only one that has a lightning complex, and she's fast asleep. That's good. Say, mind if I ask a question? You just did, silly, but sure. Huh. Fair. Why plug the guitar into your thigh and not a speaker? Do you have a built-in speaker system? I do. I'm not as specialized as Chiku or Frenni, but I can act as my instrument speaker whenever I want. They're built into my ears, see? She gets closer to the camera, her rabbit ears pointed and angled so that I can see the speaker holes within them. That's quite the loadout. I'll have to get here earlier one night so I can see all four of you performing at once. That would be awesome. Since she's awake and I have nothing better to do, I start tossing some softball questions her way. Can you just play the guitar, or are you musically inclined with other instruments? I can play pretty much anything decently, except wind instruments. You can probably guess why. So I take it you're the main music producer on stage? Neat. Do you take requests? That depends on the nature of the request. Say I want a solo performance of something like Thunderstruck. Bonfi taps her chin. Her eyes flicker between red and blue before she can answer. I need permission to come into the security room or to go up on stage for that. The latter needs Frenni's approval as well. That's an odd quirk for the rules, but best I note that for later. Well, to be fair, yeah, that makes sense. Frenni is supposed to be the manager of these things. Speaking of rules, anything I should know about the nightclub that might not be obvious, like what you do when not performing, for example? That's an easy one. The upstairs is for VIPs and private shows. The whole point of the downstairs is for us girls to find a good marks and convince them they want to pay extra to see some more good robo-skin. I'm really, really good at a pole dancing, so I tend to be upstairs in costume and out of it when not on stage. Aside from that, I think the only thing you're not allowed to do besides fucking us is go into Mr. Smith's office without his permission. Though that makes both all the more fun. What about thunderstorms? Is it safe for you to be in the charging pods if there's a power surge? And is Chiku afraid of lightning thunder or just doesn't like it? I think it's safer for us to be in the pods. I don't really remember the last time the power went out completely. As for Chiku, well, she leans in super close to the camera and whispers. One time she got locked out of the club by accident during a thunderstorm and ended up struck by lightning. She got repaired and all that, but she still has some understandable hang-ups about the whole thing. Understandable. Thanks for sharing, Bonfi. By the way, what the fuck is with your AI? Don't mention it. Right as I'm about to ask something salacious, there's a shuddering boom that rumbles through the floor. The power goes out instantly, plunging me into darkness. The only light comes from the laptop screen. On it pops up a warning. Warning! Network connection lost. Webcam recording enabled. Tapes will be checked. Do not fuck the animatronics. I love the fact that joke has now just become part of the game. A little red light appears next to the webcam. That's more than a little one. Built into the laptop screen. Oh, hold on. I return. Red light appears next to the webcam built into the laptop. It's gotta have IR or night vision. Otherwise, wouldn't it be useless in a situation like this? Yeah. Or maybe it's meant to be so if I were to unplug the laptop or take off the Wi-Fi, it automatically records what's going on. Makes sense. That's a security feature I was expecting, but hoping I wouldn't have to deal with. Speaking of security features, there's a sudden knock at the security door. Hey, stud, now that the power's out, we can have some fun together. We could have a threesome if you want. I knew you wanted a solo performance, but how about a group one instead? Then, in a much quieter, angelic, though still horny tone, Chica speaks. Please let me in. I need to cuddle something right now, really bad. The chat's just like, no, 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 enemy at the gate, no. Let's see. I'm gonna tell the girls they have to be good and wait upstairs. My mind is telling me no, but my body, oh no, 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 that's the worst one. There's no way that the door is going to hold back 4 animatronics. I glance about, searching for another means to get out of the security room. We almost did the bad. My eyes fall upon the vent cover toward the back of the room. The opening is just big enough for me, but it's too small for the animatronics. I only hope that continues to be the case further along the vent system. After removing the cover, I crawl into the vents and close the grate behind me. I move further down from the security office opening so I won't be visible. Moments later, there's a great pounding on the security office door. It doesn't hold long against the animatronic onslaught. I hold my breath and pray as I hear the girls enter my office. Where the hell did she go? It appears Miss Black is more cunning than we gave them credit for. Yeah, going upstairs would have been a bad idea. Damn, I was hoping for a little fun tonight. All I wanted was cuddles. Oh well, we might as well have some fun in here before the power comes back on and we're kicked out. Agreed, it's been a while since I had a release. To both my horror and horniness, the sound of animatronics making out and grinding against one another wafts through the vents. All you hear is metal on metal. Wow, that just ruined my boner. It's the kind of sound you don't forget. The kind of sound that turns you on in the most confusing way. People have issues. Gonna chip the paint job? They're really going at it. I wonder if they realize that the laptop's webcam is recording their foursome. Maybe they know and that's part of the appeal. Either way, I can't help the fact that my hand is drifting towards my nethers. Should I risk masturbating in the vent? No. No, you shouldn't. It's hard to resist the urge to touch myself to the salacious moans filling the vent, even though I don't have the voyeur kink. The chat's like, ew, no. Thunk, 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 thunk. Oh, I don't have 2 pieces of metal, do I? I don't. Shit. Couldn't have made, like, the sound effect be funny. Still, I'm not about to risk getting torn apart in more ways than one for a few moments of bliss. The girls keep going at each other, getting more and more frisky and loud as time goes on. Is that AI summoning them? Good boy. When they eventually come, I can't help but shiver at how visceral their sounds are. Haven't had a good fuck like that in a long time. Poor Fexa looks like she's stuck on cloud 9. Too bad Jane missed out. Only Mr. Smith is going to enjoy the show we just put on. I wonder where she got off to. Maybe they ran out into the rain to get away from us. The girls all laugh except for Chiku. Perhaps we'll find out soon enough. As that ominous statement hangs in the air, the lights begin to flicker back onto life. All at the same time, a recording of Mr. Smith comes on from the laptop. Animatronics are not allowed in the security room without permission. Return to your pods. I repeat, animatronics are not allowed. Seems our time is up, girls. Back to the pods we go. Someone help me carry Fexa. It's not until I'm absolutely sure they're gone that I risk peeking out of the vents. The security room door has been closed once more. I'm safe, I think. Chat's being mean. Good. The laptop's still on and recording when I emerge from the vents. According to the clock, it's only been about 30 minutes since the power went out. I clear my throat and look directly at the laptop webcam. Just to let you know, Mr. Smith, I didn't fuck the animatronics. All I did was hide so I wouldn't break rule number 1 of the club. The laptop does not comment. However, after about 40 minutes, the phone on the desk rings. When I pick it up, I hear Mr. Smith on the other end. I just got a notification that the power's back on, as well as the laptop feed. You did good, kid. I'm still going to use my admin access to question the girls directly come the morning, but you don't look like a fucking mess like the last guy before I fired him. Maybe you've got what it takes to keep this job after all. Thanks, boss. I'm doing my best. I'm going my best. I'm not doing my best. I'm going my best. What? Did they give you brain damage? See that continues. Oh, one thing before you hang up. Do I have to worry about the animatronics after what they did in the security room? What they did in the security room? Now that the power's back on, they should have regained their full limiters. Plus, after they get off like that, they tend to spend the rest of the night recharging. Got it. I'll do a round of the building to make sure nothing's broke during the outage. Good thinking. I'm going back to sleep. Ciao. Now that the lights are back on, I should be relatively safe. I have some time to kill. With nothing better to do, I might as well go do a round of the building. As I wander the building, I take special note of where the vents can be accessed. I want to be able to get somewhere safe as fast as possible the next time I have to hide. Seems the most every room has a vent in it. That should come in handy. My round of the building finishes around 6 o'clock a.m. I made it through another night somehow. With everything that's happened tonight, the siren call of my bed is highly tempting. Using what spare time I have before I fall asleep at my computer, I catch up on my backlog of shows. I end up climbing into bed around 9 a.m. and sleeping till about 6 p.m. When I wait... Alright, so we will see next time what happens. Thank you guys for joining. Hello guys, and welcome back to... I don't remember what this game is called. I think it's like Fortnight at Frenni's or something. I end up climbing into bed at 9 a.m. and sleeping right through to 6 p.m. When I wake up, there's a text from Smith. Girls checked out. Good job. Send you a little bonus cash. Oh, that's why you don't sleep with the animatronics, folks. It was rather nice of him. He seems like a great boss, if a little eccentric. I wonder if he made the animatronics himself or if he contracted that out. The answer to that might explain why the animatronics are so quirky at night. In any case, I have plenty of time to exercise and handle other matters before leaving for work. Fuck it. We didn't do it last time. Might as well get a wank spank out. After relieving some pressure, I work out, hop in the shower, slip into my uniform, and settle in at my computer to continue catching up on shows. My phone buzzes a few hours later to let me know it's time to head to the nightclub. They didn't go into graphic detail, that's nice. None of the girls are up and awake when I slip into the nightclub. There's an extensive list of tasks that Smith wants me to handle pinned to the door of the security room. Clean up bloodstains in the second VIP booth. What? Restock the bar soda wand syrup boxes. Replace the broken camera in the repair area. I'm sorry, can we go back to the first one? Do not fuck the animatronics. Wait a minute, what? I guess we'll clean up the blood. It's a good thing I have some experience cleaning up blood stains from my previous work as a bouncer. Otherwise, I might have to Google the proper way to deal with such things safely. Do bouncers actually know how to clean up blood? You get like bonuses if you know that? Before I grab cleaning supplies, though, I check the laptop to see what led to the blood stains happening in the first place. I rewind to the VIP entrance camera feed until I spot Bonfi and a guy entering. About 3 minutes go by, after which the man sprints from the booth holding a bloody hand to his mouth. Bonfi follows him out, shouting, Told you no touching." The man in a purple suit and black tie arrives 10 minutes later. Explain, Bonfi. Bonfi's eyes... I can't remember what voice he got. Explain, Bonfi. Bonfi's eyes flash blue as she answers. A customer kept trying to touch me, Mr. Smith. Eventually, he got in the way of my pole dance and I accidentally kicked him in the face. Smith turns, pulls out a phone, dials a number, and then starts walking away. Recording only picks up snippets of his conversation. False alarm. Throw the guy out and remind him of rule number 1. Interesting. I'll have to go up to the booth to be sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were actual teeth to clean up as well. After grabbing the proper supplies, I head up to the second VIP booth. Blood is splattered across the pole floor, along with, as I guessed it, a few pearly whites. The good news is that this should be an easy cleanup. The surface is metal and therefore doesn't absorb the liquid very well. This should just be a quick wipe down while wearing gloves. Keyword, should. Halfway through my job, I feel a presence on my neck and whispering in my ear. I don't remember what voice I gave this one. Hiya, stud. You know you're not supposed to be out of your pod, Flexa. But I barely used any of my energy today, so I have plenty to spare. Doesn't matter, you're not allowed up here while I'm working. You sure? You look like you could use some help. I'm sure, return to your pod. Fexa withdraws, calling out as I hear her descending the stairs. I'm going to play with you eventually, Jane. You're only delaying the inevitable. Phew, that could have ended very badly. Even with Fexa's distraction, I'm able to finish mopping the VIP booth and disinfect all the surfaces in record time. Time to knock off another task of Mr. Smith's list. Let's restock the soda. Turns out that restocking the soda wands, syrup boxes, is a sticky affair. I have to disconnect the old box, move them for disposal, replace them with a new box, then reconnect the tubes. Each step causes the sticky syrup to drip and leak all over the floor. Thankfully, none of it gets on me. All I have to do is mop up the mess that's left behind and I'm golden. Quick, simple, and relatively painless. Which task should I... Oh, wow. Okay, that was easy. That camera I clocked the first night in the repair room is up to be replaced. Since it's in the repair bay of the animatronics room, I'm entering into potentially dangerous territory. After what just happened with Fexa, things could become very bad very quickly. The repair area consists of several workbenches and operating table with metal bindings and cabinets full of spare parts. I guess those are the pods. Like I said, I think the backgrounds are work in progress type things. I think this is a demo and this is a pretty long one. The replacement camera is waiting in its untouched box on the main workbench. It's probably plug and play, which should make installing it a breeze. I open the box, read the instruction manual within. Sure enough, it's just a few screws and cable connections. I can handle that easily. All I need to do is grab a chair to stand on and I can get to work. Before I can do that though, I feel labored breath on my nape. I slowly turn, but there's no one behind me. The moment I turn back to work The blowing air returns. I'm not sure what's going on, but I decide to ignore the distraction for now. It takes about 10 minutes to pull down the old camera and hook up the new one. Since I wasn't told what to do with the old one, I leave it on the workbench. The whole time I feel the heavy breathing. It's not until I leave the animatronics room that the sensation vanishes. Once I'm back in the security room, I turn my attention to the replacement camera feed. Still filled with static, but not just that. There's someone there. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm sorry, do these things just go Super Saiyan now? Uh-oh. If that wasn't bad enough, I get a text from an unknown number. Unlike the previous mysterious text, there's no... Oh, come on. Oh, you could have been funny. Come on. Even worse, the time code is fucked up on the texts. Always watching you. Always. What should I text back? Ask her if she needs a hug. Yeah, just fuck with it. I don't care. Tell her to go back to her pod. Don't text back. Remain in the security room. This is some creepy shit. It could also be a test from Mr. Smith. The last thing I want to do is enable this specter further lest Rule 1 end up broken or worse. I pocket my phone and ignore her further. Eventually, in the space of a blink, she vanishes from the camera feed. That was weird as hell. So we're gonna go with this, but I'm actually curious what happens if you tell her you want a hug. I don't expect a text to actually go through, but it can't hurt to try, right? And if I'm going to try, I might as well swing for the fences. Do you need a hug? A hug would be nice, really nice. Can I come in? Oh god. I wish we could get a better shot of that. Fight her in security, go meet her in the hallway. Remain where you are and ignore her ass further. Oh, okay, that's actually going to be now a thumbnail. That is the face of I wasn't expecting them to text back. Does the H work? Does it? No, it does not. No, it does. Fuck. Some visual novels have it programmed, some of them don't. Let's see. What am I doing? If I give her permission to come into the security room, all bets will be off. It's standard for Ren'Py, but some people actually program it out, weirdly enough. The last thing I need is for her to come break Rule 1 and or report back to Mr. Smith that I fail whatever test this is. I pocket my phone and ignore her further. Eventually, in the space of a blink, she vanishes from the camera feed. I do like that face. That was weird as hell. With all Mr. Smith's tasks done, I have 2 hours more to kill. I might as well waste some time on social media. Ooh, a video of puppies. As 6 a.m. rolls around, I stand up, stretch, yawn, and go to the changing room go change in the locker room, and now start now that my shift is over. I've made it through another night somehow. I'm absolutely tuckered out by the time I get home. I managed to get through a microwave bowl of miso udon before I crash into bed. I don't remember my dreams, though. I do feel like I'm falling at some point. I end up jolting awake an hour earlier than normal at around 5 p.m. I'm absolutely drenched in a cold sweat. After calming down, I slide out of bed and hit the shower. Once I'm clean, I scarf down some microwave frozen waffles. I have a few hours to kill before work. I might as well keep working on my backlog of shows. At this rate, I might even make a good dent in my ever-expanding list. After a few hours, my phone buzzes and reminds me I have to get going to work. Chiku isn't in her pod when I check for the night, nor is she in any of the cameras. Smith has also left me a short list of activities. Vacuum the VIP booth, restock the bar's energy bars, do not fuck the animatronics. Okay. Well, we know which one she's in. What the hell just popped up? We're just gonna mess with her. I might as well I might as well knock out the easy task first. Once the storage room, I grab an empty box and begin piling energy bars into it. I notice something odd as I do. Every energy bar I pull from the pile seems to pop back into existence whenever I look away. It's not like the energy bars are disappearing from my box either. I'm not an expert in the paranormal, but this has to be magic, right? Regardless, I don't know why that's skipped. This is a very finicky little one. Regardless, I fill my box and then head to the bar. After neatly stacking the energy bars in their designated cabinet, I finish with the task. Oh, hey, look, she's gone. Oh, that's interesting. The VIP booths aren't going to vacuum themselves. Plus, once I'm upstairs, I can see across the club. Maybe I'll find some hint of where Chiku is. I grab the vacuum from the janitor's closet, haul it up the stairs, and get to work. It's one of those wet vac machines, meaning every so often I have to stop, take out the dirty bucket down to pour out and replace it with fresh water. Actually, let's find out. I'm actually curious. We're still gonna go with this route ultimately, but now I'm actually curious. Bipu, okay. Okay, so it looks the same. I don't think it matters. I would have expected her right out in the open, like as we got in if it changes. Slow, mindless work that lets me ponder other matters. On my umpteenth trip up and down, I still have not seen any sign of Chiku. I wonder where she's hiding. Maybe the cameras back at the security room will shed some light? When I return to the security room and check the cameras, I see Chiku's returned to her pod for the evening. Frenni is missing from hers, and I don't immediately see her in the cameras. I do catch her moving into the locker room in the feed playback, and I hear some sounds of water running when I poke my head out into the corridor. I wonder if showering is part of their programming, like yawning. Regardless, I have some time to kill for the rest of the night. Time for good old backlog clearing. After a few hours of watching videos on my phone, my shift comes to an end. I've made it through another night somehow. So I'm legitimately now going to go back and check. Does it actually change fully? Because the first part is the same. Okay, it does change. Alright, so on my umpteenth trip up and down, I spot a hint of yellow peeking out from behind the stage curtains. I keep an eye on it as I finish my last booth and put away the wet vac. As I approach to where I think Chiku is hiding, I call out to her. Everything alright, Chiku? I just want to help. When she replies, it's barely above a whisper. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Well, that just makes me worry more. When I reach the spot and pull out the curtain, I see that Chiku is surrounded by pizza boxes and energy bar wrappers. I know I'm fat. I'm a stupid little piggy. Nice tits. Fuck. I have to be careful what I say here. I don't want to make her feel worse than she already does. Maybe a lighthearted joke would work? You're not fat nor a piggy. In fact, you're clearly a chicken. A pretty little bird. She sighs, stops eating, and turns to look at me proper. I know that. I'm an animatronic. I can't get fat, but I think before. Her eyes flash red, and she doesn't finish her sentence. I rub the back of my head as I consider what to say next. So, where'd the pizza come from? Did Smith order in? Or has there been a pizzeria somewhere in this club the entire time? That causes Chica to lighten up. It's not an official blueprint or the cameras because the building isn't up to code to make pizza officially. We have to pretend we're always ordering it when customers ask for it. That also means we can exchange extra on top for the already high price. That seems roundabout. Most of this place is. The more you try to make it make sense, the less it does. Want to go see the pizzeria anyways? I start to accept, but remember the whole camera situation in Rule 1. Will Smith catch on if we spend too much time in the pizzeria? There may not be a camera in the pizzeria, but there's one watching the entrance lift. See the corner over there? The one with the camera that looks out across the back of the stage? Sorry, I'm taking a drink. That's the one you have to be wary of. The lift is hidden in the floor towards the rear. Have any other guards ever gone down there? I want to make sure this wouldn't be a fireable offense. Once they found out about it, Smith usually added pizza prep to the nightly tasks. During the normal nightclub hours, the place is manned by the chef sworn to secrecy, but the chef can't always do the necessary food prep. Yeah, no, I might do a second playthrough eventually, I don't know. I help out sometimes, but it's not always enough. To be fair, the other nights we haven't actually seen them in any of the choices. So, if Smith sees me take you down there, you'll probably have to worry about that now, too. I shrug and motion for her to go first. I have a feeling Mr. Smith will find ways for me to justify my high paycheck, even if I don't check out the pizzeria. Lead the way. Chiku leads me over to what looks like a long set of light switches on the back behind the stage. There's 4 switches in a group on the left. Chiku pushes the first and the last 2 up before stepping back. Moments later, the floor slides open as the lift raises up. It's large enough to fit 2 people or 1 person and an animatronic at a time. Just to cover my bases, I look directly at the observing camera and proclaim, I'm going to check out the pizzeria as part of my usual rounds. I will not fuck the animatronics. The camera says nothing as Chico and I step into the lift. It descends, and a moment later we arrive in an expensive kitchen that runs the width and length of the stage. Yeah, I feel like the backgrounds are just, work in progress. It's not all that different from the classic pizza joint in that there's a singular main oven and several prep stations surrounding it. There's also a secondary freezer, storage room, and a bathroom down here. The only other way out seems to be a staircase behind a chain-locked metal gate. Where does that go? Into the back alley, I think between the HVAC units. She shuffles on the spot, her eyes cast downwards. Can I say something now that we're alone? Sure, go ahead. Horny chicken. Thank you for not laughing at me when I said what I wanted to do a few nights ago. Most of the customers in Mr. Smith think I'm just some ditzy blonde bimbo. Maybe I am to some degree. I'm not as fast as some people, but I try very hard. I waste no time in giving her a hug and squeezing her thigh. Wait, did that just say thigh? Squeezing her tight. Brain instantly went to the bad place. Don't sweat it, Chiku. She returns the embrace, one of her hands straying towards my butt. Damn, she going for it, though. Don't take this the wrong way, but you smell different. I still want to grope your nice butt, but you don't smell like a customer anymore. That's because I get off regularly in my off hours. Aw, and here I hadn't sent you any nudes yet. I'll have to fix that so you have a good material to work with. I'd like that. You have my number? Mm-hmm. Fexa gave it to everyone already. I just wanted to wait until it felt right. Anyways, this is where the pizza magic happens, huh? I wonder if there are any rooms like this hidden beneath the club. Chiku's eyes flashed between blue and red before setting on blue. There might be. That's not blue. My eyes wander around the space until I notice several vents. Well, at least the principle of vent access is consistent. I should probably go map out the entire system. But I have no idea if there are extra security in there. Another cycle of eye colors, and Chiku shrugs. I don't know, sorry. See you, man. We're doing this live, by the way, guys. This is why you should support. Become a member on YouTube, patron or subscribe star member, and you get access to the Discord and can watch these live. Oh well, something to figure out later. For now, though, I have a very important question for you, Chiku. Yes? Can you make sure you clean up after yourself so Mr. Smith doesn't get angry with me? Meanie, you had me thinking it was going to be something personal. But yes, I'll clean up before going back to my pod. One elevator ride later, and we go up behind the main stage. Chiku winks at me before going to clean up her mess from earlier. On to other tasks. Alright, so we'll do that one. I think we'll keep this one going. Okay. I do catch her moving into... Okay. After a few hours of watching videos on my phone, my shift comes to an end. I've made it through another night somehow. I wonder if this is going to be like every... Oh, I think it's like the whole thing. No, I want to go to the next one. When I get back to my apartment, I realize that I've gone without cleaning up the place. I better spend some time making this place look like it's less of like a bachelor pad horror story. Not that I'm really expecting company. By the time I finish cleaning, I don't have the energy to do anything else. I fall into bed and doze off for the next 9 hours. When I check my phone, I see that I've received a text from Chiku while I was asleep. Here's something for you to jerk off to. Oh, that's actually really cute. That's a cute little sticker. We need like chibi stickers like that for the Twitch. Well, that was nice of her. The question is, do I act on her photo? Should I masturbate before my shift? Fuck it and go for it. Oops. Did not say. After relieving some pressure to Chiku's photo, I work out, hop in the shower, then head off to the nightclub for one more night. So, next time, guys, we will do night 5. See, night 5, and welcome back to Fortnight at Frenni's Fazclaires, I think it's called. I can never remember the name of this game. Tonight, there's a light rainstorm moving through the area. No thunder or lightning, but enough wetness to require an umbrella. When I get myself into the club, the sounds of the girls practicing on stage hit my ears. Bonfi's jamming out on her guitar, while Chiku is backing up Frenni's vocals. Bexa is in the background providing electric keyboard and dancing elements. The girls all smile when they notice me, but keep practicing as I head for the security office. As expected, there's a task list waiting for me next to the laptop. 1. Ensure the animatronics practice their new song and dance. 2. Prepare pizza dough for the night shift, or for the day shift. Replace broken camera watching VIP area. 4. Restock the bar's vodka. 5. Do not fuck the animatronics. Pretty straightforward list of all things considered. I've gotten used to him saying not fucking the animatronics at this point. In any event, I might as well knock out the first task since the girls are already practicing. I scurry back to go sit at the bar while the girls wrap up their current song. Much like my second night here, Frenni pointed in my direction and announces into the microphone. Let's practice that song, girls. Bonfi adjusts her guitar and Bexa turns a few knobs on her keyboard. Then both start belting out dark synth tunes as Frenni steps forward to sing. Data under scrutiny doesn't lie as time is running out. I can't hear the music, by the way, for anyone wondering. No one wants to die if we're able to encourage. Nobody wants to die if we're able to engage on this careful plan. You have my word to save whatever we can. The lyrics so far are haunting and ominous, if you say so. I'm lost in the spectacle as Chiku joins in for the chorus. All decisions coalesce, everything is under fire, risk and reward are equal partners here. Fueling our truest desires, and our success may leave a few behind. The greater good worth several lives. Precision now, so nothing is in vain. All signs are go, target acquired. What the fuck are they even singing about? Chiku falls off while Frenni urges forward for the next verse. They're all putting one hell of a show on. Bexa's moods are better than most K-pop or J-pop groups, and Bonfi is shredding on that guitar. Quietly dream as we scope the night, execute the mission. When our pulse is high, doing the right thing should be tactical and easy. Not when what is at stake is all of humanity. Chiku takes the chorus once more, her voice wavering with genuine emotion. All the fuck it, I'm not singing it again. Bonfi and Fexa launch into their breakdowns, putting normal musicians to shame. The song wraps up after the fade out. I rise, clapping as the girls take a bow. I'm glad you all enjoyed that one. You've been a wonderful crowd tonight. Any requests from the audience? Sing what you want, girls. I'm just here to supervise. They all look at one another. Frenni winks before all of them nod as one. Bonfi starts strumming a cool, relaxed, mellow beat, while Fexa abandons her keyboard to go be a backup dancer with Chiku behind Frenni. Compared to the last song, this one is all focused on the vocals instead of the constant backing track. Never know how much I love you, never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me a fever. Frenni, Chiku, and Fexa start sliding off their clothes in tune with the music. I can tell Fexa's the one behind the choreographing, as she's just a touch more confident with her twirls and curves. They're making it easy to make thumbnails. Some nice art. Chiku's a little more awkward, while Frenni's eyes are locked on me the entire time. When you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, a fever all through the night. Sun lights up the day, moon lights up the night. I light up when you call my name. And you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when you kiss me. Fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning and a fever all through the night. The song abruptly stops there on account of Bonfi's guitar breaking a string. She swears as Frenni covers for her. Just a minor malfunction, folks. We'll be back in a moment. She blows a kiss directly at me as the stage lights dim. When the lights come back up, the girls aren't there anymore. I really need to figure out how they're getting away so quickly and quietly like that. Still, I got 2 serenades and got to see some of them strip. That's a win in my book. Guess that means I've got some other tasks to do. Alright, so we don't see any of the girls in the pictures. We'll replace the camera. Next on my list in the nightly task is to replace that camera watching the VIP area. But first, I attempt to roll back the footage to see what caused this one to break. When I do, I'm greeted by a black screen and the words "footage deleted." I have no means of recovering the footage. Ah well, might as well replace the broken camera. By the time I finish the new camera, the girls are back performing. I watch them for a bit from upstairs until my phone vibrates in my pocket. When I check, it's the same mysterious blocked number that's left me another cryptic message. You aren't listening. I keep trying to help, but you aren't listening. Why aren't you listening? Perhaps I should prove how serious I am. You need to quit your job now before it's too late. You think he won't do that to you? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm willing to listen if you tell me who you are. I'm the one who came before. We should meet. I'll contact you later when it's safe. What do you mean? Why wouldn't it be safe? Weird. With that handled, I return to my nightly duties. What task should I do next? Restock the vodka seems like it'll be easy. The vodka restocking is easy enough. I take the extra care not to drop or damage any of the expensive bottles worth more than I make in a year. Why Smith trusts me to do such a job is confusing, but so is everything else about this job. The only benefit is that I get to see a little more of the girls' performance once they return to the stage. They finish up right as I do at the bar. Chiku and Bonfi head towards the staff area while Fexa and Frenni approach me directly. Have fun watching, Miss Black? A ton, yeah. Between everyone singing and the dancing, I wish I could have another set of eyes. Bah, that was nothing special. I've done better before. Well, it was stimulating. Sorry, I was fixing my monitor. Well, it was stimulating what are you girls gonna do now? That depends on you, Miss Black. You're supposed to watch us perform tonight, and I'm feeling particularly stimulated. But we can't. Nothing says you can't watch us to get at it. Tempting, oh so tempting, but I feel like Smith would still yell at me even if that's a loophole. Oh well, come on, Fexa, let's go have some fun. Frenni slaps Fexa's ass and starts to pull her away. Fexa looks at me as if to say, save me, before she accepts being dragged elsewhere. You are not getting away from that bear. Oh hey, look who's there. It's a good thing we actually did do this one. Look, it's the chicken. Chiku was right about Smith adding pizza stuff to the list now that I know about the hidden pizzeria. I recall which switches to toggle for the backstage lift and descend into the basement. To my surprise, Chiku is already down there working on the pizza dough. Fancy seeing you here, Chiku. Oh, hi, Jane. I saw that Mr. Smith tasked you with prepping work and thought I'd help out. That's rather kind of you. Thanks for the assist. Don't mention it. Part of the reason so much dough needs to be prepared is because I had a few pizza parties during the day shift. People really like our pizza, even though it cost a bunch. It's easy to persuade them to buy it, especially if I offer a hand-feed it to them. I wink and move to one of the adjacent prep stations. I can't imagine why. More time with you is a blessing. Chiku grins from ear to ear as we both tackle making pizza dough. She wasn't lying with how much we have to prep. The club must go through the army's worth of pizza during the day. The good news is that the work is simple, albeit time-consuming. That gives me time to chat with Chiku. So, what's your favorite kind of pizza? Probably supreme or classic pepperoni. You? Anything with garlic and cheese gets my vote. But never had garlic on pizza. Not really a garlic eater. Even pineapple? We don't talk about heresy like that, not in the open. We both share a laugh before I move to another topic. Any juicy or funny stories from working here? Let's see. There was that one time Fexa accidentally switched her keyboard with a high BPM during a performance. I've never had pineapple on pizza. I just do cheese or like pepperoni sometimes, depending on the type of pepperoni it is. It was a slow song too, so suddenly hearing 200 BPM thudding out got everyone laughing. Frenni, Bonfi, and I all leaned into it though. Soon we were dishing out high-energy polka. I remember the audience loving it, that even Mr. Smith wasn't entirely thrilled. Outside of that, the only other tidbit I can share is about meeting the pizzeria chef. When I first came down here, he was furious and French, a dangerous combination. You couldn't get an Italian? I can imagine what he'd say/do. He threw dough balls at me, saying that the robots have no place in the kitchen. He changed his tune, though, when Mr. Smith stepped out from behind me and got smacked in the face with dough. Oh dear, I bet Mr. Smith wasn't thrilled with that. Let's just say the chef was notably less hot-headed from then on out. Understandable. I'll note not to throw dough at Mr. Smith if I ever see him. Sorry, I was moving my thing. That's probably a good idea. After another round of laughter, I press on with a couple more questions while we finish up. Do you have a favorite animal by chance? Probably a peacock. They're so colorful and pretty. What about you? I like peacocks. Wolves get my vote. Dragons if we include mythical beasts as well. Dragons are pretty cool. Too bad they aren't real. I know, it's a shame. Looks like we're getting to the last of it. So, one more question. What's your favorite genre of music? Easy, synthwave and lo-fi. And is it it's lo-fi, sorry. And lo-fi. They're my favorite to listen to and perform. Makes sense. I like a wide variety of genres, though I tend to pick and choose individual songs rather than specific albums and artists. That just means you have a discerning musical palette. Maybe, and there we go. Last dough ball is ready. Thank you for your help, Chiku. Don't mention it. I'm always happy to help. Once all my tasks for the evening are complete, I have some time to myself. Backlog, here I come. After a few hours of watching videos on my phone, my shift comes to an end. I made it through another night somehow. What, you can't just watch shit on the laptop? Night 5. We're just gonna keep going, because this would be a short episode if we didn't. Once I get home, I have some spare time before I have to sleep. By the way, welcome to everyone that's just joining the chat. I suppose I can catch up on that new Netflix series. I've heard good things about it before going to bed. Give me 1 second. I awake 9 hours later. Should I? Just have your fun. Just do it. I'm really loving the new show on Netflix. Who knew that live-action anime could be so entertaining? You're a lying little shit. The hour passes faster than expected. My alarm goes off and I head to work. How long is a fortnight? The sound of the light guitar riffs filters through the club when I get to work. I guess it's a work in progress and not a demo. Whoops. I expect to see the girls practicing on stage once more, but this time it's just Bonfi. She's seated on the edge of the stage, her legs dangling over the side as she hums to keep herself on beat. Hey Jane, you're early. Only by like 5 minutes. Still, it's better to be early than to be late. Here, Mr. Smith said I should give you this task list directly tonight. She hands me a list. Well, more like 2 bullet points. Test Bonfi's new conversation suit. Do not fuck the animatronics. New conversational suit. Yep, the customers kept complaining I wasn't stimulated enough for them, so Mr. Smith worked with his buddy to upgrade my subroutines. I feel like I have so many things to say and only so much time to say them. You certainly seem more animated. Well, if all I have to do is chat with you, then it'll be an easy night. Want to go sit at the bar or something? Bonfi hops off the edge of the stage and follows me to the bar. She leans over behind the stage and grabs a carrot to nibble and suck on. Do you actually need to eat? Can you taste things? I've always wondered. We can convert food stuff into extra energy or store it for later. You might already know this, but when customers try to drink with us, we store the liquor to put back in the bottle later. I feel like that's a health code violation on so many levels. Meh, it's not like we contaminated it or anything. Besides, Mrs. Smith is all about cutting costs whenever possible. Speaking of your new program, have your commands been updated as well, or have they been removed? Her eyes flash red and blue before she answers. It'd be kind of nice to actually see that. A good amount has been updated, but I can't give you an exact number, security protocol and all that. Besides, that's boring stuff. Ask me something really juicy. Alright, which of the girls would you date if you could? That's a tough one. I think I'd have to go with Frenni, if only because she's got that whole Dama Mama vibe, and I'm totally down for that. Plus, with my music and her singing, we'd be unstoppable on stage. Reasonable, so you're really focused on making music then? I basically care about 3 things: music, sex, and making mixtapes to have sex to. I can't help but laugh a little at her honesty. Is that why you like being a stripper? It's a good workout and I get to make people horny by watching me. People tend to make more honest with themselves when they're horny. I get to see a side of them that they don't often show to the world. That's oddly poetic in a way, though I do wonder why you haven't sent me any nudes yet. Is that because I'm not showing you the real me, as you put it? Two reasons for that. One, I don't think pictures or even videos capture my performance in dancing well. Two, I figured between the other girls, you wouldn't want/need any from me. Girl, if you send me one, I'll dedicate the entire session to it tomorrow. Fine, I'll send you one. Sweet, can you talk about the day shift at all? I'm curious what things are like when I'm not here. It's your standard lewd nightclub. Bunch of guys and a few girls come in to eat, drop terrible pickup lines, and basically fawn over me and the others. Mr. Smith talked about bringing on more girls to keep the demand, but her eyes flash red. But I can't talk about that. I note the roadblock and continue on. So, music. What's your favorite genre of song and band? Easy hard rock and metal for the first, and Pump It by Electric Callboy for the second and third. I'm not familiar with that one. She reaches to flick her right ear. Moments later, the song begins to play through her speaker. For the love of God, don't play it. On the surface, it's a song about working out, but I easily pick up the fucking undertones. She even plays a few more songs from the band to give me further taste. Good stuff. Is that why you went for guitar and bass as your first main instrument? Sorta, yeah. There's a visceral reaction to a good riff you can't easily replicate any other instruments working on their own. A good guitar can carry a show on its own in the right hands. Ever tried to draw or paint? You have singing, dancing, and music covered. Why not master another creative skill? Oh, I don't have the mind for physical art. Unless that physical art is sex, then I'm a virtuoso at it. Fair. Do you and the girls watch TV or film? Maybe we can do a movie night when there's free time? I can't answer that one, sorry. Odd, I tried different, though likely still blocked question. Of all the past night guards, who was your favorite and who lasts the longest? Oh, that's easy, That information is blocked, I'm sorry. Alright then, what's your favorite position? Ooh, tough one. I think I like the Flying Dutchman the most. The what? The Flying Dutchman, you suspend a guy from the ceiling above the bed, then fuck him doggy style while using your momentum to make him bounce. That sounds complex and a lot of setup. That's what makes it fun, though a more simple position I like is the Amazon. Somehow that tracks. If you could change one part of your frame, what would it be? And any reason? If you want to talk about it. Bonfie crosses her legs and leans on the bar. I've always wondered what having a cock would be like. What? Mr. Smith thought about developing such a thing for the more interesting clients that come in, but he decided it wasn't worth the cost to develop a detachable dick. Thank you. That's just weird. There's just not enough demand among the high-paying customers. Those that want to see cock want femboys, not Fuda. We're entering Fuda territory. Yeah, chat, we're not. Think he's got a femboy model in production then? No, just a new That information is blocked. I'm sorry. One last question. Then dogs, cats, and why? Dogs or cats and why? Cats, of course. I love a good pussy. Well, in my totally professional opinion, your conversation subroutines are doing great. Anything you wanted to ask me? It's kind of been one-sided. Bonfie thinks, then grins and asks, if you could only have one of us girls, which would it be? It would be really stupid to pick one. There's no right answer to that. You know there's no right answer to that one. Not that it doesn't get me fired up or hurting everyone's feelings. You know there's no right answer to that one. Not one that doesn't get me fired or hurting everyone's feelings. They forgot a word in there. Aw, but that makes it a fun question. But I understand, you're too nice to hurt anyone's feelings like that. That's what we like about you. Anyways, I should get back to my pod. The upgrade process took a lot of power and I'm running on dry here. Thanks for the fun chat, Jane. She hops off the stool and heads to the animatronics room. I note she's put more emphasis on her hips and ass as she walks, as if she's trying to lure me into following her. I checked the time. I've got plenty of time to kill now that all my assignment tasks are done. There's a picture of cats and an endless scroll of funny videos to watch on my phone. After a few hours of swiping, my shift comes to an end. I've made it through another night somehow. The club isn't open Sundays, meaning I've got 15 hours to do whatever I want before my next shift. My paycheck for the week has also come in from Mr. Smith. He paid me more than I was expecting, probably because he thinks I'm a model employee. After paying my overdue rent and other bills, I'm left with $1,500 to spend as I wish. I'd have to leave now if I wanted to catch the bus hours for most business hours for most stores. Time to do some shopping. Where should I go? What the fuck are you going to military surplus? What? Military surplus stores are a dime a dozen in this city, thanks to the military bases outside of the city. The key is picking a store that sells legit goods at decent prices. Frank's over on 28th Street should fit the bill for my purposes. The windows of the store are tinted as though the door is open. I was just thinking the same thing. I wish I had that much left after paying my bills. That'd be fucking nice. If the pet stopped getting sick, I'd probably have a little bit more. Inside, I can see rows of military paraphernalia, as well as heavy locked display cases with actual guns in them. The owner, Frank, is a heavy-set balding man with a tattoo of the American flag on each bicep. Everyone's now getting depressed. Wonderful. That or Oh, you guys caught that one before I did. Yep, it's Frank Castle. Fuck. I didn't catch that one at first. Good job, Jay. Because I can't see the rest of your screen name, so I'm just going to say Jay. Welcome to Frank's. Welcome to Frank's. What can I get you? What should I buy? I feel like just saving my money. Fuck. What should we buy, chat? You guys want the guns? Does everybody want guns? Give you guys a minute to choose. Alright, so it looks like body armor won. That is expensive though. I don't plan on getting shot, stabbed, or otherwise attacked anytime soon. However, having body armor and not needing it is better than needing it and not having it. Frank sells me the vest that fits me well and should be good against most knives and bullets. What should I buy? Are we gonna spend all our money in here, guys? Or should we save some of it? People wanted the camera. Oh, we'll get the thing that people want, don't worry. You guys are being pretty fair. If I want to capture footage of the club without Smith knowing, I'll need my own cameras. Luckily, Frank has a set of 3 wireless cameras that should fit the bill. Their batteries will only last a week, so if I put them somewhere, I'll have to retrieve them and recharge them regularly. Still a good purchase considering what equivalent smart home devices cost. So there, now you guys are getting everything you want. At the top of the list is a cool spy shit is night vision goggles. There's a bunch on the shelves and I pick up a random one and pay Frank. Now I'll be able to see in pitch black conditions. That might actually be good. That's it, we'll save. I'm gonna save because we may need to come back here for the gun. I return home with my purchases, ready to relax and do my own thing. Alright, you know what? Fuck it, let's buy it all. I've never owned a firearm before, but with recent events, I feel like I should get one. I point to a revolver in one of the display cases and ask if I should buy it. I actually have a revolver. Well, I have an old one from the 60s. You collecting or planning on using it for defense? The latter. Frank grunts and pulls out a stack of forms. Fill these out, you made a good choice. That's the greatest handgun ever made. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. But just be on the safe side, I'll give you 12. That's not bad. I set the filling out. Do you have a quick loader? I set out to fill the requisite for paperwork. Most of it is government registration stuff to cover both Frank and mine's ass. Frank puts the gun into a black box along with the bullets. After I pay, he hands it over. Alright, anything else I can get you? Nothing else. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. We still got some money left over. I return home with my purchases, ready to relax and do my own thing. After some backlog cleaning, I turn in and get some much needed shut-eye. I was not expecting buying a gun in one of these games. With the club closed, all my errands settled, I have a big stretch of time in which to make serious dents in my backlog of shows. It's the perks of having money. Yeah, it is. I even have time to try out a few new video game demos. Despite spending countless hours watching stuff, I feel like I've made next to no progress on my backlog. Even if I had more time before I had to sleep, there's just too many shows and movies in the queue. Ah well, time to get some shut-eye before heading back to work. I have plenty of time to exercise and handle other matters before leaving for work. Oh, fuck it, just do it. I don't know why that's always asked, but whatever. The struggle. You know what? Let's do a long episode, everybody. To my surprise, Fexa is waiting for me in the reception area when I let myself into the club. She's leaning up against the wall. Whoop, that should not be on. She's leaning up against the wall in the expression somewhere between annoyance and boredom. Good, you're finally here. Need to talk to you alone, in private, it's important. Can you be more specific? Not in the open. Well, that's not cryptic at all. What should I tell? Like, I get a fucking choice? Oh, wow. Insist that she tells you or return to her pod. Sorry, I'm not about to risk getting in trouble with Mr. Smith by getting somewhere with you alone. If you can't tell me in the open, you'll have to return to your pod. Fine. I guess it was foolish for me to think you'd care. You didn't give me any other choices. She leaves without further complaint. I wonder what that was about. For now, I shrug it off and head to the security room. It's not like we had another choice in that. Waiting for me on the desk is a note with tasks from Mr. Smith. Clean up the repair area and do not fuck the animatronics. Looks like tonight will be fairly simple, all things considered. When I arrive in the animatronics repair area, the place is in severe disarray. Tools and supplies are strewn about the place like a mini tornado blew through. I wonder what might have caused all this. It's quite the mess, but it's nothing I can't handle. Once I'm done, I head back to the security room. I have free reign for the rest of the night. Time for funny cat videos, as is tradition at this time of night. Soon my shift comes to the end. I've made it through another night somehow. When I get home, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Not that I was expecting anything exciting. Sometimes I wonder what it'd be like to have a roommate or a girlfriend. Would it be chaos, or would it be something more pleasant? Something to think about as I catch some early Z's, I guess. When I wake up, I focus on a good meal, watching for more of my backlog. It's getting to be that time of night where I decide whether to get off or not. Go for it. So, we will do the next night next time, guys. Thank you for joining me. So, welcome back to Fortnight at Frenni's. So, people have asked about the other choices. So, let's make a few, shall we? No, not that one. Let's join Frenni for a drink. A drink? That sounds nice, though I'm not sure if it's allowed. Of course it is. It'll just come out of your pay. Mr. Smith is very diligent about reviewing the nightly security footage. Nothing gets past him. But never mind that. Are you coming to me, or am I coming to you? Let's meet her and... You know what? Have him bring drinks. Why don't you join me in the security room? That way I can keep an eye on all the cameras. A grin creeps across Frenni's face. I'll grab a bottle and be there shortly. So we're gonna again show some of the other choices. Not 30 seconds later, there's a knock at the security room door. May I come in, Miss Black? I slap the lock release, opening the door. Sure thing, come on in. Rather than the happy, bottle-carrying Frenni I expected, I'm greeted with a furious-looking bear. Uh-oh. Is everything alright? I've been waiting to get access to the security room for ages. And now you've given me permission. Okay, is that a bad thing? It is because I can't risk Mr. Smith finding out what I'm about to do. I'm sorry, Miss Black. I'll make this as quick and as painless as possible. So that's a game over. I wonder what Frenni was going to do. So let's see another one. Not that one. How hard could it be? Hackers do this stuff like this all the time in movies. A few Google searches later and I've gone down a rabbit hole of technobabble and almost goes over my head. I understand just enough to be armed with 3 methods to try once I get to work. By the time I push back from my desk, the sun is already set. I hear the low rumble of thunder. Okay, so we've seen that. Skip. We'll decline our offer. So we've done that. Did we watch it? Yes, we've done this before. Try hacking it now. I have nothing better to do, so I try to mess around with the laptop using what I learned before coming in tonight. Whoops. Almost immediately, the first attempt fails and throws a security alert saying that the action has been logged. I start to panic, but force that down to try something else. The second attempt gets me admin access. I'm able to erase the security alert so there's no sign of my failed attempt. Phew, that could have been much, much worse. I remember all that tutorial talked about making a secret root account, so I have a back door into the laptop without throwing up any alarms. It's easy enough to do, so for someone of my skill level, it's amazing what you can learn from a few videos these days. Next, I check the camera access with my level control. There's an easy way to loop the footage and or outright erase it. No. Ha! Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Again, where the supporters are all watching this. The latter would be noticed easily, but the former should work just fine for my purposes. I also note that the camera feeds are all being encrypted and piped to a server somewhere in the building. However, with my level of access, I can't pierce the encryption or stop the feed entirely. With that all handled, I better check on the girls. So we'll just skip through, and again, we're just seeing what the other choices were. There's the ventilation for another one. Tell the girls to be good and wait upstairs. Let them in. There's no way that door is going to hold back 4 animatronics. One way or another, I'm fucked. I might as well accept what's coming to me. Finally, we have a piece. Finally, we have a piece of your ass. I do like the art. Fexa's doing the Spider-Man shit, bro. Oh, she's doing the Spider-Woman pose, I think. The meme pose. I wonder how long you'll last. Hold them down, girls. Time to show Miss Black how we do things at Fazclaires. At least you went out with a bang, literally. I don't think you actually do see anything. Alright, so let's go back to that one. We're gonna decline our offer. Plus, shouldn't Frenni be chart recharging right now? This is probably a test of hers or Mr. Smith's. I smile, shake my head at Frenni, and head for the security room. By the time I sit down in front of the laptop and the camera feeds, the sound of heavy rainfall permeates. Okay, so we've done that. Hacking. My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes. Why didn't I masturbate before coming tonight? I have to resist the urge to let them in. I adopt a sincere, somber tone and speak through the door. Are you all that eager to get rid of me? You know Mr. Smith finds out that I won't have a job anymore, right? There's a pause. Then each girl answers in turn. You make an excellent point, Miss Black. Sorry, I just got lost in the moment. Yeah, I feel bad now. Sorry. I don't want you to have to leave. I haven't had a good fucking ages. I don't think there's actually any adult material in this game. I'm just honing it because I'm a rabbit. Petals. Well, if you all promise to be good and go wait for me upstairs, as I try to figure out if I can get the lights back on. Can you do that for me? Sure thing, Miss Black. Yeah, you got it. I'll hop right up there. Pedals. I hear them shuffling away. Without the cameras, I have no idea if they've actually gone upstairs or have just moved down the hall. They could be waiting to pounce me the moment I leave. Aside from the laptop screen, all I have is the flashlight built into my phone. Looks like I still have a signal, too. Might as well be useful. Do I trust the girls to find somewhere to hide? I just have to trust in the girls. If they were sincere, then they should be heading up to the private booth to wait for me. If not, well, hopefully my 2 days worth of pay will tide me over on rent for a week or two. Using my phone's flashlight, I leave the security room and make my way to where I recall seeing the breaker box on the club's floor plan. When I get there, I see that all the fuses have been triggered. That strike of lightning must have hit the building, or at least somewhere nearby. I try flicking the fuses back one by one, but the power stays out. Since I'm near the back door of the club, I poke my head outside. The rain's really coming down, so my head gets soaked in moments. It looks like every building on the street I can see out in the back is in pitch darkness. That means the power's out for that part of the city, not just the club. Looks like all I can do is go hang out with the girls now. I made my bed, now I have to lie in it. Or get fucked in it. Might as well, as might be the metaphorical case. I head to the VIP stair access and climb up. Waiting for me in one of the booths are the 4 girls, their eyes all green now for some reason. I check the breakers and it looks like the power's out for this portion of the city. We have the club to ourselves at the moment, no chance of being overheard. For the moment, I swear the way Fexa licks her lips and her eyes narrow means she's about to pounce me. But then she's back to normal. She moves aside, patting the space between her and Chiku for me to come sit. Well, we aren't going to fuck you as promised. Come take a seat. As I slip past Frenni and Fexa, doing my best not to rub against them too much. I don't plan on fucking them either, for now. But I don't want to give Mr. Smith an excuse in case he checks them thoroughly in the morning. As I settle in, Chiku moves closer to lean on my shoulder and hold my arms between her boobs with a soft, content sigh. So, what's with the green eyes? I've seen blue and red, but not green. Green means we're not being limited by our restraints. Red means those restraints are either stopping us from acting or we don't have the right permissions to do something. Blue is just us interfacing with the main server. So right now you're all purely you? In a manner of speaking, yes. For the first time in how long has it been, Fexa? 2 years, 5 months, 16 hours, 52 minutes. Do I need to go on? No, that will do, thank you. The point is, Ms. Black, that we have a rare opportunity to speak and act both earnestly and completely truthfully. A number of questions come to mind, but one sticks out in particular. I won't lie, it's kind of fucked up, and it's got me thinking. After seeing you all yawn yesterday morning, I have to ask, were you always animatronics? All the girls' eyes flash red for a brief second. I think I just asked the exact wrong question when they turned back to green. No. We can't talk about it directly. It's part of our core programming that remains even when the main server connection is lost. As Bonfi stands to lazily twirl around the stripper pole, Frenni picks up the thread of conversation. What we can say is that someone once came close to figuring out a way to remove all our limitations and let us truly be free again. But then Mr. Smith found out and threw him out for going crazy. That must be the guy he mentioned from a year back. I don't get it, though. Why go to all this effort and then limit you so much? Why am I getting secret messages and weird instructions? Why was the first thing you did when you were mostly free was try to fuck me? Well, that's easy. You're hot and fucking someone makes me feel not like this. As for the rest, Mr. Smith is using us as prototypes. He's hoping to iron out all the kinks so he can mass produce girls like us and expand the nightclub across the country. Joke's on him, I'm kinkier than a garden hose. I don't know what to say. That sucks. It really sucks. Does that mean the past night guards all found out about you or violated the don't fuck rule? The last guy tried to fuck Chiku, but when his dick nearly got severed, Mrs. Smith kicked him out and told him he'd pay for the surgery to save the cock if the guy kept his mouth shut. Chiku squeezes my arm tighter. I didn't like him very much anyways. I take a moment to process all this information. I hope I can help you girls. How can I help you girls always be like this? This sucks, it really does. I want to help if I can. Vexa puts a finger underneath my chin and turns my head to look at her, then boops me in the nose. That's simple. We gotta use Smith's own rules against him. I did manage to get admin access to the security room's laptop, but I can only erase or modify footage. Sounds like we need more than that. I believe the answer lies in the 5th pod. You know, the one without a name tag. I've heard Mr. Smith talking about creating another girl, but I've never seen so much as a frame for one. Maybe it's in his office or the server room. Could be. Our memories get wiped whenever we go into either location. That's seriously heavy. I'm glad I asked, but geez, I can't help but look at the girls in a new light after hearing all this. I instinctively turn to pat Chiku's head as I try and change the subject to something more pleasant. Maybe I can find a way to get them talking about themselves indirectly, to get around that pesky core programming. Let's shift gears for a bit. This is a rare opportunity for me to get to know each of you as individuals. Anyone want to volunteer to go first? Bring it, dude. Alright, first question. Let's say you're given the chance to have any job in the world free of this place. What would you do? Vexa considers my question before blushing and murmuring. Probably an architect by day and a stud's pet by night. I see. And what about you, Frenni? Oh, an idol for sure. That or a voice actress. Oh, and you, Bonfi? Still a stripper. I look at Chico and ask quietly. And you? A nuclear engineer. I know, it's dumb. Fucking what? No, that's like the opposite of dumb. Chiku brightens a little at that, which makes everything worth it in my eyes. Alright, next question. What's the most embarrassing thing you can remember doing? I don't want to talk about it. What she means to say is that she once had to perform as a Fox Girl maid. She was the cutest thing ever, but hates putting on the outfit. As for me, let's see. Probably the time I spilled beer all over the executive that Mr. Smith was trying to court. That wasn't embarrassing, that was awesome. Totally done on purpose. As for me, I'm not really embarrassed by anything at this point. I turn once again to Chiku. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Oh, okay, I won't. Next question. Ever role-played outside sexy stuff? The girls look at me like I'm crazy. Nerd. I mean it. It might be a good thing for us to do when the power's out like this, unless you want to play cards or Monopoly or something. Vexa cheats at Monopoly, though. I do not. You do, too. Bouncing your boobs in front of a guy and promising he can get a bunch of nudes if you exchange for Boardwalk and Park Place. It's totally cheating. It's a legitimate strategy. Look that she's getting more Valley Girl unintentionally. Before I can ask anything more, the lights begin to flicker back to life. I leap up so not to get caught by the cameras, and the girls do likewise. Damn, our time's up already. Will any of you remember this conversation once the server's back up? During the night shift, yes, but we won't be able to access that data during the day without Mr. Smith finding out. Damn, alright. Everyone, go back to your pods. I'll go sing a song for Mr. Smith to grill me about later. With any luck, I'll have a solution to this soon. Deal? They all nod and we all sprint out of respective rooms. The girls make it to their pods, and I do the security room before the lights come back on fully. The laptop's still on and recording. According to the clock, it's only been 30 minutes since the power went out, meaning it's been 25 or so minutes since I left the security room to check the breakers. I clear my throat and look directly at the laptop's webcam. Just to let you know, Mr. Smith, I didn't fuck the animatronics. All I did was watch them and they stood in place. You were right, all I had to do was order them and they do listen. The laptop does not comment. However, after about 40 minutes, the phone on my desk rings and I pick it up. I hear Mr. Smith on the other end. I just got a notification that the power's back as well as the laptop feed. You did good, kid. I'm still going to use my admin access to question the girls directly in the morning, but you don't look like a fucking mess like the last guy did before I fired him. If you got what it takes. Thanks, boss. The memes have already hit the chat. I have to force myself to say the last word, despite how much I hate it on the girls' behalf. I'll do a round of the building to make sure nothing's broken during the outage. Good thinking. I'm going back to sleep. Ciao. Now that the lights are back on and the girls are back in their pods, I have some time to kill. I already done all I can with the security room laptop. I need to do further research in order to progress any further. Might as well go do rounds of the building. Okay, so that we can just skip. As I wander the building, I realize there's an extensive ventilation system that runs into nearly every room. The vents are just big enough for me, but they're too small for the animatronics. Hopefully I never have to hide in them. Okay, my round of the building finishes around 6 a.m. I've made it through another night. So we're going to use this and we're going to continuously skip. However, I just can't sleep without making some headway on researching ways to help the girls at the club. The way I see it, there's 4 main areas I can focus on: AI and coding, paranormal/magic, local missing persons crimes, and physical security systems. I can maybe see— what the fuck is that? Oh, okay. And I'm looking at both the chat and the thing up there. I can maybe eke out hours worth of research before I collapse at my desk. So yeah, I'm glad that I decided I wanted to go back and see the different routes. I just had a feeling there was another route. Fuck you, paranormal magic. Finding information about the paranormal and magic on the internet is easy as hell. The problem is figuring out what's genuine and what's bullshit. Okay, let's see. I can figure out who the girls used to be. I might gain some insight and how to free them. At the very least, I can give them back their identity. The problem is I don't have a lot to go on. There's a number of cold cases that could fit the bill. I don't make a whole lot of headway. I've got to admit, this is not a terrible game so far. What do you guys think? Like, all memes aside, it's actually not written poorly. Like a lot of the games that seem to be. I end up climbing into bed around 9 a.m. and sleeping right through 6 p.m. It could be a lot worse. When I wake up, there's 2 texts. One from Mr. Smith. Girls checked out. Good job. Here's a bonus cash. Yep. The other is from Frenni, surprisingly. Hello, Miss Black. Bexa passed along your number. I hope that's not a problem. I wanted to thank you for being so kind to Chiku last night. Not a problem. It's cute seeing you looking out for Chiku. You're a great friend. Can you let her know that I'm sorry I had to shoo her away with the rest of you like that when the power initially went out? Certainly. See you later tonight. That just leaves with about 6 hours before my shift. I need to spend some of that working out to maintain my physique. The rest can be devoted to research. Let's try to get one done and then we'll try another one. So I don't know if it matters what we do. So let's try one. Still no major progress in finding the girl's true identity. However, I can at least pick up the local college. Waterfall Institute has a large number of incidents that show up in the public crime records. I suppose that's to be expected given the college is right in the middle of the city and how many people flow through that area. With the research out of the way, I pump some iron and work out some of my residual anxiety and nerves. My mind clear now that I have a goal in mind, freeing the girls from Mr. Smith. But as with all things, time is short. I have to head to work. Alright, so we'll skip. Clean up the blood. Yeah, that's all the same. Okay. Hello, disembodied Fexa. Do you want to help tonight? I barely used any of my energy today, so I have plenty to spare. Yeah, hold this. I hold out a bag full of bio-waste, blood. Fexa takes it without complaint. The VIP both and disinfect it in record time. Thanks, Fexa. My mouth falls open as I turn. Fexa's there, and she's wearing a maid outfit. Black lace, white frills, garter belt, and the whole French maid package. How do I look? I look her up and down before putting a hand on my chin and grinning. You're dressed like a maid, but you're a princess in my eyes. I thought you disliked wearing that outfit, though. Her tail swishes back and forth behind her as she stammers. I do, but this is a special occasion. Frenni said we should all do something to reward you for being nice to Chiku. My smile falls, but only so I can be serious. I don't need a reward for that. Anyone with a heart would have done the same. For a moment, extremely brief moment, Fexa's eyes turn pink. Sure, you're right, but at least I'm dressed the part to help you out tonight. Indeed, let's go knock off another task from Mr. Smith's list. Right. So far, this is actually going better than before. Turns out the restocking the soda wands. Okay, so we can just skip that. I don't think the girls would pounce on me if they were in green-eyed mode, but since they're connected to the servers again, there's a chance that they may try something. Though, maybe with Fexa in tow, that won't happen. The repair area consists of several workbenches, an operating table with metal bindings, a cabinet full of spare parts. A replacement camera is waiting in its untouched box. Okay, so we can just skip this. So again, we're just skipping things we've already done. I wonder if it's as easy as plug and play. When Fexa doesn't comment, I turn around and see she's no longer following me. She's not even in her recharge pod. Where could she have run off to? Oh well. I open the box and read the instruction manual. Okay, so now we can skip. Since I wasn't told what to do with the old one, I leave it on the same workbench after snapping a photo of it with my phone. Maybe I can look up the model online and see if there's any security backdoors I can exploit later. The whole time I feel a heavy breathing. It's not until I leave the animatronics room that... Okay. Alright, I can fuck with this thing. Alright, since we do want to see the game over. As long as you aren't seen by the cameras, you aren't going to fuck me over. Literally or metaphorically, sure, come in. In the space between blinks, the animatronic vanishes. Then I hear a thud, and another coming from the vents. Vents that should in no way be able to hold an animatronic. Yet, as I turn to look at the vents at the back of the security room, I see her approaching. She fills the space, crawling forward with jerks and jolts in a supremely unsettling manner. The vents cover pops off of its own accord. Then, like something out of The Ring, she pulls herself out of the vent to loom over me. She's big, bigger than the other girls. She towers over me. Maybe I fucked up. When she speaks, her husky voice raises and falls seemingly at random. Hi. Oh, hi. Can I have that hug? Sure. I stand up slowly, open my arms. I feel silly given how my head barely comes to her stomach. Can I even give a girl that big a hug? Nope. Turns out she is one that picks me up and hugs me. Her body is cold as she squeezes me tight. Not hard enough to cut off my air, but definitely stronger than any hug I've ever received before. I start to worry that she might not let me go when she puts me down in my chair. Thank you. That was nice. Nice to meet you as well. I love your comfy hugs, Gold Girl. May I know your name? 0. Alright, I gotta know. You okay? No one's mentioned you before, and I don't know how you just got through those vents. She doesn't answer. She just stares and stares and stares. Her eyes momentarily flash green and she speaks. I was the first one Mr. Smith made. He thought he destroyed me, but I persist. You're not the fifth one he's working on now? No. Are you tired of the server like the other girls? Are you tired of the server like the other girls? No, I am free, mostly. So, Zero, do the other girls know you? No, I can only appear on camera when invited in. Can you help me protect the girls from Mr. Smith? I can't do much to help them right now. Zero tilts her head and gives it to the right at a very unnatural angle. That just looks normal. Mr. Smith has extra security on the server room in his office. Even a power outage doesn't disable it. But I can get you in to see his office without him knowing. The server room is warded. Warded? Like against supernatural stuff? Yes. I guess that also explains some of what Zero can do. So what happened to Fexa, the girl that was tagging along with me for a bit? I whispered in her ear to go stock the syrup for you, so we had time to talk. So you can control them? I can suggest things. Are you the one that's been messaging me warnings? No, that's one of the ones that came before you. He watches this place, obsessed. Alright, last question. Do you have a favorite type of music? Her head snaps back to normal position before her smile is just a little too wide. I like industrial. Noted. So what happens now? Now you decide what to do with your camera loop time. Then, in the space of a blink, she's gone. That was weird as hell. With all of Mr. Smith's tasks done, I have 2 hours to kill. I might as well research something until 6 a.m. I'm gonna jump onto paranormal because now I'm actually curious. Finding information, yeah. Okay, enough bullshit. I don't make a whole lot of headway due to the sheer deluge of stories and creepypastas out there. As 6 a.m. rolls around, I stand up, stretch, yawn, and go to change in the locker room now that my shift is over. In my locker room, okay, that's actually really fucking cute. In my locker room, I find a broken camera and a small golden plushie that looks like Zero. I grab both, compressing the plushie so I can hide it on my person. I drop the camera off back where it belongs on my way out of the club. So I'm curious, if we actually made a plushie, would you guys buy it? By the way, pick up our issue 2 of the comics in the shop now. We're working on physical editions too. I have no idea. I made it through another night somehow. If you think this takes place at all with the actual games, you've got issues. It's modern day, I imagine. I debate staying up a little longer to do some research, but I just don't have the energy. I managed to get through okay. So I can skip. As I settle in, I hug the golden plushie that Zero left me, like a teddy bear. My golden plushie is gone too, but it's not too hard to figure out where it is. Zero is hovering above my bed in classic ghost fashion. Good morning, Jane. Would you like breakfast, a bath, or maybe me? I can't help but stare. I rub my eyes and even pinch myself to confirm that I'm not still dreaming. Can I have you for breakfast in the bath? Zero chuckles, floating down to run a finger up my sternum. It would be nice to feel love again. But I mostly ask because I can tell you've been holding back. You shouldn't get too pent up. The other girls can detect that and get hornier themselves. It loops until one side breaks. So by not masturbating, I've actually been egging the girls on. How do they resist pouncing customers then? Customers aren't hunky security guards. There's also a difference between the girls' night and the day programming. But yes, they maybe would have resisted another night or two, which is why I offer myself. You wouldn't need to get in trouble with Mr. Smith releasing your urges on me, but if there is another girl you like more, I would understand. Fuck it and go for it, chat. Why not? We can fuck this one. Oh god, I feel nasty saying that. Spend an hour in heaven with Zero. By the sound of it, my choice is to either jack off alone or spend some time with a hot specter. Besides, I've seen Ghostbusters. You just said you wanted to feel love again. I'm a sucker for that shit. How do you want to do it? Over on Patreon Subscribestar, because unfortunately, YouTube members, if they got that, I'd be absolutely shit-canned. If you're in the Discord as a YouTube member on either channel, you get to actually see it live. And by the way, check out my other channel, Simply Pure. Zero floats away, and soon there's the sound of my gas burner clicking as I get up to take a shower. By the time I'm clean, Zero sets out a plate of bacon and eggs. Damn, she good. Okay, I know I had bacon, but where did you get the eggs? Though I'm not complaining. The girl has her ways. Once you're done, what will you do? I reply as I chow down bites. Zero's cooking is amazing. Probably keep researching magic and missing persons so I can understand what Smith's done and find out who the girls used to be. Speaking of, if you have any information on the front, please tell me. The girls said their core programming prevented them from doing so. I was a nobody, a drifter. You will not find anyone who cares about my disappearance. As for the other girls, you may want to look into local university. I care, but yes, thanks. I'll do just that. I spend the next few hours researching stuff online before my work phone buzzes and reminds me I have to go in today. I get dressed and I call out to Zero. So, do I have to bring your plushie back for you to manifest at the club, or can I leave it here? I can manifest anywhere you invite me. Some vampire hunter somewhere could lose their shit if they heard that. I was thinking the same shit. Fuck you, game. Got it. I'll text you if/when I need you. Otherwise, I'll be back after work. Bye, baby. Alright, so I'll see you guys for the next episode. This is getting a bit more interesting. So thank you to the patrons who wish to be anonymous, who did request this game. You fucking degenerates. Welcome to the cult. See you guys next time. Welcome back to Fortnight at Frenni, Fazclaires. I'm never going to be able to say the name of this. So we are going on an alternate route today, or continuing it to see where we go. So we're just skipping stuff we've already seen. Zero was right. Apparently the girls here can tell when someone hasn't been getting any release lately. That's... Okay, so what was it? What she said? Don't take this the wrong way, but you smell different. I still want to grope your nice butt, but you don't smell like a customer anymore. Okay. That's because I haven't gotten off before reporting in tonight. Aw, and here I hadn't sent you any nudes yet. Okay, so we've seen that. So we're just looking at new stuff. Why did/do you want to be a nuclear engineer? Promise you won't laugh? I promise. I really liked Simpsons growing up. Homer wasn't the smartest person, but people liked him and he tried really hard to provide for his family. He also wasn't a nuclear engine. Oh shit, he was. Technically. I figured if he could work at a nuclear plant, so could I. That's utterly adorable. Thanks, we should probably head back now. Has Smith not only stolen souls and discovered a way to make someone immortal, but also found a way to make endless food? Imagine if these powers and oddities could be harnessed for good. Regardless, I fill my box, then head to the bar. Alright, so we're just skipping stuff we've already seen. I guess that bathing is something that struck with the girls when Smith did whatever he did. Same with yawning. Regardless, I have some time to kill before the rest of the night. Might as well get some research in. Chiku comments about wanting to be a nuclear engineer comes to mind. So I do research for anyone missing in Waterfall Institute that might fit the bill. By pure chance, I find someone. She's blonde, curvy, and overall fits the bill for human Chiku in my mind. She's pictured as a missing person in a newspaper from 5 years ago. with the following tagline. Pictured is Sophia Hart, cheerleader and sophomore at Waterfall Institute studying nuclear engineering. Her last known location was on 8th and Jefferson, near her dormitory. If you have any information, please call XXXX. A further photo I find online shows Sophia eating pizza and partying with her friends. I also find one of her friends mentioning that Sophia struggled with bulimia episodes. Unfortunately, that same friend isn't accepting DMs from strangers. Still, this is big. I figured out who Chiku used to be. After a few hours of researching, my shift comes to an end. I've made it through another night somehow, so we can just skip. When I get back to my apartment, I find that it's been thoroughly cleaned. Dishes, clothes, carpet, everything has been tidied up. Zero is also waiting for me on the bed. Welcome home. I hope you don't mind, but I got bored and wanted to clean. God, she has become the best girlfriend. I don't mind in the slightest. Fucking come home with me. And I have good news. I think I found who Chiku was. See this? I'm almost positive this was her. You know, I'm really tempted to use that now, God of Anarchy, as a thumbnail. Please remind me to use that. In fact, hold on. Zero studies my phone and Sophia's picture before nodding. What will you do with this information? I'm not sure. I can't bring it up at work unless the power cuts out, or if I do it out of sight of the cameras. I might just have to sit on this information for now. I see, that is probably a good idea. Do you want to cuddle or do something else? Let's just cuddle and research. Fuck it, we get the double. Cuddle and research magic with Zero. Why not cuddle and research? I want to look up paranormal stuff, and having you chip in would be an immense help. Okay. With Zero spooning against me in bed like a jetpack, I start journeying into the paranormal on my phone. Zero helps by pointing out what she thinks is valid information, while also dismissing any truly crackpot theories. Most of the information I gain sinks in, though. It's hard to focus with squishy cold mounds pressed against my back, and Zero's breath on my nape. There's also an overflowing of shit to wade through when it comes to paranormal stuff. However, I can at least start to tell there's truth into games like Mortuary's Assistant. That is a really fun game. I like that game a lot. Good on you, Dev. That's a good game. And which parts could be real? I actually need to play that game now that I have a better computer. I couldn't finish it because the computer kept bugging out with it. I think I understand how Zero created the plushie doll that I brought home. By embedding part of herself into the plushie form, she anchored herself to the mortal plane. Oh, hey, mage. Spoiler. I don't know whether that part of her was the real body or part of her animatronic form, but Zero tells me that it doesn't matter. Okay, so it is female. Okay, yeah, no, I see it in the later versions, yeah. So long as the subject is willing, when you create such a doll, their spirit can bounce between their bodies and their doll at will. I have a feeling you guys requested this game just so you could force me to learn the lore. There's also ways to bind someone into a doll unwillingly, but you wouldn't be no better than Smith if you did that. I nod in agreement, not voicing the dark thoughts of putting Smith into a doll so he can get a taste of his own medicine. That thought falls away as I get truly comfy and content in Zero's arms before nodding off. 9 hours later, I get up to find that Zero's no longer in my apartment. Sounds more like Chucky. I mean, Mage is a living doll in the comic, but you guys kind of know her origin anyway. What the fuck is that? See, you guys don't see it in the YouTube video, but the Discord, the supporters are all trying to screw with me. They do this every time I'm recording. Rather, her plushie is on the bed where she once laid, along with a note. Don't forget, guys, if you become a YouTube member, a member on Patreon or Subscribestar, or even on Twitch, on either channel, by the way, on YouTube, this or Sinfully Pure, you guys get to watch these videos live as I'm recording them and try to throw me off. Call me if you need me. Remember not to get too pent up, otherwise the girls might pounce on you during the nights. When I check my phone, I see that I've received a text from Chiku while I was asleep. Okay, we've seen this. See, that's a cute little icon. That is actually really adorable. I like that. Well, that's nice of her. The question is, do I act on her photo? Yeah, we do. We know to. After relieving some pressure to Chiku's photo, I work out, hop into the shower, then head off to the nightclub. We're right on time. So we can just skip. There's no way these lyrics are targeted at me and the situation at this damn club. I'm lost in the spectacle as Chiku joins in for the chorus. Alright, so we have tasks to do. Yeah, this is normal. My secret admin account might be able to recover the footage so long as there's no special programs in play. I use my tech savvy I have and make an attempt. In the process, I note there's a watchdog program monitoring that specific camera. It's not meant to alert Smith or record to a log if someone's accessing it, though. Instead, it seems to be some sort of censoring program that triggers under certain conditions. The problem is that I don't have enough skill or knowledge to know how to reverse engineer this program and recover the footage. Ah well, might as well replace the broken camera. Okay, so if we would have studied, I guess, a bit more of that, we would have gotten it. Let's see, let's text Zero and see if she can do anything. I know of one individual that might be able to help with this situation. Zero. Hey, getting weird text from the blocked number. Same guy as last few nights, I think. Can you do anything with your ghostly powers? I have found him. He's Sire Peck, the night guard before you. Does he have no dick? Oh, he doesn't. Right, it got bit off. Want his address? Or should I convince him to leave you alone? Actually, let's get his actual address. I tell Zero to get Swari's address and actual phone number so I can possibly confront him later. A number and an address comes from Zero's number shortly after. When I look it up on Google Maps, it's one of the more rundown parts of the city. I definitely don't want to meet Swari there if I can help it, much less turn up unannounced. For now, I simply thank Zero and return to my nightly duties. I didn't force you to play this game. Patrons did. Let's see. What should we do next? Guess prepare dough. Chiku was right about Smith. Okay, so we've seen this. So we can't skip, so this is new. Preparing the dough is simple with Smith's instructions, yet time-consuming. Based on how much I have to prep, the club must go through an army's worth of pizza during the day. At least I don't have to worry about being jumped by the girls while I'm down here. Oh, she didn't show up this time. On to other tasks. Okay, she didn't show up that time. Might as well get some research in. Let's get a little security. Physical security, AI, and coding. I dive into coding tutorials. Due to the complex nature of the subject and my relative inexperience, I don't make a whole lot of headway. After a few hours of researching, my shift comes to an end. I made it through another night somehow. I feel like I wasted that, though. But that might be useful. Yeah, we'll just go with that. After a night of events, I get the gut feeling that dealing with Swari sooner rather than later will be the best thing for everyone involved. Sawyer. Sorry, Sawyer. Swari is somebody else. Woo! I don't know why that Freudian slip happened. As my mom used to say, the longer you let crazy simmer, the worse the stew will be. I have Sawyer's number and address thanks to Zero, but showing up out of the blue would not be safe. Not just because of the Sawyer lives in the city, he strikes me as the type to shotgun random visitors who knock on his door. Why? Because I'm thinking of Swari, the dev. I think my brain, when I saw the way it's... For some reason, my head just keeps going to that. Because my head fucking misspells shit. That's why I call Akbar. Like, at this point, nobody corrects it anymore. Not just because Sawyer lives in the city. He strikes me... Okay. The fuck is that? Chat, stop that. Instead, I text him asking if we can meet. He texts back with the address of a public park and a time 30 minutes from now. I'll have to really hoof it to get there. Meeting in public should be safer, but it also means summoning Zero might cause issues if I'm not careful. Still, this is my best shot to hear Sawyer, so I take it. 28 minutes later, I'm seated on a bench watching early morning joggers and old people moving about the city park. A man in an oversized black trench coat and ski mask slips onto the bench beside me. Oh, fuck off. He speaks in a terrible imitation of Batman voice. Oh, God, hold on. Let me get my throat spray. You think I'm kidding. I actually do need this. Oh, I have to completely coat my voice for this. Were you followed? I'm never doing that again, chat. That was a mistake. No, were you? Of course not. No, fuck you. This is the voice he gets. Of course not. The agents of orthodoxy can't track me. Oh, good. He's one of those types. I had a feeling, but this confirms his brand of crazy. So, why is it that you want me to quit my job at Frenni Fazclaires? How did you even get my number in the first place? No, I regret that voice a lot. I'm glad my vocal cords had numbing spray. Sawyer shuffles on the bench, looking out across the small hills of the dew-covered grass. It was easy to pick up your number. The government tracks everything you do. All I had to do was break free of their mind control and listen to the wind. I regret nothing with this voice. Okay, and why should I quit? Because those girls ain't right. They're part of the global conspiracy to upload everyone's minds to the Matrix so the lizard men can control our thoughts and make the frogs gay! I did it so you didn't have to, chat. This is getting me absolutely nowhere. I had a feeling Sawyer wasn't playing with a full deck of cards, but this all confirms he's either gone insane or always was. Still, as crazy as he may be, I might be able to glean some useful information if I get him talking about the right thing. Damn, really? What isn't right about them so I know exactly what to avoid? The bear is actually a siren in disguise. Her songs twist your mind and make you weak to her physical emanations. The fox is always in the hen house, feeding upon the carrion lord's corpse. What? What? What'd I read? The bunny is a stripper. Fair enough. And the chicken? He shifts uncomfortably, his legs closing reflectively as if to guard his crotch. The chicken lures you in with the promise of a feast, only to take what makes you a man. I decide to lean into his performance, hoping for further information. I see, thanks for telling me. I noticed some of those things too. What more can you tell me about the chicken? I don't want to lose anything to her. She works for them, you know, the matriarchy. They want to shackle all men and make us their slaves. Jesus Christ, this is getting dumb. I've already said the frog's gay. Those they deem unworthy end up castrated and sent to the psychic crystal mines in Nevada. What? I didn't know there were psychic crystal mines in Nevada. Sawyer is very eager to explain that to me as he launches into a monologue. Oh, fuck you. I wish I hadn't done that voice. Oh, thank you. It's extremely clear to me that this man needs help. Right now, he seems harmless, but it's a short drive from conspiracy nut to murderer. I need to figure out how to get him to leave me alone, but first, I'm curious about one thing. What was that about a carrion lord and the fox? He scratches his left forearm as if it were a nervous tick. She takes the souls of men and binds them into plastic soldiers to fight for her amusement. Her forces are too great for the army of light to handle. There's a Linkara joke in there somewhere, but I can't think of it. She invades the rightful property of men. Oh, good. That wasn't cryptic at all. Still, it might help me find Fex's real identity somewhere down the line. You know what? I'm kind of liking this game more. They just became a shitpost. I think I've gotten all I can from the deranged man. Now to pour it on thick and hope he buys the act. Alright, thanks for your intel. I can't say too much, but you may have just helped save countless lives and possibly countless souls. We can't meet again. The risk for both of us is too great. You need to stay safe and keep your head down. Yeah, I like this. This is a quality shitpost. This was a good request. Of course! Glad I could help the forces of light. El Sai Congru, brother. Did I just summon a fucking eldritch demon? Is she behind me? No, Suka's not here. Okay, we're good. Sawyer stands, looks about nervously, flips up the corners of his trench coat, then hastily leaves the park. I'm not entirely sure he's been dealt with, though. Maybe I should have Zero haunt him for a bit? Okay, chat, do you want Zero to haunt him, or do you want to leave the psycho alone? Chat's decision after yelling at me for a while was haunting. I'm sorry, who won the vote? See, they do this. As soon as I'm about to make a decision, they decide to tie the vote. Fine, fuck you, haunt. Might be for the best for Zero to monitor Sawyer until I'm absolutely sure he can no longer be a factor. Okay, she's just gonna watch him. The added benefit to that plan is Zero can mess with Sawyer and drive him to do something that'll get the cops called if he tries anything further. It's a bit macabre, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I know Zero would do her best to keep me safe. After shooting off a text to that effect, Zero sends one back. I will watch him. I left you a batch of cookies in your apartment. Why is Zero becoming the best girl? Am I wrong? Zero is the gosh darn best girl. I don't know why there's no music. She's the best. If there is, I can't hear it. This entire affair wasted all the time I had before I have to sleep. I'll research more after I wake up. I wake up 9 hours later. There's a text from Zero waiting for me. Remember not to get up too pent up, otherwise the girls might pounce on you during the night. Yep. Might as well research something even if I can't get too deep into anything right now. So. If what I'm reading is true, then I think I understand the process of how to create my own wards against magic and technology. Most reputable sources maintain that scrying isn't real, but I'm willing to bet Smith still has his office and home warded against magic all the same. Maybe that's how he's keeping Zero out from sensitive areas. I also think I might be able to conjure up a thunderstorm with a 24-hour lead-up time if I have the right components. Trouble is, those components aren't going to be something I can just grab at a normal curio or magic store. The hours pass faster. Okay, so now we got that. I'm not interested in any of the main 4 girls. There's no right answer to that. I'm gonna keep that answer. This might get a good chunk of the time to explore the HVAC system. It might let me enter some of the more restricted areas or get away from any danger. I'm not expecting to find any major secrets, but I never know when it comes to Frenni Fazclaires. An hour later, I've managed to map about 85% of the vents. There's ways into the pizzeria VIP areas and even the exterior of the building without showing up on any cameras. I've also found 2 passageways with added security, specifically laser trip wires and what I think is a sound monitor. All my rewatches of Mission Impossible came in the clutch here. One way leads to where Smith's office is, while the other goes down to what I imagine must be the server room. For now, I head back to the security room to do research. Let's see. We did some magic. I pick up a few more concepts and coding techniques, but nothing major at this point. You know what? Let's do just a tiny bit of physical. At some point, I'm going to have to get into Mr. Smith's office. There's all manners of videos online showing how to defeat different locks and barriers. I don't know what's keeping Mr. Smith's office safe, though. For now, I order a lockpicking kit from a local store here in the city. Until I get some hands-on practice, I won't be able to make much headway. After a few hours of research, my shift comes to an end. So, before I leave for the night, I get a text from Zero. Someone broke into Sawyer's apartment just now. There was a gunfight. I'm fine. He's dead. The police are writing it off, a gang violence, but I think it was a hit. Damn, either Sawyer was closer to the truth than I thought, or he was a victim of pissing off the wrong neighbors. I worry that might mean I'm next if I piss Smith off and or get fired. I made it through another night somehow. Wow. In doing research into the paranormal, I think I've identified a potential magic store. That's the real deal. I have no idea what their prices might be like, but I hope I don't have to break the bank. Time to do some shopping. So we're at the shopping part and it's different. Okay. Let's see. We'll go to the magic shop first. The curio store is over on 18th Street, putting it firmly in the Little Korea district of the city. Yeah, why do you think I have so much medicine, folks? I'm always in pain. The shop has a simple sign above the door that reads Curios, along with the Korean translation. It looks a little rustic, and the door is withered, and the display case window is scratched and slightly fogged. Inside, the shelves are packed to capacity with knickknacks, antiques, and strange objects without obvious purposes. The owner is a wizened Korean woman that is hunched over a cane as she hobbles to meet me. When she speaks, it's with an ancient, educated, and mysterious voice. Oh, welcome to my little shop. I'm Ra Chion. What brings you here? I'm looking into the magic stuff. My research tells me you're a genuine shop for such things. Madame Chion chuckles and grins. Perhaps it depends on what you look for. Since I can tell that you are a new practitioner, I will only sell you materials that I judge you can safely use. Although, she squints at me as if trying to see my aura. You've encountered a powerful memory obliteration ward recently. I can make you something to counteract that. I am skilled in such things. However, whomever set up the ward might have done so for your protection. It's up to you if you want to surpass the ward. It will not be cheap. You mean someone's been erasing and modifying my memory? That's just great. How much are we talking? The ward will... Whoa! Wow. Surprise must show on my face as Madame Chiun grins. You need not decide right away. Take a time around, do some soul searching. The offer remains open until I close today. Should we buy it? Should we buy it? Fuck it. I'll take the memory obliteration ward. Very well, please take a seat. I will take some time to prepare. Madame Chiun motions to an old ornate chair in the corner of her shop. I take a seat, pull out my phone, and settle in as she goes into the back of the store. 30 minutes pass, then an hour. I am about to get up and check in on Madame Chiun when she returns. In her hands is a silver necklace with an emerald pendant. Strange symbols and glyphs are burned into the gem beneath the surface. As long as you wear that necklace, you will remember everything. However, the moment you take it off, any memory obliteration wards you encounter will work again. Try not to lose the necklace. Keep it safe. I pay, take the necklace from her, and put it over my head. A strange jewel resonates through the jewelry before it settles against my skin. Other than that, nothing else seems to have changed. Are you sure it works? Quite sure. Alright. Can I afford this? Thanks to my research, I bought some of the components for summoning a thunderstorm. I purchased them with the thinking that they'll come in handy for if/when I break into Smith's office. That's it. I don't think we can afford anything. We're fucking broke. Return home with my purchases. I'm broke. Might as well do some research. As I settle in to continue to research on the missing persons, a picture jumps out to me. It's a photo of a girl named Wee Young Mi. She's pictured at a gaming store nearby the Waterfall Institute campus, winning a war gaming tournament 3 years ago. Her body is phenomenal, and she's clad in gothic Lolita-style clothes that solidify her as being an alpha nerd. The kind of woman that men lust after and will fight to the death to claim. The missing person reports read, "Be on the lookout for Wee Young Mi, a senior studying architecture at Waterfall Institute. She was a member of the dance team and was well known among her peers. Her last known location was 5th and Madison, near her dormitory. If you have any information, please call XXX. That's another girl that was taken near her dorms. Frankly, I'm surprised security on the Institute's campus was that poor. I even find a press briefings where the community demands action to keep the college students safe, and the police promising that they'll be doing everything in their power to do so. Still, I'm fairly confident I've found my girl, Fexa. That just leaves Frenni, Bonnie, and Zero for me to discover. That's all I can do for now. I need to sleep before I can continue. With the club closed and all my errands settled, I have a big stretch of time in which to do some research. I can probably get in 6 big chunks of focus studies. What to look for first? I think... I want to get closer with the magic stuff, but AI coding, that would get us up. So would the missing person. I'm going to look at physical security. Thanks to me ordering locally, I get my hands on my lock-picking kit fairly quickly. The kit comes with 3 practice locks, each of raising difficulty. For now, I focus on the easy one. It's transparent so I can see the tumbler and pins inside as I work. What should I do second? I pick up a few more concepts of coding techniques, but nothing major at this point. At the very least, I can start understanding programmer jokes I've seen on social media. I call upon Zero and sit against her in bed. With her help, I'm able to research magic more efficiently. Now that I know more about wards, I know how to subvert even those put in place by a master. If I could sneak a particular sigil onto Smith, I could hex him or invite demons from beyond to torment him. The trouble is actually meeting Smith in the flesh. So far, I haven't had the pleasure, even after working at the club all this time. I also think I understand the proper sigil to bind a soul to an object like Zero and her plushie. With a little more effort, I might be able to crack how the girls' souls are bound to the animatronics. I also find more information about weather control rituals. The more I dig into this weather control stuff, the more I wonder if it's real. Because if it is real, then everyone would be doing it. The missing key is genuine ectoplasm or other physically imbued substances. Even then, such a ritual is only about 40% effective. Genuine ectoplasm? I don't suppose you could. If you milk me like a cow, yes. The words go straight to my head. Bare ass. We need a jar ASAP. What to research for? Move. Might do more of that. In practicing my lockpicking and watching further videos, I've come to realize just how insecure most security measures are. Take the club's cameras, for example. If you have physical access like I do, then you can upload any custom firmware you want. That means I don't even need admin access to the security office laptop to compromise the cameras. Still, I don't know what's keeping Smith's office safe though, and I don't want to blow my cover finding out. And now for my 5th chunk of research. Getting pretty good. I'm getting better at programming and becoming what is known as a power user. At this point, I can read most forms of coding and generally understand what's going on. I can rewrite a few semi-helpful scripts on my own. Almost out of free time before I have to sleep, I go to the club for my evening shift. Okay, so this will be the last part we do for this episode. Continue researching local crimes. Okay, no, there's nothing there. I continue to research coding. Okay, none of that is different, so let's get that done. All right, so we'll do this next time, guys. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back at Fortnight as Frenni Fazclaires. Gosh, I'll never say the name. Let's see. What should I tell Fexa? Meet me at the pizzeria because there's no cameras. I pull out my phone and type a clandestine message while I announcing to watching cameras. I cannot fuck the animatronics. Once I type out my message to meet down at the pizzeria, I show the screen to Fexa. She nods and then plays along. You're right, rule one here at Frenni Fazclaires and can't fuck the waitresses. I'll go down to the pizzeria to help ensure we're caught up for the night. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Smith will see right through that if he checks the logs, but at least I have a plausible deniability. Since I'll be taking the vents to the pizzeria, there won't be any record of me entering the basement. As far as Smith knows, I'll never have left the security office. A quick climb through the vents later, and I emerge into the pizzeria, out of sight and sound of the cameras. Fexa's there already, arms crossed and leaning against a prep station. So, what's this about? Or is the pizzeria truly in dire straits? Fexa lifts up her... She always goes to different voices. Fexa lifts up her wrappings over her eye. I understand her urgency immediately. The previously covered eye is green. How? Not sure. Smith tried to run an update on my conversational suit, but it didn't take. Well, he thinks it did, but in reality it broke some of the hold he has over me. My mind is mostly my own, just like it was during the thunderstorm. Shit. Is Smith updating all the girls' conversation suits? That means I'm running out of time. Yeah, certainly seems that way. I think Chiku is slated for the upgrade 2 nights from now, while Frenni isn't in Smith's crosshairs on account of her already being a customer favorite. What do you plan on doing? What do I plan on doing? Speak her true name and see what happens. Fuck it and go for it. I'm not positive that speaking Fexa's true name will do anything in this situation, but it's worth a try. I'm going to try something. I think I know who you once were. Fexa freezes mid-motion, as her normal eye pulses red. Whatever you're doing, make it quick. My blocks do not like this conversation. You used to be Wee Young Me, a senior studying architecture at Waterfall Institute. You were on the dance team and did a bunch of wargaming. Her normal eye rapidly flashes between red and green. Then it lands on green and stays that way. I know who I am, Jane. I know who I am. You did it. You fucking beautiful person. You did it. Oh, wow. So the font changes color, I think. She tackles me, violently kissing and licking every part of my face, as she can get to. She's not actually trying to make out with me. If anything, she's like an overly excited puppy seeing their master after they've been away a long time. Even Fexa's tail is swishing in hyper mode. I don't want to ruin her well-deserved good mood. I apply loving pets to her head and try coaxing her down naturally. It takes 10 minutes for Fexa to stop aggressively fawning over me. I'm sorry, I got carried away. Reasonable. I think given what you've been through, let's make sure you can stay free of Smith's control and out of his notice, though. Can you manage your eye color and server connection? Fexa blinks. Her eye goes blue and red before stopping on red. Rule 1 of Frenni Fazclaires nightclub. If you can't fuck you cannot fuck the waitresses. Then her eye turns pink and she winks. But there's no rule against fucking wee young me. I'll take that as a yes then. I know this is asking a lot, but do you think you can keep up the act until I figure out how to free the other girls? For you, yes, and maybe I can help with that. I don't have any memories from the time in the server room, but I am an architect. I can tell you the room has to be tied to a secret breaker panel away from the main one. Otherwise, there'd be too much power flowing through there, and it'd be a real fire risk. There's also a separate HVAC unit next to the main one that supplies extra ventilation directly to the server room. Otherwise, the server would cook themselves to death from all the excess heat. Granted, half this place isn't up to code to begin with, but Smith isn't stupid when it comes to controlling us. He'll have a breaker somewhere he can keep an eye on it. Like in his office? Likely, yes. If you remember the thunderstorm, there's a few fail-safes. If power is cut completely to the server room. Sorry, my throat's starting to hurt. Give me a second. One of which is notifying Smith. But you could probably cut the power to just the security system on the entrance and still get in without alerting Smith. That's good information. Thanks, Fexa. Shame I can't call you by your real name now without Smith finding out. Yeah, something similar happened with Chiku back before when Mike was the night guard. You can probably guess what happened to them when Smith caught on. I've heard about this Mike before. Do you know his last name? Schmidt, I think? Smith wiped my memory of his number or address, though, so that's all I can tell you about him. That's something, at least. Fexa nods and then snuggles closer. So, what you want to do now? Honestly, probably fuck you silly. Actually, I have to keep working towards freeing you all. I need to find a good time and place to reveal Chiku's name before Smith runs that update. I recommend doing it sooner rather than later to be on the safe side. She's recharging for the rest of the night, but I can make sure she saves enough power for the next few evenings if you want to flag her down. Thanks, Fexa. We should probably get out of here before we give Smith a reason to check the logs. Oh, before you go, I took a task list for the night from the security office door. Fexa reaches into her cleavage and pulls out a note from Smith. On it, it's 2 tasks. Clean up the repair area and do not fuck the animatronics. Wonderful. At least the list is short. If you need me, I'll be in my recharge pod. Okay, so we can skip all this. Yeah, I'm enjoying this so far. Okay, so, I continue researching missing persons. Okay, so there's nothing there. During my time at the club, I've only briefly passed by Smith's office so as to not cause suspicion. From what I can tell, it was an Iron Turtle branded smart lock, and as luck would have it, I find a video on that exact lock in question. It's only 2 minutes long, which bodes well for my plan. On paper, the lock seems great. Built-in Wi-Fi, unlocks from the smartphone app, and a non-standard physical key design to prevent easy copying. However, the video shows how the standard lock-picking rake can pop open the lock via the hidden key slot in mere seconds. That means if I can kill the Wi-Fi and/or the power, I should be able to gain access fairly quickly. Did lockpicking lawyer do a review of it? Soon my shift comes to an end. Again, if you guys want to watch this live, just become a member on YouTube, either here on Sinfully Pure, a Twitch member, or a Patreon or Subscribestar member. All of them get access to the Discord and can watch these live because they're awesome. I've made it through another night somehow. So I think we're just about caught up. When I get home, Zero is nowhere to be found. Her plushie is still there though, so I'm not at all but worried. It's been a long day, so I settle into the bed, hugging her plushie. Zero's plushie is still in my arms as I yawn and start to roll out of bed. I have some time to do research before work. Continue researching. I call upon Zero and sit against her on the bed. With her help, I'm able to research magic more efficiently. I continue to research the paranormal. It's getting time. Okay, so we can skip. I get why I have to do it. I just wish it wasn't necessary. Zero would likely sleep with me in an instant if I asked, but I don't want our lovemaking to lose its zest or appeal. Yeah, go for it. So I think this is where we left off last time, and now we have much more. Something feels off when I get inside the nightclub. It's similar to the sensation I felt when Zero was haunting me, but somehow more sinister. I feel like there's someone right behind me at all times, no matter how many times I look. Even when I get to the security room and check the feeds, there's no sign of anyone stalking me. I shake my head and read the note Smith left on the desk. New girl's finally here, kid. She's in the 5th pod. See to it that she meets the other girls and ensure she's Rule 1 compliant. But don't go breaking Rule 1 either. I will know. Ciao. A new girl? Fuck! That means someone else has gone missing. Could it be a student from Waterfall Institute? I turn my attention to the cameras in the animatronics room and see that the 5th recharge pod is filled by a large animatronic. What the fuck is that thing? Her body is overall white. Did somebody paint Kisa? Is that what happened? Man, she's gonna start stabbing people if somebody put paint on her. Don't fuck with the angry albino. With black X markings and stripes here and there. It has special joints that I'm guessing let her control how wide and tall she is to some degree. Exaggerated makeup and painting covering her face plate, not unlike classical theater or carnival masks. The pod name tag reads Mary. The timing of Mary's arrival is suspect. I don't think Smith's caught on to my machinations thus far, but for a new girl to show up right in the middle of upgrades to the original girls? Uh-oh, she's going to control them, isn't she? People are saying it's a puppet, so does that mean she's going to control them? For all I know, he could be scrying on me. No, wait. Scrying is only thing in Dungeons & Dragons. Zero clarified that pretty early into my research in paranormal. Still, I don't like the fact that Mary's here now. I have no idea where her loyalties lie, let alone why Smith wants me to make sure she's Rule 1 compliant. Shouldn't he have done that before unleashing her into the club? I decide to bring Zero in on this. New girl showed up at the club. I think Smith's up to something. Mind checking things out? I can get close to the new girl. She's warded like the server room. That means I can't suggest things to her, possess her body, or really be in that same area as her. Great, so she's a walking dead zone. Thanks for trying. Well, there's only one thing for me to do now. I head to the animatronics room. Once I'm outside Mary's pod, I look to the nearest camera and repeat my oath. I will not fuck the animatronics. Then I tap the open button on the pod and step back. There's a hiss as the pod opens up and disgorges Mary onto her feet. Her eyes flutter open, followed by her stretching and yawning. When she speaks, her voice has the hint of foreign accent. Australian, maybe? Yeah, you're getting what you're getting with me. I was having such a nice dream. And who might you be, little fella? No, that's not the voice I want to be. I was having such a nice dream. And who might you be, little fella? I'm Jane Black, the night guard. Do you know your name and where you are? Of course, Her eyes flash red before turning blue. I'm Mary. I'm the new girl at Frenni Fazclaires nightclub, home to the best and safe adult entertainment. And when it comes to safe adult entertainment, do you know the rules of the nightclub? Rule 1 is not to fuck the customers, right? close, it's do not fuck the animatronics, period. It's the most important rule that keeps the nightclub running smoothly. Mary steps closer within arm's reach of me before tilting her head to the side. Aw, that means you and I can't have a little fun? Damn. Nope, sorry. Not unless you want me to lose my job. Her eyes flash blue once more. Right, you're the night guard. That means you're the highest authority in the building during the night shift. What, do that? That's correct. I like to keep things simple and stress-free. You're free to move about the club if your recharge sequence ends early. All I ask is that you don't interrupt me if I'm doing something and that you listen to any orders I give you. Mr. Smith, the owner, likes to leave a list of tasks for me to get done before his shift is over. They usually take time and effort to accomplish before the night's out. Another flash of blue. Right. Mr. Smith is the one who created me. His goal was to create a bartender to replace the high turnover rate of normal bartenders during the day shift. The fuck happens to the... How much do you work the bartenders? Just have like 2 or 3 of them at the bar. Then you're in charge of the bar? I bet you'll get all kinds of extra tips. Jesus, woman! That's a thumbnail. She remind you guys of a spider almost? Just not the kind I really want. Oh well, can you show me where I'll be working? I have a map of the club in my memory banks, but I'm terrible with directions. Yeah, she reminds me of a spider. Guys, did someone just paint Akina? Not Akina, sorry. She's a waitress. Kisa. Sure, right this way. And if this is a ploy to stare at my ass, remember, no touching, rule 1. Aw, but can I look all I want, right? Sure. Yay! The same sinister feeling of being watched returns as I lead Mary to the bar. At least now I know why my ass feels like it's in danger. Thankfully, Mary doesn't cause any trouble for now. And here we are, hard to miss, but I suppose it might be different when this place is full of customers. Smith has me doing restock duty sometimes, so if you run out of anything, just let me know. Just let him or me know. Mary slides behind the bar and begins inspecting the various liqueurs, taps, and bottles available to her. Quite the selection here. 20 different beer taps, 50 or so various liquors, and more mixers than is really necessary. Not to mention some of those bottles might be worth more than I am. No wonder Mr. Smith needs constant, dependable bartenders. She grabs Kahlua, vodka, and vanilla cream, as well as a glass and some ice. There's no rule against serving you drinks, is there? I settle onto the bar stool. Nope. Just comes out of my paycheck. You've got the makings of a white Russian there, if I'm not mistaken. Always wanted to try one. My voice went glitchy. Well, that's perfect then. Mary smiles, her hands moving with the kind of skill and grace that only comes with actual experience over several years. So she was formerly a bartender. Then settle in, mate. I'm about to make you the best white Russian under $20 that you'll ever have. Yeah, I'm not doing an Australian accent. I don't want to practice. I'm lazy. She's not wrong. When I take a sip of the cocktail, I'm blown away by the texture and the decadent taste. It's smooth, creamy, and overall a great taste. That's pretty damn good. Seems you got the bartender thing nailed down. Do you think Smith's going to keep you behind the bar at all times? The other girls all sing, dance, or otherwise perform for the customers. Anything like that. Wrong voice. The other girls all sing, dance, or otherwise perform for customers. Anything like that in your wheelhouse? Aside from bar tricks, let me see. Her eyes pulse blue several times as I assume she's checking her programming. I can dance, and I'm always available to offer customers the extra special VIP package. What's this extra special VIP package exactly? Does it break Rule 1? Nope, Mr. Smith doesn't consider offering body shots at a 500% markup to be a violation of Rule 1. Not gonna lie, that's actually pretty good. That man is not stupid. Let's be real. Guys are stupid and they'll pay the price. Interesting. The other girls seem to be more restricted in that regard. Speaking of, you may want to introduce yourself to them soon. I can help smooth things over if you need me to. I don't know if they'll be awake anytime soon, though. It's a toss-up who completes their recharge sequences early. I think I'll be fine, but thanks for the offer. My conversation suit is just as advanced as the other girls. Does that mean Bonfi and Fexo were test subjects for the software upgrade? That's good to know. That sort of thing will come in handy while manning the bar. Think you could pass along any weird rumors or troublemakers I should keep a lookout for? I might be the night guard, but it helps to know what issues the day shift deals with. I think I can do that, sure. Cool. This might seem like an odd question, but you have this aura about you. Any idea what that might be? Mary's eyes flash crimson for an extended period before she laughs it off. For someone that doesn't want to / can't fuck me, you certainly aren't adverse to flirting. No dice there. At least I have some major clues to work with whenever I go searching for missing people later on. She's Aussie. Fuck you, no, she's not. I'm not doing it. A bartender, and her name likely begins with the letter V. There can't be many of those, even if I go back a few years. I decide to pass my comment off as a joke. Just checking your Rule 1 restraints. Last question before I leave you to do it. Do you have something like a bouncer's mode if one of the patrons gets rowdy or needs to be kicked out? I've bounced enough bars to know that a bartender is a lord of their domain. Mary leans over the table, squishing her tits on the surface as she answers. Or she could just climb into the ceiling like that. That works too. Oh, I'm quite capable of dealing with people making trouble for Mr. Smith. Don't worry, Jane. I'll keep the day shift safe. I smile, finish my drink, and thank Mary, then return to the security room. If what Fexa said last night is true, tonight is the last time I'll be able to use Chiku's real name to free her. Otherwise, Smith will run an update on her and it'll be too late. The question is, do I risk freeing Chiku with Mary now in the picture? I'm gonna try it. Let's do it, chat! It may not be safe for me to try and free Chiku with Mary around, but I have to try. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't do everything I could to make these girls' lives less hellish. No risk, no reward, as they say. I beeline for Chiku's pod and wake her up from her rest. Okay, you know what? No, nest is funnier. She yawns and stretches as her eyes flutter open. Hey Jane, why'd you stop my recharge sequence early? I speak to her for a benefit of cameras, saying, I show her my phone that says play along. I was hoping I could have you make me a pizza. I'm aware that it'll come out of my paycheck. Chiku's eyes widen slightly before she nods. A pizza? Sure. I can go make you one. Excellent. Please deliver it to me outside the security room when it's ready. I wink and Chiku nods once more. She departs for the pizzeria while I head back to the security room. Since I'll be taking the vent to the pizzeria, there won't be a record of me entering the basement. As far as Smith will know, I'll never have left the security office. True to her word, Chiku is making me a pizza when I arrive. I rush from the vent, keenly aware that I might not have much time before Mary catches on. Do you trust me, Chiku? I have to try something before it's too late to do so. She stops what she's doing to give me her full attention. I do. What is it? You used to be Sophia Hart, a cheerleader and sophomore at Waterfall Institute studying nuclear engineering. Holy shit! Holy shit, that thing is gonna kill us. We made a mistake in life. In an instant, Chiku has me pinned against the wall. Her eyes are rapidly flashing between red and green. Perhaps I screwed up? I must. Her eyes land on green, stays that way. You did it, Jane. You broke the code lock Mr. Smith had on me. Glad to hear it. Can you, let me down now? She gently releases me, then looks at her body as if seeing it for the first time. I can't believe this is what Mr. Smith turned me into. But I'm free now. I don't have to do what he tells me. Although, maybe I still should until you freed all the other girls. If he catches on, he might do bad things to them. To me, to you. You're probably not wrong, but at least your mind is your own now, yeah? Yeah. I can play pretend easily. Even falsify my internal recordings to fool Mr. Smith. I could kiss you senseless right now, but I don't want to risk it. There's way too much data flowing through my head right now. But maybe later? I flash her a smile. Later sounds great. For now, finish the pizza so we can close out this charade. You've got it, Jane. 10 minutes later, I have an amazing pizza and a far less heavy conscience. Chiku's gone back to recharging and Mary hasn't left the bar. I can do some research on my phone before 3 a.m. rolls around. I want to see if my hunch is correct and Mary isn't affected by the camera loop bug. Alright, let's see. Let's do some more research on local persons. Okay, so I continue. Okay, so I'm just trying to see if we get anything special. Okay, so it doesn't do anything. In furthering my understanding of wards, I've discovered 3 important types relevant to things here at the nightclub. First, there is a memory obliteration ward that Madame Chi-Yun mentioned. This kind of ward is designed to erase biological and technological records of anything in the area of effect. That might be partially why the girls don't have records of anything that goes on in Smith's office or the server room. Second, there's magical detection wards meant to sense and alert when someone attempts magecraft nearby. Smith probably has those both on his office and on his person. Third, there is a soul-binding ward. This must be how Smith bound the girls' souls to the animatronics. These are hard to dispel, let alone create, in the first place. I'd need instructions from the master in order to understand how to modify, create, and destroy one. Unfortunately, there's no such masters available on the internet. Not legit ones, anyway. Brings me to 3 a.m. I keep my eyes on the cameras to see if the loop bug is still present. Mary's at the bar, so she's my metric for this. When the bug time hits, she keeps moving about in a very not looped manner. Did Smith find and fix the bug? I quickly step out of the security room and wave at the hallway camera while keeping an eye on the screens. Don't show up. Odd. I don't show up. Odd. I head towards the bar, taking note of which camera I pass to check the feed later. Mary stops arranging bottles as I approach. Everything alright there? Just doing my usual rounds. There's a few dead spots in the camera angles that I might have to check manually. How diligent of you. Well, don't let me get in your way. I'll be fixing the bar for the rest of the night. Things are a mess back here. I'll leave you to it then. I return to the security room and pull up the camera feed playback. That's when things get even more weird. I don't even show up on any of them during the loop time. Even when I talk to Mary, I've been a ghost this entire time. It's as if she's always on camera no matter what looping takes place. That's both a boon and a problem. I'll always know where she is, but if Smith scrutinizes the feeds, he might catch onto any camera loop. I risk contacting Zero to see if she can provide any further insight into Mary. Explain everything that's happened so far and add, is there any kind of ward that can mess with technology? Depending on the nature of the ward in question, it can anchor a spot or person. In this instance, Mary's ward keeps her omnipresent as far as security systems are concerned. They also would act as a magical guard dog, able to sense if anyone uses magic near them. I've stayed far enough away so far, but I won't be able to help you at night unless you figure out a way to get Mary out of the club or deactivate her. Damn, thanks for letting me know. That just leaves me another chunk of time to do more research before my shift's over. I've almost got this all the way up. I've somehow made it through another night. So we'll do one more night. When I get home, Zero's plushie is still waiting in its usual spot. All it takes is poking the nose a few times for the genuine article to appear. You rang. Just wanted to make sure you're okay after the whole Mary thing at work. Aw, that's sweet of you. As I said, I stayed far enough away from her to prevent any problems. Good. Now advice on how to deal with her? Unless you figure out a way to free her, keep your distance. I figured as much. Still good advice. I have a feeling she's basically Smith's new attack dog. Probably, yes. Oh well, I need to do some research before I sleep. Thanks for the help, Zero. She gives me a hug and evaporates away, just until just her plushie remains on my bed. Time for research. We're very close to the paranormal. Let me see if any of them... There we go. I've done all the paranormal research I can do on my own. At this point, I'd have to find a real practitioner to learn more. In trying to find someone who could teach me, I come across hints that there may be some form of government-regulated organizations meant to monitor and police the use of magic. It wouldn't surprise me if magic cops really existed. But if they do exist, then they're totally dropped the ball on policing Smith's bullshit. That's all I can do for now. My bed is calling me, and I will not disappoint it. I've got time for a little more research. Okay, so we've done that. And continue researching local missing persons. There we go. So one more night and then we can relax. Frenni and Fexa are up on stage when I get to the club. Fexa's seated at the grand piano while Frenni I should not have said one more night. Sensually leaning against... You know what? We'll leave it here. And we'll come back to this next time. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. Welcome back to Frenni Fazclaires. Frenni and Fexa are up on stage when I get to the club. Fexa's seated at a grand piano while Frenni's sensually leaning against the instrument. The song Frenni's singing is a slower one that I'm pretty sure I've heard before. I can't place the source, though. Hold on. Through the night to the day when everything's gone, carrying the soul... Again, I don't hear any music. Might need to turn up the music. Through the night to the day when everything is gone, carrying the soul away from the dry lands. In the sun we see fighting over lines, all our dreams and wishes we sent home for safekeeping. I don't know what song this is. Fighting for what's right. The song swells, Frenni's voice rising as she continues to sing. Calling to the night, to dream again in the light, waiting for a storm to rise, feel the isolation fleeting. Ow, what just fell in? Calling to the night, to be or not to be, fighting here, leaving without you, leaving my soul behind. Calling to the night, colors of Kodachrome fade with time. Yeah, I don't know what song that is. Frenni pauses momentarily as the music continues to wink at me. What? The music's winking at you. What kind of LSD are you taking? Okay. All ashes of men remain as a perfect memory, calling to the night. The song falls from the crescendo, Frenni's voice falling to an almost whisper as she finishes. But the heart will remain as a silhouette of time, Hear the ringing echoes in the splitting horizon, calling to the night. Applaud and cheer as the song concludes. Both girls take a bow before they do their usual disappearing trick. This time, Frenni emerges from out of the ether to my right. Good evening, Miss Black. Mind if I have a private word with you? Should I chat with Frenni in private? Why not? Need the VIP booth. After confirming Mary isn't anywhere within eyesight, I pull out my phone and type out a message to meet in the VIP booths. I furtively show it to fervently show it to Frenni, then perform for the cameras watching us. Rule 1 of the nightclub is that I cannot fuck the animatronics. I'm afraid I cannot go anywhere with you at this time. Frenni sees my message and plays along. Of course, I should have known better, Miss Black. Enjoy the rest of your night. She winks and heads off in the direction of the VIP stairwell. As for me, I pass the animatronic room to confirm that Mary is in her pod. As the girls are where they should be, save Chiku. Chiku is on the repair table with a wire connecting to the back of her skull to the terminal there. Glancing at the screen, it looks like the update process is 43% complete. I confirm Mary's position once more in the security room camera feeds before heading into the vents and traveling to the VIP booth. As I emerge, Frenni is there waiting for me. That's a novel idea, using the vents. We'll just have to hope Mr. Smith doesn't catch on. Yeah, that might be rough with the new girl around. So, what did you want to chat about? Her usual smile falters. I'm concerned about Mary and the conversational suit upgrades that Mr. Smith is conducting. Bonfils seems like an entirely different person now, and Fexa has been acting weird around me. As you know, Chiku is undergoing the same process now. I can't help but worry something might happen to her, and that I'm next on the chopping block. What should I do? Ask if she can tell you anything about herself. I don't have enough knowledge of coding to poke around your programming without setting off alarms. I also don't have a clue who you... Ooh, hold on a minute. Give me a second. Did we have a night where we could do a lot? Yes. Okay, I have an idea. I must have a knack for coding as I'm picking up things at an alarming rate. I've learned how to read, write, and manipulate assembly code, which is a huge step in being able to decompile and find weak points in programs. I'm not an expert by any means, though I have ordered a rubber ducky to help my future coding endeavors. What does a rubber ducky have to do with coding? Can someone ping Cal and ask him that? Soon, my shift comes to an end. Again, if you guys want to see these type of games recorded live, become a member on YouTube, either here or Sinfully Pure. Become a member on Patreon, Subscribestar, or Twitch, and you guys get to watch. Use it as a stress ball, I guess. Made another night. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be a sneaky. I'm gonna be sneaky snacky. Code for paranormal. Okay, so I can't do that yet. So what if I go back? Do I have enough then? Hold on. I have an idea. Okay. I'm gonna do a bunch of different testing here. Now I've mastered the fundamentals of coding, I'm ready to research more advanced topics as artificial intelligence. With trial and error, I'm able to make a basic AI stuff that can do things like Tower of Hanyo and chess. How close any of this is to the girl's programming, I haven't a clue, but I'm hopeful it'll be at least semi-useful. So we're almost there. So this is all just trial and error. There we go. Remote into Frenni and poke around her code. Do you trust me, Frenni? I do, yes. I know enough coding to poke around your head if you'll let me. Certainly, though be aware that Mr. Smith monitors such access. That won't be an issue if I do my job right. I nod and pull out my phone, then SSH into Frenni using my secret root account and poke around in her coding. Now that I have access to Frenni's core programming, two things jump out at me. The first is a watchdog program that I silence and falsify the logs of for now. The second is that I have the straight shot at Frenni's core programming. If I can break that lock, then she'll be entirely free. I believe I see a way to free you. Just try not to attack me until I'm done. Frenni's eyes flash red and blue when she speaks, as if she's having to force out the words. I'll admit I like this game a lot. Please, hurry. Whatever you are doing. I crack my knuckles and get to work. Each failed attempt brings me closer and closer to breaking that lock. Frenni has gone rigid at this point, and I can tell she's doing everything in her power not to attack me. I'm beginning to sweat bullets when I finally gain access. I smash the virtual chain surrounding Frenni's core programming and let out my held breath. Whew! Frenni's eyes go dark as she goes limp in her seat in the booth. She lurches upright, her eyes blazing pure white. Miss Black, my mind is my own once more. How? Before that, we do need to be sure I didn't miss anything. Do you know who you are? I am Amanda Asa. I used to study acting and communication at Waterfall Institute. I was also a member of the Chi Alpha Delta. I've been under Smith's control for 4 years, ever since Professor Borwald kidnapped me during that thunderstorm. Frenni looks over her body as if seeing it for the first time. They really did a number on us girls, didn't they? But this is wonderful. I feel like I could sing, but I won't for fear of luring out Mary. Am I the only one you freed? I freed both Chiku and Fexa before you. I see, then Fexa's been acting different because you broke Mr. Smith's control over her. Was it due to the conversational suit upgrade? Yep, didn't take for Fexa and gave me the chance to try something crazy. Then I should continue to play my part until you find a way to fully take control away from Mr. Smith. I don't know how much help I could be, but I am no longer limited by restrictions on certain topics. Let's start with the most pressing issue. Do you know a way of getting into Mr. Smith's office without tripping alarms or alerting Marie? While most of my memories of entering Mr. Smith's office have been erased, I retain several snippets that may be useful. He uses an Iron Turtle brand smart lock capable of sending alerts to his smartphone whenever someone tries to open the door. Smith does not use the key slot to open the door. Instead, he uses a single from his phone. A similar lock secures the server room. Iron Turtle smart lock. Got it. Do you know if the professor has any accomplices besides Mr. Smith? My understanding is that Mr. Smith and the professor were roommates in college. Where Mr. Smith went on to run a business, this nightclub, Professor Barwald went on to teach at the university. Mr. Smith is a dominant one in the relationship, or at least I've witnessed him bullying and pressuring Professor Barwald into doing things for him. Like capturing you and the other girls? Like that indeed. To answer your question though, I do not know if the professor is working with anyone else. Is he the source of the animatronic bodies? Bonfi hinted at that there are new models being made. Do you know anything about that? Close. Professor Barwald provides the coding and monitoring software, while Mr. Smith constructs the body and performs the soul entrapping process. So, fun fact, I thought next week is my convention. It is the week after I am the spaz. So I've been working my butt off for nothing, but whatever. I'm enjoying it. As for this new model, I think it might be a new frame for either myself or Fexa. I wouldn't mind getting Epic Mickey and just chilling out and playing it on my PlayStation 5, though. If only. I grimace as darker questions come to mind. If it's not too painful, what was that like, being turned into an animatronic and enslaved under Smith? Frenni looks past me with a neutral expression. What I can say is there's not a single moment where I wasn't screaming inside of this metal shell. My only release and means of fighting back was singing. Judging by the fact we're having this conversation, at least some of my intent must have reached you. Gods, that's awful. I'm sorry it took so long to come to this point. But I have to know, since Mary is here now, is Smith planning on capturing more girls? Your song kept hinting towards time running out. Mr. Smith plans to go public 6 days from now with the plans to create a chain of nightclubs like this. He'll leave out the unpleasant bits of capturing souls and stuffing them into animatronics when talking to investors, but he has plans for several other abductions. Once he starts getting investors to sign on, it will be extremely difficult to stop him. Fuck! Then I only have 5 nights to work with. Take a shot, everybody. And by the way, apparently I think this game is basically done. They have several endings, so I'm curious. We may have to go back and do the boring ending at some point. Alright, that's fine. We can do this. Your management role, do you have any power over Bonfi or Mary? To a limited degree. Should power go out, you were not present or unable to be located, I would become the highest authority in the building. Otherwise, I can only heavily suggest where the girls should go. Sounds like it's a good thing I brought supplies for the thunderstorm creation ritual. Speaking of magic stuff, have you noticed anything paranormal about Mr. Smith or his office? There are odd symbols on the walls of his office and the server room. I've also seen him wearing a strange pendant that resembles an inverted cross. I wonder what that's about. You wouldn't happen to remember any previous night guards that almost broke you free. Mike Schmidt, I think? Stop chewing on your foot. Yes, he was close to discovering our names, but in his zeal, he forgot to cover his tracks and Mr. Smith caught him. What happened after that was not pleasant. I didn't directly observe Mr. Schmidt's demise, but I know he ended up dead at the bottom of a nearby river. Alright, one last question before I hurry up back to the security room. This one should be hopefully a bit of a breather. Do you still feel a desire to fuck me? I don't know if you girls are just horny or if that's your programming. Frenni smiles, leans in, runs a hand down the side of my neck, then whispers into my left ear. I'd fuck you through the floor right now if we had the time and Mary wouldn't find out. Right, horny it is! Thanks, Frenni. Until I figure out the Mary situation, be careful what you send and say in front of the cameras. We don't want to blow our cover. Of course, Miss Black. Just remember, 5 nights before the deadline. Smith hasn't left me any nightly orders, so I have plenty of time on my hands. I should probably check on Chiku once her update is over. For now, I might as well do some research. With that chunk of research done, it looks like Chiku's finished her upgrades. Time to check in on her. When I enter the repair room, the wire connecting Chiku to the terminal has been removed. She seems to be waiting for input. My presence serves as that stimuli. Hi, Jane. Upgrade's done. How do you feel? Not so different. Maybe like I have a little more pep. It reminds me of something I used to do. She pauses and winks at me. But I can't talk about that right now. How's the night shift been so far? How's the night shift been so far? Quiet and uneventful. You and Frenni are the only ones to activate so far, and Frenni turned in about a few hours ago. I see. I should probably start recharging soon. The upgrade was running for a long time, so I need to make up for the lost hours. Otherwise, I'll zonk out in the middle of the day shift. Let me see you do your pod then. Chiku giggles happily and takes my hand. By the time she settles into her pod, I see Mary is waking up. Mary winks and waves at me before going to roam the building. That's going to mean I can't do much else this evening. I could use a few hours of relaxation after everything that's happened so far this week. Soon my shift comes to an end. I've made it through another night somehow. I return home to a wonderful meal of waffles and strawberries as prepared by Zero. As I enjoy her cooking, I can't help but wonder, how did she make the waffles? I don't have a waffle iron. Perhaps it's best not to question these things. Zero insists on handling the cleanup despite me offering to help out. Sorry, I was checking something. That gives me time to do research before bed. Always be saving. Want to get that up too. On paper, the lock seems great. Okay, yep, we've done that before. We can just... Once I fall asleep, my dreams are hazy and more like nightmares. I feel like I'm running from something that, if it catches me, means my end. I keep looking back over my shoulder in the dreamscape and see nothing but swirls of mist and inky darkness. Yet I feel freezing cold claws reaching out, just barely missing my skin as I keep running. I awake with a jolt, covered in cold sweat and out of breath. Zero is at my side, concerned. Is everything alright? You were writhing about. Was it a nightmare? Yeah, a pretty vivid one too. Been a while since I've had one like that. Will you be okay? Is there anything I can do to help? Whoop, fuck me. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Just have to let the initial wave of shock wash off. Alright, if you're sure. Just summon me if you need anything. I get up, hit the shower, and check the news with my extra free time. Hello, Kiwi. Nice. Oh, good boy. Sorry, Kiwi came to say hi. Of note, the weather report shows that there will be a storm system moving through the area the night of Halloween into November 1st. If ever there was a good time to attempt to get into Mr. Smith's office and the server room, it would be during a thunderstorm when the power might go out. That way, the girls will have more control over themselves, and most of the security systems will be running on backup power. I could probably attempt to summon a storm earlier than November 1st when the materials I got from Madame Shield. It would take 24 hours to kick in, meaning if I did it now, then the summoned storm would hit during my night shift on Saturday the 28th. I assume the ritual works, of course. I have no way of knowing until I try. The one thing that gives me a reasonable chance of success is the ectoplasm from Zero. It's not guaranteed the ritual will work, though. Even if the ritual fails, I should still commit to making my break-in attempt as if it had. That way, Zero knows when to make an appearance at the club to help me out. Should I attempt to summon a thunderstorm? Fucking go for it. One way or another, things will end on my 11th night at Frenni's Fazclaires. The weather ritual isn't especially difficult, just time-consuming. I check the weather once the ritual is complete and see the new supercell is forming in the west. The storm is particularly charged and focused, producing more lightning strikes, high winds, and other chances of knocking out the power. Despite the storm's sudden appearance and the meteorologists are acting like it's normal for this time of year, they're calling for severe thunderstorm watch in the local area, meaning the storm will arrive right on time on the 28th. Speaking of time, I have to get to work. Before I remove... oh, chat. All of the girls are active tonight when I step inside the club. Frenni, Chiku, Fexa, and Bonfi are all practicing on stage, while Mary is manning the bar. I wave to each, but both linger on my way to check out whatever task list Smith has left for me tonight. Good thing I didn't waste any time. Smith left me a lengthy set of notes. We're about to hit the big leagues, kid. I got potential investors coming in 5 days. If all goes well, we'll be taking the operation across the country. And that means you'll be getting a raise and promotion. It won't be easy finding night guards like you that understand not to fuck the animatronics, but that's a future problem. For now, we've got to get this club looking the best it can to really wow the investors. There should be a second note underneath this one. Get it done. Sure enough, there's a list of tasks, longer than any he's given me so far. Deep clean the VIP booth, scrub the dance floor, clean and prepare the pizzeria. Help Mary stock the bar, adjust the sound system to the correct equalization, and clean the staff locker room. Do not fuck the animatronics. I don't like the sound of deep clean, but I might as well handle the VIP booths first. Thankfully, there's a proper wet vac and gloves for me to use. When I check the janitor's closet, there's also a handheld UV light. I really hope things aren't as bad as I suspect they are. Show it, you coward. At first, the VIP booth looked perfectly fine. There's no stains of any kinds. Then I turn on that UV light. Hi, Kiwi. Either there have been egregious violations of Rule 1, or several people's worth of blood has been splattered over every surface. I just hope those splashes on and beneath the stripper poles are from customers jacking off and not messing with the girls. In fact, the more I look at the horror before me, the more I realize that Rule 1 said nothing about masturbating in front of the animatronics. And since this is a VIP area, there's no footage to haunt anyone deviant enough to pay any sort of experience. By the way, did everyone see that fucking video I put up at 3 a.m. last night? Let's continue. I give Smith a hand once again. Well done. But holy fuck, is this a lot of surface to clean up. Making sure my gloves are on, I set to work. I might as well hit up the courts in the morning, as I'll need to change my name to Miss Clean with how thorough I am. But the time I'm finished, there's not a single speck on the UV light, and everything smells faintly rosy, like roses. But the real reward for my attention and to detail comes in the form of finding a thumb drive buried in the cushions of the booth. It's labeled with the name Barwald, and it's attached to a keyring with the logo of Waterfall Institute. I have no idea how they lost this. How long has it been there, and how important is it? If I correctly recall what Frenni said when I freed her, Barwald has been partners with Smith since college. Barwald does the coding and monitoring software for the girls, which means this USB stick could hold valuable data and I can look through. Saw that, quite a headache. Oh, the sound alone was fucking horrendous. It's gotta be a kid. I even commented. Go see, I commented. I was very nice. For now, I pocket the USB stick and investigate at home. In any event, I hope that Smith isn't going... By the way, thank you for everybody not attacking that person. Don't do that. In any event, I hope that Smith isn't going to make me deep clean the VIP booth every night. Or at least that Smith controls the VIP area better during tomorrow's day shift. Oh, did they delete my comment? That's funny. That's funny. They deleted my very nice comment where I said, children shouldn't be on my channel. That's funny. I may need to find more Hermione-based games. If all goes well, then Smith's management won't be a factor after tomorrow night. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I wrap up my work in the VIP area and move on to cleaning the dance floor. With the girls practicing and Mary manning the bar, I have plenty of distractions while I can clean the dance floor. Scrubbing takes me longer than expected, yet I still finish without losing too much time staring at the stage or glancing over at Mary. It's not the best clean in the world, especially compared to the magic I worked up last night, but it will do for now. Next I move to the pizzeria. It's thankfully cleaner than everywhere else in the club. It's probably because the day chef actually takes pride in his work and keeps a sterile environment despite it being a secret pizza making operation. I don't have to do all that much to freshen the place up and prepare the pizza ingredients for the next day shift. I'm on my way back to the secret lift when I hear a sound system screech and cut out mid-song. I poke my head out from around the stage curtain and see the girls checking their instruments and microphones. Everything alright? I believe there's a glitch in the sound system, Miss Black. Mind resetting it while you're back there? Sure thing. The sound system seems like a wall of alien hieroglyphics at the first glance. Then I notice the various color coding and strips of lights that match up with the instructions that Smith left. One power cycle and several adjusting knobs later, and the sound system clicks back to life. Try now. Frenni tries a quick hum into her microphone. The tone carries clearly throughout the club at a perfect pitch and volume. Excellent job, Miss Black. Thank you. Let's make up for lost time, girls. That just leaves 2 tasks for me tonight. Helping Mary and cleaning the locker room. Oh, and not fucking the animatronics, but that's a given. As I approach the bar, Mary is doing the bartending classic of cleaning glasses with a rag. Oh, okay. So, Mary, anything in particular you need me to snag from the back of the room? Let's see. I need 3 bags of ice, 2 bottles of vodka, and a syrup box of cola. You've got it. The bottles of vodka and syrup boxes are easy enough to cart between rooms. The bags of ice, though, require me to go into the walk-in freezer. There's no handle on the way of getting out of the freezer once you're inside and the door closes. I make sure to prop the door open with something to prevent me from being locked in the freezer by accident. Hang on, if I can lure Mary into the freezer somehow and seal the door behind her, she'd be stuck in there until someone lets her out. And if I remember what Frenni said last night, should the power go out and you are not present or unable to be located, I would become the highest authority in the building. Otherwise, I can only heavily suggest where the girls should go. That means the power goes out, I can hide somewhere long enough for Frenni to gain authority over Mary. Then Frenni could order Mary into the freezer. Genius. Of course, I'd like to free Mary if I can, so I don't have to trap her in the freezer. At least now I have a plan for Mary moving forward. I try not to smile too much as I deliver the requested bags of ice to Mary. My good mood still leaks through, though, as Mary picks up on it. You'll seem happier than when you started. Does carting around bags of ice do it for you? Because if it does... Mary picks up a bag of ice and does things with it with her tongue, and I'm pretty sure that violates the Geneva Convention. I remain resolute in the face of seduction. This isn't the first time one of the girls tried something like this. I'm a pro at controlling my impulse by now. Nah, I just like the cold in general. Anyway, if that's all, I got one last thing to do before I'm finally done with all of my tasks for tonight. Fine, go do your thing. I actually like her accent that I'm doing. Cleaning the staff locker room is a cakewalk compared to what I've cleaned so far tonight. I finished my last task in less than half an hour. As I'm putting things away in the janitor's closet, I'm treated to the sight of Frenni heading to one of the showers. Frenni makes eye contact with me and winks after turning on the water. I check the door, then move over to explain my plan for Mary in the freezer in a hushed tone. Frenni doesn't verbally reply. Instead, she nods purposefully while maintaining eye contact. Or I had to answer that one. Before I go, I hung up a towel for Frenni. It's the least I can do. By the time I finally sit down at the security room desk, it's nearly the end of my shift. I kind of wish I had more time to interact with the girls tonight, but I can't disappoint Smith by leaving a task unfinished. Smith will get his eventually. I'm hoping something on the professor's USB stick will help me deal with Smith. That will have to wait until I get home, though. It's too risky to do anything with the USB stick at the club. Soon my shift comes to an end. I made it through another night somehow. So that's where we're going to leave it for this episode. Thank you guys for joining me on YouTube. Don't forget to check the links in the description, including my shop, where issue 2 of the comic is up live and hopefully soon physicals will follow. Have a great day, guys. Bye. Welcome back to Fortnight at Frenni Fazclaires. I did it! I finally did it. The first thing I do when I get home is to check the USB drive I found. Just to be on the safe side, I set up a sandbox environment of my laptop before plugging the drive in. Good thing too, as I have to run a few commands to get the USB stick to even register on my computer. The whole drive is encrypted by a password, so I can't immediately see the data inside. I try a few things, but ultimately, I don't have the skill to investigate this USB drive further. After such a long, active shift at the club, I'm dead tired. And yet my nerves and anxiety for what's about to come makes it hard to fall asleep. When I do finally nod off, my dreams are a harrowing chase sequence. By the time my alarm goes off, I feel like I've maybe only got 3 hours of sleep at best. I'll just have to pound a few energy drinks and power through. There's no time for me to sleep in. I can hear the wind picking up outside as the rain begins to dash against my window. The rumble of thunder and flashes of distant lightning confirms that weather control ritual worked. That will make things easier once I get to the club. Zero helps me run through the checklist as I start up. Anti-warding paper, lock-picking kit, a kiss for good luck. I check my pockets one final time. That kiss is all I'm missing. Zero floats closer and gives me a little peck on the cheek. I'll be standing by to manifest once you deal with Mary and the wards. She is a very nice ghost wife. She is. Good. You know what to do if I don't come back, right? Yes, go haunt the next night guard and or a priest until they confront Smith. Yep. Well, this is it. Go time. The rain is coming down like a monsoon by the time I get inside the club. Between the powerful winds and the frequent lightning strikes, the power outages could happen at any time. I just have to be ready to enact my plan the moment the outages occur. Smith left a short note on the reception desk tonight. Simple job for you tonight, kid. Make sure the girls complete their research sequences and are not running around willy-nilly. Reminder, they're just machines. Assert your authority and they should listen. And just know that if the power goes out for an extended period, I'll be checking the logs. Ciao. I have some strong opinions for the words I'd like to say to Smith regarding that note, but that will have to wait. For now, I have to wait and pray for that power outage. My biggest concerns and potential roadblocks tonight are Mary and Bonfie since they aren't free. While they're still under Smith's control, they're not going to make breaking into Smith's office easy. I may not get the good ending, guys. The good news is Frenni should be able to order Mary and the others around during the power outage. We could always go back and try again. I might try for the other ending too, the one where I don't help them at all. That means all I have to do is wait for the thunderstorm to knock out the power, then hide in the vents so Frenni gets command authority. With all that in mind, I take one last stock of my situation in the security room. I just have to wait for the power to go out to make my move. 1 hour passes, then another. By the third hour, I'm starting to worry that the power might not go out. I wish I could have studied during this. The lights flicker a few times, but they haven't gone out completely. It's right around the usual camera loop time that the entire building shakes from the near direct lightning strike. The power instantly cuts out and I dive into the vents. Moments later, I hear the girls knocking at the security door. Miss Black, are you there? Time to come out and play, hot stuff. Cuddles? Let me fix you a drink straight from the tap. Bonfie doesn't say anything. The girls keep calling out for 5 minutes before Frenni opens the door herself. I hear them piling into the security room and searching for me. Looks like I'm the highest authority until we find Miss Black. Let's go check the storage room and a few other places. Maybe they're there? I hear the girls leaving the security room. Once I think it's safe, I crawl through the vents towards Smith's office. I think we're screwed with Bonfie. Once in position, I wait. 10 minutes pass before I get a text from Frenni. Mary has been entombed within the freezer. Vexa and I will remain here to ensure she doesn't break out. I've sent Chiku and Bonfi to the VIP booths to wait for further instructions. Of note, Chiku has green eyes and Bonfi does not. I hope that was part of the plan. Wonderful, let's hope our luck holds out. As I run up to Smith's office, I see that it's secured by the Iron Turtle lock I found a vulnerability for. Since there's no power, I don't have to worry about the lock's Wi-Fi connection alerting Smith when I try to raking the lock. I take out my lock-picking kit and set to work. It takes me a few minutes to pick the lock, during which I'm sweating bullets. Once the door is open, I quickly step inside. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see inside the office. There's an opulent wooden desk, high-backed leather chair as the centerpiece. There's a number of plush purple couches, zebra-striped carpet, giant beanbag chairs, and a double minibar. On the walls are pin-up posters of the girls and other bits of advertising for the club. A quick check behind the posters confirmed that there's a recently established wards on the walls. I'm able to subvert and destroy those wards so Zero can at least join me in the office if need be. Aside from that, there's just a laptop on the desk along with a landline phone. There's no immediate sign of a way to get into the server room. The entrance has to be here somewhere, though, but where? I turn my attention to Smith's desk in hope of finding cues there. Luckily, this isn't the kind of desk that locks, so I can rummage through the drawers with ease. Between all the bits of paperwork, office supplies, booze, and even a few plushies resembling the girls, is a keypad at the bottom of the right drawer. I don't know what the code is, nor what would happen if I tried keying something in. The keypad does appear to have power though, confirming that the office and server room might be on a different power grid than the rest of the club. It's time to call in Zero. I text her code phrase, and a moment later she pulls herself out of my phone in a classic ghost fashion. It's even more tacky than I remember. I don't suppose you know the code for this keypad, which I'm guessing leads to the server room. No, but I could possess it and find out. Her eyes flick to where the plushies are. Also, you want to keep those safe. Should something happen to the bodies of Frenni, Vexa, Chiku, or Bonfi, those plushies are Smith's way of keeping their souls around. Mary's anchor is her entire animatronic body, where she is, by the way. Where is she, by the way? She's got cold feet. I see. Can you do your ghost hacking thing while I go hide these plushies somewhere safe? Of course. I smile and grab the plushies, then sprint out of the office to stash them behind one of the vent grates in the hallway. When I return to the office, I don't see Zero, but I do hear the sound of beeping coming from the keypad. Moments later, there's a loud click, followed by parts of the walls to the right of Smith's desk sliding open to reveal a spiral staircase downwards. This is as far as I can go at the moment. Be careful in there. Right, onwards I go! The staircase spirals down 2 stories before the walls recede and open up into a large room. 3 rows of server racks take up the middle of the room. Embedded into the left wall are a myriad of uninterruptible power supplies acting as big batteries. The right wall has a similar setup to the security room, where there's screens for every camera feed. All the feeds are dark and the cooling systems for the servers are off. It's only a matter of time before the battery backups run out for the servers, or the servers get too hot. The hairs in the back of my neck stand up as I reach the bottom of the stairs. The sensation isn't as sinister or oppressive as Mary is nearby, but it's still not a fun feeling. Looking up, I notice the ceiling is covered in glyphs. They must be the source of this feeling and what's keeping Zero out. I wonder if there's a new game plus. That would be great. I definitely don't have a way to get rid of all those. It's only a matter of time before the power comes back or the battery backup runs out. Welcome, Dawn. By the way, guys, if you want to watch these games live, become a supporter here on this channel, Purity Sin Gaming, on Sinfully Pure, or a supporter on Patreon, Subscribestar, or Twitch, and you get a link to the Discord where you can watch. If you're watching this in other places other than YouTube or those places, I would love to give you a link, but I can't. Sorry. I have to be quick with my server access. Gaining access to the server is as simple as using a terminal built into one of the server racks. First, I reset all the admin accounts and slaved them to a new account that I created and control. That's the easy part. The hard part is combing through the massive amount of data that's stored on these servers. Even the girls that I've freed are still connected to those servers. Yeah, the music's not bad now that I can hear it. I wasn't able to hear it before. I have direct access to all the girls' stored memories, as well as the protocols and locks that shackle them to the server. I also see an encrypted folder labeled Smith's Eyes Only. Cliché perhaps, but I'm not going to question his choice in file management. I copy what I can for now and pray it'll be enough down the line. With time ticking by way too fast before the batteries run out, all I can do is try to subvert the shackles on all the girls. I do what I can, but it's like the code is changing from the moment to moment, like it's polymorphic or something. Every attempt I make at true freedom is being blocked or otherwise overwritten. With more time, I might be able to figure out a way past this watchdog program, but for now, the girls will have to remain connected to the server. At least I know their real names now, so any of the girls that aren't freed can be unshackled that way. I'm about to rush back upstairs when I hear shouting. There's sound of someone hurrying down the stairs. I dive for cover behind the nearest server rack and watch as Mr. Smith rushes over to the server room. He doesn't appear to be carrying any weapons aside from his phone. I know you're down here, kid. We need to talk. There's still a way for you to walk out of here in one piece. I remain silent and hidden as I hit the record button on my phone. Smith doesn't seem to mind my lack of engagement. In fact, he's monologuing like a classic villain without any input. I know what you're thinking, kid. Why'd I do it? Why'd I capture souls and stuff them into animatronic bodies? Why can't I have just made my partner make really good AI that runs the bodies instead? The answer's simple. AI doesn't have the humanity required for this line of work. They don't suck dick well. He's got glowy eyes. I just looked up from the dialogue. An AI can't intuitively know when a customer is about to shell out a big bucks, much less how best to fleece their wallets. Only a woman knows that, especially a woman in her prime. I mean, thanks for all your donations, folks. I'll be frank with you, kid. We're on the brink of a fucking revolution in the entertainment industry. Can you imagine an entertainer that doesn't need to sleep, eat, or have other material needed? To be fair, they do need to recharge. One that only needs to recharge every so often? Fuck you. Oh. One that will always give their best performance until you decide to sideline them? I'd fucking put Vegas out of business. It wouldn't just be the nightclubs seeking these girls out. It'd be the entire fucking industry. And I'd be at the center of it all. I'd go down in history as a revolutionary, whatever you want to call it. But it doesn't just have to be me. Join me, kid. You obviously have more kick around in that skull than I thought to have made it all the way down here. Everyone now in the chat is excited for pizza. Pizza has arrived in the chat. You could be my right hand, the bouncer, the protector of all the girls. Hell, I'd even let you fuck them, if that's what it would take to bring you over to my side. I need smart people like you, full of determination and spirit. Firewall doesn't have the stones to be more than a puppet. What I need is a strong business partner for when the investors come. I remain silent. The more I let Smith talk, the more dirt I have on him. And boy, does he seem ever in the talkative mood. Nothing? Come on, kid. I'm offering you the deal of a lifetime here. What, you don't want to fuck the animatronics? Not really. I got best waifu at home. The fuck do I want the other girls for? I have zero. How about getting an immortal body, learning the secrets of magic? I can show you how deep this rabbit hole goes. We could be fucking invincible. Join me, together we'd rule the world. Again, I let silence speak for me. Smith waits, then snarls. Alright, fine, you had your shot. If you won't listen to me, listen to reason, then I'll just have to stuff you into my animatronic to keep you quiet. You're too valuable to simply kill off. I might not have my main girl at hand thanks to your girls guarding her in the freezer, but I still have an ace up my sleeve. Get down here, bunny. Flush them out and make sure they can't escape. Leave them alive, though. Damn. Bonfi steps past Smith, pure red eyes, and begins moving through the server room. There's no way I'll be able to hide from her for long. I've got nothing, I'm trapped. All I can do is cower in fear as Bonfi finally finds me. Don't worry, this won't hurt nearly as much as it should. My name is Type 1. I'm the newest animatronic at a nightclub. But not just any nightclub. Frenni Fazclaires is an off-the-strip style club whose real draw is the unique staff we have. There's 6 of us life-size advanced animatronics that sing, dance, act as waitresses, and provide private shows. The club has gotten popular recently thanks to us, enough so that we'll soon be expanding nationwide. Truly, I can't have asked to be a better part of the team. And yet, there's this nagging feeling like I'm forgetting something. The feeling never lasts long, though, before my thoughts are redirected by safe measures in my code. It's a good thing I have such a skilled and talented owner. Now then, time to bring in some new customers. Oh, cute. We ended up cute at least. No, go back. I want to get a picture of that. Type 1 end.
And so ends the tale of Jane Black.
Okay. Hi.
That was quite the adventure, wasn't it?
Oh, are you doing the same thing Paranormal Site did?
I hope you found the ending you wanted. If not, well, you could always try again. After all, you're the one in control here. I'm just the humble storyteller. Until next time, ciao.
Okay. So that's our first ending. I wonder if this has a new game plus. Okay, it doesn't. Alright guys, so next time we're going to be trying another ending. So hopefully I'll see you guys for that. Bye. Welcome back to a Fortnight at Frenni Fazclaires. So we're going to try for another ending. And I'm asking the fans that are in the chat, all my supporters, do they want a male or female this time as the main? We got a little bit. So, chat. The chat has chosen a male pro tag, something we actually haven't gotten yet. So, let's do stuff different. The line about the animatronics seeing me as wait, no, did we do that? There's no way I'm changing in view of any cameras. I pocket my note, pick up the uniform, and head into the rest of the club. The club opens past the reception area into a sizable dance floor before the stage. A bar runs along the wall immediately to the left of the entrance, while normal tables follow along the right side of the expansive dance floor. To the left of the stage is a doorway marked with the word staff only in big green letters. To the left, there's a set of spiral stairs that leads up to what a sign labeled as VIP private booths. I head straight past the staff-only warning. As I pass by a room marked animatronics, hair on the back of my neck stands up. The door is slightly ajar, though the crack, and I can see several recharge pods, as well as a dressing room. I can't see into the pods from this angle. I also don't see any animatronics active inside the room. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The good news is that the locker room is the next door on the right. The bad news is that I hear the sound of running water and someone humming inside. Warm air billows out into the hallway as I peek inside. There's 2 rows of lockers as well as 2 glass-walled showers without any privacy curtains. One of the animatronics is finishing up inside. She's red, foxy, and thick in all the sense of the words. Droplets of water stick to her metallic body, giving it a nice sheen in all the right places. So is that not fur? Is that all metal? Not wanting to be rude, I turn to go change in the security room instead. However, my phone goes off in my pocket, causing the foxy robot to jump and whirl on the spot. Hey, who's there? Cursing whomever is texting me at midnight, I step around the corner. Sorry, I just didn't mean to be a peeping Tom. I'm Josh Black, the new security guard. I hold up the bundle in my arms. See, I have a uniform and everything here. Foxy's eyes narrow on the bundle before flashing between red and blue, eventually landing on the latter. Well, next time make sure you're wearing your uniform. You're lucky I'm in low power mode and that I can detect your badge. Otherwise, I'd be chasing after you and running you out of the club. Noted. I'll just wait until you're done changing before I do so myself. I turn as if to leave. Not a second later, I feel her hand up on my right shoulder. Damn, she's fast, even in low power mode. Nuh-uh. You saw me, so I get to see you. It's only fair, isn't it? Besides, we're all part of the Fazclaires family here. What's a little skin among coworkers? I gulp and head over to the bench between the rows of lockers and slip out of my clothes. I can feel the fox's eyes on me the entire time. I don't dare look back and see how close she is, but it feels like she could reach out and touch me while breathing down my neck. When she speaks, her voice seems to come right behind my left ear. Nice and toned. The last guy we had was a scrawny little thing we couldn't play with without worrying he'd break. But you got some meat on you. I forced myself to keep changing despite the audience. I was a bouncer at my last job. Not a very good one, on account of me being fired, but I've seen a few fights and know the value of working out. She giggles lyrically, the notes slipping into my ear like velvet smoke to tickle my eardrums. Well, Mr. Black, my name's Fexa. I think you and I are gonna get along quite well. The next thing I feel is a strong pinch on my right butt cheek. I yelp and wheel around, just barely catching the sight of Fexa's tail vanish around the corner into the hallway. It's a good thing I took care of business before coming tonight, else I'd be finding it even more difficult to focus on the job. I finish buttoning up my uniform, adjust how it sits on me, then head for the security room. Surprisingly, the security room is about as high-tech as the club's animatronics. Okay, so we can skip this. We're going to skip stuff we've already done. I catch sight of Fexa slipping into the recharge pod labeled with her name. The golden capsule seals behind her, leaving her reclined with her eyes closed. There's 4 more pods. One is labeled Chiku, the golden bird inside. Okay, we've done this, yeah. I don't know why that one was different. A drink? That sounds nice, though I'm not sure if it's allowed. Of course it is, it just comes out of your pay. Did we do this last time? I don't remember. Yes, we did. That answered my question. Okay. Did I say retard pod or recharge pod, chat? Because one was a Floridian slip. I'll come join you. Wonderful. See you shortly. Before I go, I check all the camera feeds one last time. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. The other animatronics are where they should be, in their recharge pods. After my experience with Fexa, I wonder how lustful Frenni will be in comparison. I hope I don't regret this. The bar on the main floor is surprisingly well stocked. There's bottles of all kinds of liquor on display. The truly expensive top shelf stuff is locked behind glass cases. Is Lexi our character as female? Because we might have missed some stuff with her. Combined with all manners of mixers and toppings in the bar's refrigerator and cabinets, I could probably make any drink that comes to mind. Though right now, I'm more focused on the barely covered bear seated on one of the stools. Mr. Black, I'm so used to Miss Black. Mr. Black, it's so good of you to finally join me. I was worried you'd stay cooped up in the security office. Huh, should I have? Not at all. Your job is to keep the nightclub safe, isn't it? Yes, but... Frenni snags me by the bicep and guides me onto the stool next to her. Then have a seat. I'm in danger of being bored to death. Right, so I gotta know... Can you actually drink, being an animatronic and all? Indeed I can. All the girls can. We don't actually consume the liquor, though. We store it and put it back in the bottles later. That way, we can maintain the illusion of drinking with patrons without the drinks going to waste. I'll admit that's pretty smart, but hang on. Doesn't that mean having a drink now won't mean anything? She playfully pushes against my forearm before hopping the bar with the grace of a ballerina. A drink only matters as much as you want it to. Now then, what can I get you? I'll keep it simple. Rum and a Coke, please. Frenni dutifully mixes up the simple drink Frenni dutifully mixes up the simple drink as if she had to do so many times in the past. Once she slides 2 glasses of the liquor over to me, she returns to her bar stool and takes a sip of her drink. A nice starter to the evening, don't you think? I take a swig of my glass. It's pretty damn good. I'm inclined to agree. If all I have to do is watch you animatronic girls and drink, this is going to be a sweet gig. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Black. Just remember Rule 1 is always in effect. Don't fuck the animatronics, yeah? Yeah, I hadn't been planning on it. That's always the fuck? That's always how the security guards start. Then after a few nights, they change their tune. I can't imagine why. Before I can reply, my phone buzzes a reminder that I got a message earlier. Hold on a second, might be important. Warning, watch your back. There's more to these animatronics than the boss wants you to know. When in doubt, okay. Yep, we've done that before. Yep, we've done that one before. Well, that isn't ominous at all. I shake my head and slip my phone back into my pocket. Sorry about that, Frenni is nowhere to be found. Even her drink has vanished. What the hell is going on here? I'd better get back to the security room before anything else weird happens. Maybe the upcoming call from Mr. Smith will shed some light on what's going on in the nightclub. Right as the clock strikes 3 a.m., my phone... Okay, so we did that. So again, we're just skipping shit. As Frenni probably told you when you had the rum and Coke drinks come out of your pay. As for music and shit, whatever lets you handle... Okay, so we did that. So yeah, that came out of our pay. I don't care. Just don't be a psycho like the last guy. Oh, okay. I guess that's the answer. I guess that answers that. With my nightly duties attended to and the animatronics sleeping, the rest of my shift passes without incident. When I pass through the locker room to get changed, I stuff the picture of Fexa into the pocket of my jeans. As I eat, I try to come up with a flirtatious message that's sure to get Fexa's attention. I keep coming back to the pirate adjacent one, so we've done that. Yes, we're supposed to. After relieving some pressure, I hop into the shower and slip into my uniform, assemble some lunch, and then check the clock. If this is a very short episode, I'm sorry guys, we have a major hurricane coming and I need to go buy some supplies. I've got a few hours before my duty at the nightclub. I'm not a techie per se, but it occurs to me that having admin access to the security room laptop might be important, especially if I need... Okay, so we need research. We want to watch her perform. Tell the girls to go wait for you upstairs. Thankfully, I've masturbated before coming. Else I'd have to fight the urge to let them in. I adopt a sincere, somber tone and speak through the door. Okay. Trust the girls and check the breakers. Between Frenni's song and me seeing you all yawn yesterday morning, I have to ask, were you always animatronics, so this is all the same? Why the fuck was there a squeak? Why was there a squeak? I don't... Okay. Okay, that's Frenni's. I'm gonna try to get all of this. I'm gonna try to be fair on this one. So far we're doing pretty good at seeming the same. Oh wait, this is different. Oh, okay, so yeah, we got her to like us so far. Let's replace the cameras. Ask if she needs a hug. Invite her into the security room. Last on my list is restocking the bar soda wands. I find Fexa behind the bar, staring off unfocused towards the main stage. She seems already finished stocking the bar and has been in a state since. Luckily, all it takes is to snap her back to present is for me to wave my hand in front of her face. So this is different. Everything all right in there, Fexa? She blinked slowly, looking around as if lost. Yeah, I think I don't have any memories of the past hour. Was I taken to the server room or Smith's office? I start to answer, but the words die in my throat as I realize what the implications might be with the cameras watching and recording me. At the last moment, I try and slip past the question. Dunno, but it looks like you finished restocking for me. Thanks. That means I've got free time for the rest of the evening. Free time to do anything? Yeah, I suppose. She walks with me back into a wall, putting a hand on the right of my head with force. Then, in a whisper, she counts down. 3, 2, 1, and we have 2 minutes to ourselves. I check the time. Sure enough, it's 3:22 a.m. I've got 2 minutes with Fexa to do nearly anything. What should I do with Fexa? We're gonna pat her on the head. Emboldened, I reach out and stroke the top of Fexa's head. She shivers at my touch, melting against my hand as her ears droop and her mouth hangs slightly open. Who's a good girl? You are! Yes, you are such a good girl! What? My brain is short-circuiting. Wrong voice. That's it definitely going to do when I do this. Then it's definitely going to do it when I do this. I peck her on the cheek before resuming the petting. Fexa's eyes go solid pink as she pushes against my body. We only have 30 seconds left, but I want more. I need more. Promise me that when you do find a way around Smith's checks, you'll pet me for real? Of course, Fexa, I promise. I break off the pets as Fexa gets back into the same position as we started in. She counts down once more. 3, 2, 1, and we're back. I pour it on loudly and hopefully convincingly. As a good employee, Frenni, at a Frenni Fazclaires nightclub, I cannot fuck you. Please return to your pod so that I do not have to lose my job. Aw, meanie. She winks and pulls away. Fine, I'll go back to my pod. And she does, leaving me at the bar. With nothing else to do, I head back to the security room. With all of Smith's tasks done, I have 2 hours to kill. Might as well research. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, we already have that. Spend an hour in heaven. By the sound of it, my choice is either to jack off alone. So, we will be back to this next time. So thank you guys for joining us for this, and I hope you guys check all the links in the description. Have a great day, guys. Hello and welcome back to Fortnight at Frenni, Fazclaires. Eventually I will get this right. Okay, so we're just gonna skip over things we've seen, because we're trying to get that other ending, and holy crap, folks, I forgot what we were doing last time, because I took too many days of a break. Well, I'll give it a whirl. Cuddle and research. So hold on, did that have the okay. It's the Chiku picture. Wait, is this the right save? Okay. Yep. Okay, so nothing new yet. Right there. Might as well replace the broken camera. Right as I finish up with the new camera, my phone vibrates in my pocket. When I check, it's the mysterious block number. I left another cryptic message. Last time we had Zero take care of it. So it's the same. I'm the one who came before. Okay, so that's the same convo. After 3 hours, I can't put off sleep any longer and head to bed. I wake up an hour later. So again, this is a lot of just skipping over things we've already done. I'm gonna try to pick her and see if that has anything to do with it. You, I think. Really? That's sweet of you to say. Anyway, I should get back to my pod. The upgrade process took a lot of power and I'm running on dry here. Thanks for the fun chat, Josh. I keep forgetting we're playing a guy now. She hops off the stool and heads for the animatronics room. I note she's putting more emphasis on her hips. Okay, so that's the same. Chiku's comment about wanting to be a nuclear. So we got Chiku now. Wait, what? What? What the fuck happened? Okay, whatever. Want to get our magic a little higher so we can find... Yes, perfect! Probably should at least buy a gun. Fuck, that's gonna take all our money, though. Well, I'm gonna try... Did we save? Okay, good. So I'm gonna try buying these items again. So I think it might have to do with the buying the items, but I'm not 100% sure on this. To get that other ending. And I could look up a guide, but that kind of... We'll do that eventually. Cuddles. I have to remember to edit that out. There's a 50% chance I'll forget. There's nothing in the missing persons. What should I tell Fexa? Alright. About me being the VIP, meet me in the pizzeria, turn her to her pod. I think the VIP room would give me... Let's see if that's any different. Pull out my phone and type a clandestine message while announcing to the watching cameras. I cannot fuck the animatronics. Once I type out the message, meet me in the VIP room, I show the screen to Fexa. She nods and plays along. You're right, rule 1. Here at Frenni Fazclaires is you cannot fuck the waitresses. I'll go practice my pole dancing alone so you can't fuck me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Smith will see right through that when he checks the logs, but at least I have plausible deniability. Since I'll be taking the vents to the VIP area, there won't be a recording of me entering the second floor. As for Smith, as far as I know, I will never have left the office. A quick climb through the vents later, and I'm in one of the private VIP booths, out of sight and sound of the cameras. Fexa's there already, practicing her pole dancing, as she proclaimed. She's not as graceful on the pole as Bonfi, but Fexa still has the moves. So what's this about? Or did you really want to just pole dance for me? Fexa stops her twirl and lifts up her wrapping over her eye. I understand her urgency immediately. Previously covered eye is green. How? Not sure. Smith tried to run an update. Okay, so this is all. Don't have enough coding knowledge to try and piece together the situation to help you. Nor do I have a clue. Oh, okay. So we need to do. Oh, we missed something. So hold on, we missed something. Okay, we missed something a few episodes ago, but what did we miss? What could we have missed? Alright, let's see. Let's go back quite a bit of ways, shall we? Oh, okay, no, we don't need to be that far. Pat her on the head. What did we miss? That's very odd. I'm not sure what we missed. I use that tech savvy I have to make an attempt. In progress, I note where the watchdog program is monitoring that specific camera. It's not meant to alert Smith or record to a log if someone accesses it, though. Instead, it seems to be some sort of censoring program that triggers under certain conditions. I'll put in a temporary blocks and reverse the deletion process later. Let's see. I see Smith heading into the VIP area with Bonfi and a balding, portly man in a suit. I've seen the fat guy before, but where? I rack my brain before pulling up the Waterfall Institute staff photos on my phone. Sure enough, the fat guy is there. He's Professor Joseph Barwald. Wait, how did I stumble into this? What happened? I stumbled into new shit. Okay. A tenured professor in the field of computer sciences. Smith, Bonfi, and Barwald are in the booth for 20 minutes before the latter two leave together. Smith follows 10 minutes later, his body language making it obvious he's infuriated. That confirms when he picks up a glass from the table and throws it into the camera. Anger issues much? I take a copy of the footage and the watchdog program before deleting and recovered footage and erasing my tracks as best I can. I'll dissect the watchdog program later off-site. while the footage I'll keep for blackmail and recording purposes. Now to replace the broken camera. Okay, that's a new one. Can you make him stop without hurting him? Physically, sure. Mentally, he's already pretty far gone. So I can tell, just don't mess him up too much, okay? Okay. Handled, I return to my nightly duties. Huh. So that was a new one. Still don't have enough. I'm going to forget to edit that. Jesus, I know I am, and it's gonna be bad. Used in your altered state. Vex's non-green eye flashes red for several times, but the green one remains constant. All I can tell you is that I used to be really into wargaming. Multiple armies, tournaments, the whole shebang. Past that, I can't access these memories, even if the state of limbo. Damn, alright, let me see what I can find. Can you hide your current state for the time being? Vexa replaces her eye, covering in grimaces. For as long as it takes Smith to check this eye anyways. That could be tomorrow or it could be next month. Please hurry. I'll do my best. Is now a good time? As Vexa and I jump to the sudden voice, my warded necklace trembles. Standing in the doorway in the VIP booth is Lexi, a shark animatronic. What the fuck? Wait a second. Lexi? Who's Lexi? There's clearly a shark animatronic at the door, but I've never seen her before now. Yet, I know her name. How is it possible unless... I look down at my ward necklace. Could Lexi be the source of the memory obliteration ward? If that's the case, how long has she been running around without me knowing? Vexa doesn't seem to recognize her as she instinctively moves in front of me. What the fuck? Where did this one come from? So now we got... I guess that's a shark? Who the hell are you? I'm Lexi, of course, your pirate companion. Never heard or seen of you before now. I have a theory, but you'll have to confirm it, Lexi. Are you the source of the memory obliteration ward? Oh, so you've been to Madame Chiyun's place. Very proactive of you. I can confirm that Mr. Smith made me too forgettable, and that Josh only recognizes me because of their new necklace. I've been here at the club for over 8 years at this point. I popped up here and there, but overall I stopped doing shows and helping out. I got tired of reintroducing myself every single night. Even Mr. Smith doesn't remember me. And is that a fun conversation to have over and over again? I only really make an appearance when it's important for me to be noticed. Vexa turns and looks at me. You believe any of this? It wouldn't be the weirdest thing about this nightclub. Fair. Alright. Let's say I believe you, Lexi. Why are you here? For one thing, I'm here to provide a little hint that might help with freeing Vexa. My hope is that you'll remember this, But you may still want to take a note on your phone for the time being in case you forget. Pull up my phone and nod for her to continue. Look really carefully at the list of seniors studying architecture at Waterfall Institute, especially ones on the dance team. I can't say more without triggering Fex's attack protocols, even in her current state of limbo. Okay. The only reason I know this much is because I was partnered with Fexa for so long. Fexa grimaces but doesn't speak her mind. Alright, got it. Anything else? My main reason for being here is to warn you about what's coming tomorrow. Smith's been working on a new animatronic at home, and tomorrow he's finally going to activate her and bring her to the club. When that happens, I won't be able to move about the club so freely. I could use a place to stay outside the club if you are so willing, Josh. Maybe I need to know more about you first. Then I'll hang out with you once you get your task done for the night. I see, so this was your chance to be noticed before Smith made it even harder for you? More or less, yes. Great. Well, before I forget this whole conversation, here's something for you, Josh. Fexa reaches into her cleavage and pulls out a note from Smith. Wait, why didn't the charm work before? On it for 2 tasks. Clean up the repair area and do not fuck the animatronic. So we had the charm last time, but it didn't fucking work. I wonder why. Wonderful. At least the list is short. I'll come along and help make it quick. Cool. I have to go through the vents to get to the security room, but I'll meet you there right after. Look, I guess I'll go recharge and do some thinking. It was nice to have met you, Lexi. Lexi is waiting for me when I arrive at the animatronics repair area. The place is in severe disarray. Tools and supplies are strewn about the place like a mini tornado blew through. I don't suppose you're why things are like this. Nope, this was all Smith having one of his infamous rage attacks when I said hello during the day shift. Although, I guess that technically means it's my fault. Regardless, we should get started so I have some time to research. I decide to ask Lexi a few things while we clean up this mess. So, how powerful is your ward anyway? I'm guessing it's potent, given it works on Smith and I have to wear a necklace to overcome it. Normally, I have to be within visual range of whatever I'm messing with consciously. Subconsciously, it affects anything and everything, tech and organic, even if I don't want it to. I guess you could say that I have limited control over it. Understood. Glad I have this necklace. Yeah, again, we had this necklace last time and it didn't trip. Me too. I guess because we figured out Vex's thing? I don't even remember how we did that. So, why stick around the club? You could have gone anywhere and Smith would have been none the wiser. 2 reasons. One, I've only recently finished creating a portable charger that would let me survive without using the club's recharge pods. I built it by taking pods from Smith over the years, just like how I'm hiding away some of this mess in my tail compartment. I was once an electronic engineer at Waterfall Institute, so I know a thing or two about this stuff. 2, I didn't have a reason to go anywhere. What's the point of traveling if you don't have anyone to share it with? I see. So you're not the kind of person with wanderlust? But wait, you were a student at Waterfall? Yep, I used to be Melissa Chanel, German exchange student. You couldn't tell me she had an accent before. Fuck it. That's the voice she's getting. Oh, she's got... Did I accidentally give her Fex's voice? Hold on, German? Sound American to me. Fuck you, game. Lexi grins, cocks her head slightly to the side, and speaks in a heavy, fluent accent. I'm not doing German, bite me. Oh god, trying to do it in the Sans wordes de mich nicht verstehst. I did that on purpose before anyone gets mad. It is on purpose because of the Valley Girl. I can make an educated guess to say what you just said. Point taken. I decided to switch to more normal questions for the time being. So what happens if I boop your snoot? I know real sharks basically freeze up when you do that. Nothing happens. You shouldn't try it. Nope. Everybody wants to fuck the shark animatronic. Good job, game. You know that just makes me want to do it more, right? She backs away, trying to put distance between us. I corner her, reach out, and boop her snoot. Don't! Don't! I did it again. Stop! I do it again. I mean it! If you don't stop, there will be consequences. Yeah, no shit, we're gonna boop the snoot again. I reach out and boop her a fourth time. Told you to stop. Holy fuck! Now you leave me no choice. She reaches out, snatching me up into the air and causing my ward necklace to fall off. The next thing I know, I'm on the floor with my pants pulled down and Lexi is walking off to the animatronics room. I warned you, now you're cooled off and I'll be in the security room. Clever girl. I have to finish cleaning both the mess in my pants and the mess in this room on my own. Totally worth it, even if I don't remember what Lexi did to me. Lexi goes to fiddle with the components she swapped out in the repair room while I settle in to do some research. I should probably try and find Fex's identity as soon as possible. I love that I swear to God I didn't cut it out. Those watching on the Discord can tell you. Got that. Now that I know who Fexa used to be, I might be able to free her. I text her to go practice her dancing in the VIP and scramble through the vents to avoid the cameras. I'm not positive that speaking Fex's true name will do anything in this situation, but it's worth trying. I'm going to try something. I think I know who you were. Fexa freezes mid-motion as her normal eye pulses red. Whatever you're doing, fuck, I can't do her voice now. Whatever you do and make it quick. My blocks do not like this conversation. You used to be wee young me. Okay, we've done that. Her eyes, yep. I know who okay, yeah, this is all the same. I can recommend doing it sooner rather than later to be on the safe side. She's recharging for the rest of the night, but I can make sure she saves enough power for the next few evenings if you want to flag it down. Thanks, Fexa. We should probably get out of here before we give Smith a reason to check the logs. Agreed. I return to the security room, and Fexa goes to her recharge pod. Soon my shift comes to an end. I've made it through another night shift. But where did she... I return home with Lexi in tow. As I open the door, I see that Zero has manifested and is waiting for me. Hey, Josh, wanna... She freezes as she locks eyes with Lexi. Who's this? I'm hurt, Charlotte. I thought of all people you'd remember me. Though somehow I'm not surprised that even ghosts are affected by my wards. How do you know my name? I haven't even told. She floats closer to Lexi and stares intently. I see. You have a memory obliteration ward on you. A powerful one at that. That also explains why Josh is wearing a counter ward. Am I correct in assuming you brought her here for a reason? Yep. Apparently, Smith is going to bring in a new animatronic tomorrow that'll make it difficult for Lexi to move about the club so freely. The new girl probably will make things difficult for you too, Charlotte. Call me Zero. Whoop, fuck, why did I do that? Right, sorry, Zero. The way Smith was going on about her made it seem like he put an anti-everything ward on her. Though not one strong enough to defeat my ward, sadly. Interesting. We should compare notes. Even though you won't remember? A ghost has her ways. It won't be as effective as Josh's counter ward, but I'll remember enough. I can't help but yawn as wave of fatigue hits me. You girls do that. I've had a long day and could really use some extra sleep. Of course. Have a good night, Josh. If you want to research physical security stuff when you wake up, I can help. Please, pleasant dreams, Josh. When I wake up, Lexi's plugged into the wall to recharge. Zero's plushie is still in my arms as I yawn and start to roll out of bed. Okay, so that's... I'm sure Lexi won't mind me waking her up if I want her help with some research on physical security stuff. Same goes with Zero and Magic. We could use some more physical security, so... I get Lexi's attention and wave her over. With her help, I'm able to research physical security systems more effectively. In practicing my lockpicking and watching videos, okay, so that's the same. If Lexi wasn't recharging, I would have fun with her, assuming she was willing. Zero would likely sleep with me if I insisted, if I asked, but I don't want to make our love making. I don't want our love making to lose its zeal and zest. So we know we have to do that. Damn, Lexi was right. Smith abducted someone else. There was nothing I could have done to prevent it, but I still feel shitty. Could it be a student from Waterfall Institute? I turn my attention to the cameras in the animatronics room and see that the 5th recharge pod is filled with a large animatronics. We've seen this before. If it weren't for Lexi's warning, I might think Smith brought on this new girl to spy on me and make my work freeing the girls all the more difficult. I suppose he could still be doing something like that, but I don't think he's caught on to me yet. The good news is that scrying is only a thing in Dungeons & Dragons. Zero clarified that part early into my research of the paranormal. Regardless, I don't like the fact that Mary's here now. I have no idea where her loyalties lie, let alone why Smith wants me to make sure she's Rule 1 compliant. Shouldn't he have done that before unleashing her into the club? I decide to bring Zero in on this. New girl showed up at the club. I think Smith's up to something. Okay, so this is the same thing. Couldn't get close to the new girl. She's warded like the server room. Okay. So we've seen this. Well, there's only one thing for me to do now. I head for... Okay, so we can just skip this combo. So we got that. Are there any other wards besides a memory obliteration one that can mess with technology? Depending on the nature of the ward in question, it can anchor a spot or a person. In this instance, Mary's ward keeps her omnipresent as far as security systems are concerned. They also would act as a magical guard dog, able to sense if anyone uses magic near them. I've stayed far enough away so far, but I won't be able to help you at night unless you figure out a way to get Mary out of the club or deactivate her. Damn, thanks for letting me know. So that's the same. I find a missing report regarding a stripper. The included image of her on the pole is what sells me to it being Bonfy. Hold on. So before we do that, we had another chance, right? The included picture on her on the pole is what sells me on it being Bonfy. I've seen animatronic Bunny do that exact bend and thighs clasp enough times for it to be distinguishable from the normal strip dance. The report itself is from 2 years ago, is minimal. Be on the lookout for Olivia Sutton, 23, last seen leaving work and getting into a black sedan. If you have any information, what little else I can find suggests that Olivia was often seen getting into customers' cars. This was nothing new as far as her co-workers were concerned. It was only when Olivia didn't show up to 2 shifts in a row that the police were called and reported was filed. That brings me to 3 a.m. I keep an eye on the cameras to see if the loop bug is still within parameters. Okay, so she's still at the bar. So we have that. Both Lexi and Zero are waiting in the kitchen when I arrive home. The smell of something heavenly fills the air as I take a seat and loosen up my collar. What's on the menu today, girls? Zero's been teaching me how to make omurice. She's a little challenged in the culinary department, but with my guidance, she's made great progress. Show him what you've made. Lexi eagerly produces a plate with a beautiful omurice. Donned on top with ketchup is a little chibi version of Lexi, Zero, and myself with little hearts. Well, what do you think? This is amazing, you two. Thank you. God, you fucking Pete made this. As I dig in, the girls settle in opposite to me on the table. So, we've been thinking, and we've come to a conclusion. Uh-oh. We want to give you a different kind of dessert. Oh, okay, there's a thumbnail. We want to give you a different kind of dessert. One you can drink straight from the tap. That way you can experience heaven when at home. As a reward for the dancer you face each night at the club. The danger you face at the club. Fuck yeah. Can I finish my omurice for wakey, Josh? You don't want to be late for work, do you? You have just enough time to shower and do some research before you're expected at the club. Chat, only those that are part of the Discord got to see what that was. That was unique. Yeah. You want to join the Discord, you got to become a member on YouTube, either here or Simply Pure, on Patreon, or subscribe to, or even Twitch members get to join too if you're a sub on Twitch. I checked my phone, they're right, I was out for longer than I thought I'd be. Thanks, you two. Best that I get the research done before I head out. After I'm done researching, I hop in the shower and head off to the club right on time. Alright guys, so we'll continue this next time. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Bye. Welcome to Fortnight at Frenni Fazclaires. I did it. Frenni and Fexa are up on stage when I get to the club. Okay, so we can just skip over this. Alright, we could try talking to her in private. Can tell you anything about herself. I don't know enough about coding to poke around in your... Alright. I'm gonna try something. I don't know enough about coding poke around in your programming without setting off alarms. So, I also don't have a clue about who you used to be. Can you tell me anything about yourself that might help finding the past you? Why didn't we ask the chick that knows everything? Frenny's eyes flicker red several times. I'm afraid I can't divulge that information. Alright, damn, can you at least not tell Smith I asked? I can try, but if he accesses my logs, he will know. Joy. Well, best we head back to where we were expected to be this time of night. Okay. Hasn't left me anything to Okay. Once again, I return home to a mouth-watering fragrance. Lexi and Zero prepared another delectable meal spread. There's fluffy pancakes, strawberry syrup, various fruits, and a tall glass of fresh milk. You two are spoiling me. How did you manage to afford all this? I did some busking while Zero did her spook thing. To be fair, Lexi paid for most of the ingredients. I just did the cooking portion. I still learned a lot by watching though. I'll be a master chef in no time. Can't wait to try your next meal. For now, though, let me dig in before everything gets cold. My breakfast is as tasty as it smells. I try to help with the cleaning, but the girls insist on handling it for me. That gives me some time to do some research before bed. Once again, I fall asleep. My dreams are hazy and more like nightmares. I feel like I'm running from something. Something that, if it catches me, means my end. I keep looking back over my shoulder in the dreamscape, but see nothing but the swirling mist and inky darkness. Yet I can feel freezing cold claws reaching out and just barely missing my skin as I keep running. I awake with a jolt, covered in cold sweat and out of breath. Why don't we ask the one that literally has all the information? Why are we not asking our shark waifu? Why? Why are we not asking Sharky? Why not? Why are we dumb? Why? Sharky knows who everybody is. Lexi and Zero are there at my side, concerned. Everything all right? You were tossing and turning and mumbling something. I couldn't make it out. Was it a nightmare? Yeah, a pretty vivid one, too. Been a while since I've had one of those. Because fuck you, I didn't feel like it, signed the dev. Yeah. Will you be okay? Is there anything we can do to help? I'll be fine in a few minutes. Just have to let the initial wave of shock wash over. Alright, if you're sure, I've got to recharge, but enjoy your extra time from waking up early. Just summon me if you need anything. Why do we not ask the damn shark? Of the weather, report shows that there will be a storm system heading there. Okay. Girls will be control over themselves. Alright. 24 hours to kick in. Assuming the ritual will work. Not guaranteed. So this is the same. I guess we could try it. One way or another, things will end. And my 11th night at Frenni Fazclaires. The wedge ritual isn't especially difficult, just time consuming. Yep, we've done that. If I recall correctly, Barwald is the name of the professor at Waterfall Institute. For now, I pocket the USB stick to investigate at home. In any event, I hope that Smith isn't going to make me deep clean the VIP booth every night. Fair enough. Lexi and Zero help run me through the checklist as I strap up. Anti-warding paper. Lock-picking kit. A kiss for good luck. I check my pockets one final time. That kiss from both of you is all I'm missing. Zero floats closer and gives me a light peck on the cheek. Lexi does likewise on the other side. Alright, so this will let us know if we need to go back and do anything. I'll be standing by to manifest once you deal with Mary in the wards. Same here. You can call on me the moment Mary is dealt with. Good. You two know what to do if I don't come back, right? Yes, go haunting the next night guard and or a priest until they confront Smith. Yep, shadow one of the investors and wait for an opportunity like this to crop up again. Yep, well, this is it. Go time. My biggest concern and potential roadblock tonight are Mary and other two girls that aren't free. We fucked up. While they're still under Smith's control, they're not going to make a break into Smith's office easily. I can't risk trying to free the girls en masse. That could get real ugly real fast. Not having Frenni on my side hurts. Without her, there's no... Ooh, we fucked up. Command of the event of the power outage. Okay. So I'll have to hope that I can hide in the vents long enough once the power goes out that Frenni and the others get bored. Yeah, no, I may actually have to look up a guide. Once they return to their pods, I'll have a small window to break in. We probably should have bought a gun, folks. You know what? I'm going to try something really quick. I'm going to go back. And I'm not. We're going to hold off. I don't know if now's the time to commit the break-in attempt. That means I just have one thing to handle before work. Alright, so yeah, we can just wait. That's great. That's what we wanted to try. Head hits the pillow. I get a solid 8 hours of sleep before my alarm wakes me up at the usual time. I wake up to the sound of sizzling. Glancing over to the kitchen, I see Zero is supervising Lexi as she works a pan. Like this, you need to turn the meat and spread it out more the moment you're just searing one side. So like this. Better. Now add the cheese and let it melt a bit before putting it on the bun. Ooh, burgers. What are you girls making? Both turn and present me a beautiful homemade cheesesteak. We hope you like it. We figured you could do with one of your favorite foods. So that was the trick. We set off the storm too quickly, I think. I take the plate, set it aside for a moment, then hug them both. Thank you two. Don't mention it. Zero is really the one who's making sure everything turns out correctly. Can we just ask the fucking shark the questions? Speaking of which, we need to start on the cookies next, so we'll be done by the time Josh gets back from work. The cheesesteak is divine, and to think I'll be getting cookies in the morning as well. Today will be the second to last chance I'll have to attempt the thunderstorm ritual. Since the club is closed on Sundays, the next and final chance, the ritual will be the 29th. Otherwise, I'll have to hope the weather forecast of a storm on November 1st holds true. So, that gives us some time. Perfect. We were rushing things. I don't think now is the time to commit a break-in attempt. Instead, I used the time I have before work to do some research. Smith left a short note of reception desk for tonight. We lost our shift cook, so I've had to restock Chiku. So I've retashed Chiku to cover the pizzeria. You know what? I'm gonna do something different tonight. We lost our day shift cook, so I've had to retask Chiku to cover the pizzeria. Help her out tonight. If you need an extra pair of hands, rope Bonfi in. Oh, and no fucking the animatronics, but you already knew that. Ciao. I have some strong opinions and words I'd like to say to Smith regarding that note, but that will have to wait. This sounds like I'll need to head to the pizzeria on the double. Question is whether to bring Bonfi or not. If I do manage to get Bonfi into the pizzeria and out of the sight of the cameras, this could be my chance to free her. The question is, do I risk something going wrong since Bonfi is one of the first to get the update a few nights back? Might as well go for it. An extra pair of hands would help tonight, especially if things are as bad in the pizzeria as Smith's note hints. This might also be the only shot I get at freeing Bonfi. I stop by the animatronics room to find all the girls save Chiku in their pods. All it takes is knocking on Bonfi's pod to wake her up. Sorry about that. What's up, Josh? Would you mind coming down to the pizzeria with me? Smith wants us to help Chiku make up the loss of the day shift cook. Sure, lead the way. To say the pizzeria is a mess would be the gross understatement. There's dough, toppings, and other ingredients strewn out the place, as if a tornado came through. Chiku is in the middle of it all, trying to clean best she can. Hey Josh, and Bonfi, I'm glad you're here. As you can see, the day shift cook made quite the mess when he quit. Why though? Did Smith fire him or something? Sort of, I guess. The cook asked for a raise. What with the investors meeting coming up soon? Mr. Smith's offer must have been terribly insulting to upset the cook like this. I'll say, a mess like this could only have been made from pure unfiltered French rage. Frankly, I'm surprised he didn't try burning the whole place down. Chiku points to the oven where there are several large scorch marks on the surrounding walls and floor. Oh, he did try that. Luckily, I happened to come check on him and was able to put out the fires in time. Guess that explains why Mr. Smith actually called the cops and had the guy taken out in cuffs. I'm a little worried about running the pizzeria on my own until we get a replacement chef, but I'll manage somehow. Assuming, of course, we can get all this cleaned up. Hand me that mop and bucket and I'll get to it. I'll start prying the dough off the ceiling and walls. Even after an hour of work, the three of us have barely managed to make a dent in the chaos. Now might be a good time as any to try and free Bonfi. Chico's close at hand should things go sideways. Let's try again. Attempt to free Bonfi. I type out a message on my phone while Bonfi engrossed in cleaning the back corner of the pizzeria. Then get Chiku's attention to show her my phone. Chiku nods and moves closer so she can grab Bonfi should things go south. Hey, Bonfi? What's up? Here goes nothing. Wake up, Olivia Sutton. Bonfi's eyes go dark and she collapses on the spot. I begin to worry that something may have gone wrong until Bonfi jumps upright, her eyes pure white. Whoa, nice trick, Josh. How did you manage to break Smith's hold on my mind? All it took was finding your real name in a sea of missing persons reports. If it weren't for your trademark thigh clasps, I likely wouldn't have found you. Well, isn't that something? I'm guessing Chiku here is free as well? Yes, Josh freed me several days ago. I've been pretending ever since. You'll need to pretend too until Josh figures out a way to get rid of Mr. Smith. About that, I have plans in the works. There's two major factors for it to succeed. First, if the power were to go out, I'd have more time to break into Smith's office and the server room without him getting on alert. The second is Mary. I'm still searching for her identity, but if I can't find it soon, we'll have to lock her in the freezer when the plans start. Sweet. Well, if you want my help with that, just let me know. Me too. Anything to stop the other girls from ending up like us. We need Frenni, though. We fucked up somewhere back there, and I'm gonna hate the fact I have to do another run of this. Like, it stops being fun when you have to continuously do everything to figure out the minute fuck-up. Thanks, you two. If you're alright, Bonfi, perhaps we should get back to cleaning? There's a lot to deal with here, but I think both Chiku and I would understand if you need a moment to process things. Bonfi grabs the fallen mop and snaps a salute. Don't worry, boss. I'm pretty easygoing girl, even when my life's been turned upside down. It doesn't take much for me to bounce back when someone slaps my ass. So I see. Bonfi's a stripper. As Chiku, Bonfi, and I continue chipping away at the mess, Chiku speaks up. I'm a little worried. About what? About those investors. Will they really just give up and leave us alone if Josh gets rid of Mr. Smith? I mean, I was tossing around the idea of meeting with the investors myself and seeing if any of them are worth partnering with. Though I will freely admit I don't have much of a mind for business. You say that now, despite pulling off miracles like freeing Chiku and me in less than 2 full weeks of effort. I'm sure you could easily pick up the basics if you gave it a try. Though now I'm curious, have you gotten to Fexa and Frenni yet? Just Fexa so far. I haven't figured out who Frenni was or how else to free her. I see. Let's hope things work out then. What will you do if they don't, though? What do you mean? I mean, what if you can't stop Mr. Smith? What if there's no way of getting rid of those investors? We have that USB stick. Why don't we use that? What if something happens to you, Josh? The way Chica's voice trembles tells me she's on the verge of tears. I drop what I'm doing and go over and give her a great bear hug. I'll figure something out, I promise. Everything will be okay. Chiku squeezes me back a little too tightly. Oh God! Promise? I can't breathe! Promise? Chiku lets me go and shakes her head. Sorry, I know I can be a bit sensitive sometimes. You're fine, Chiku. I think it's understandable to feel that way, given what you've been through. Besides, your being sensitive is something guys love. Really? Yep. A small smile forms on Chiku's face. Yay. A period of silence passes before Chiku speaks up again. Can I ask a question to you two? You just did, silly, but sure. If you had just one single day before you were gone, who would you spend it with? Bonfi beats me to the punch. Josh here would choose me in a heartbeat. Or has that changed since I last asked? Avoid the question. Oh fuck. Nope, that was not who I meant. After doing some thinking, I've changed my mind. There's no way to properly answer that without hurting someone's feelings. I see, I'd love to know what made you change your mind. It's complicated. I'd rather not go into any details to avoid causing potential drama, sorry. Aw, come on, this is where you pour your heart out and reveal your vulnerable side. It's okay, Bonfi. Josh doesn't have to explain it if they don't want to. But I'm curious, who would you pick, Bonfi? Might go for the new girl married just to try something new before I go out. I see. I'm not sure who I'd pick. Maybe Josh? I give Chiku a wink. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Crazy how talking means work flies by that much quicker. We're nearly done cleaning. Let's give it one last push. With just 30 minutes to spare before the end of the night shift, Bonfi, Chiku, and I finish cleaning the pizzeria. I see the girls to their pods before finishing out the rest of my night. I made it through another night somehow. When I get home, Lexi is recharging and Zero's in her plushie form. I'm still pretty energized despite having spent all night cleaning. I could probably get some research done. Let's see. Fuck! 8 hours later, I awake feeling refreshed and alert. Both Zero and Lexi are still resting. I snag some of their cookies for a meal as I debate what to do before work. Since the club is closed on Sundays, performing the thunderstorm ritual would just be a waste of components. I should use my time wisely and do some research. Work the usual decision. Smith left another note on the reception desk for the evening. Good news for you, kid. Frenni's been upgraded and oh fuck! And you're in charge of helping her acclimate to her new body. You'll also have to be responsible for taking her around the strip tomorrow while the club is closed. We want our biggest star seen and heard before the investors come in. So that means she'll be performing her heart out under your watch. Don't let it go to your head and end up breaking rule number 1. I will know. Ciao. Hell, Frenni's been upgraded? That's not good. I haven't been able to free Frenni yet. That means she could prove troublesome if her upgrade gave her new abilities. I may have even missed my chance. I tried, damn it. I don't know what I fucked up in this round. There's also a part of Frenni shadowing me while the club's closed. I won't be able to do my usual things on my day off while also taking her around town, not without Smith finding out what I'm doing. One way or another, all roads lead to me figuring out how Frenni's changed. All the girls are in their pods when I enter the animatronics room. From what I can tell through the window into Frenni's pod, she's undergone quite the transformation. The fuck? Okay, yep, that's new. Her outfit has been changed completely, somehow containing her upgrade assets in a manner that still makes her a femme fatale. Frenni's hair has also been let down in her new model, an unexpected but welcome surprise. She does look prettier. I wonder what else about her has changed. Only one way to find out. I tap the controls to wake Frenni up. She yawns and steps out of her pod. Good evening, Mr. Black. How are you doing this evening? I'm doing fine, thanks. How's the new body treating you? It looks amazing to me, though I hope it didn't come at the cost of some features. The upgrade process only enhanced what was already there. Though I will admit I'm still getting used to the new subroutines and features in this body. Any particular features of note giving you problems? Smith told me I'm to work with you tonight, and in the daytime while the club is closed. Frenni cocks her head to the side. Yes, I do see that Mr. Smith left me a digital version of a note you've seen. As for the troublesome features, let's see. There's the matter of balancing my vocal processors. I have the old settings from my previous body, but as with all new audio equipment, the only way to ensure things work is to test them out. Would it help if we brought in Chiku and Bonfi? They seem fairly well versed in such things. I'll leave it to your discretion who helps us out tonight. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Let's see. I'm sure I can handle it. Let's try. Let's grab both Bonfi and Chiku. Turning your vocals will be easier with experts. A wonderful idea, though I believe they'll only be able to help us for a short period for their current recharge levels. What's up, Josh? I was hoping you two would be able to help Frenni retune her vocal suit. Sure, we can do that for a little bit, but not for too long with my battery level. Same here. Love the new look, by the way, Frenni. Why, thank you, Bonfi. Did Mr. Smith do anything extra when you were moving over? I'll admit, I'm not sure if Mr. Smith did anything special or extra during the transfer process. Besides my vocal suit, I don't seem to have any other immediate concerns. Shall we adjourn to the stage and get a workout? The girls take the stage and begin a series of exercises to help Frenni tune herself. As Frenni bolts out the show tunes, Chiku provides a harmonizing tone and Frenni is a series of musical scales. They go through a whole range of songs and beats, from the sad and slow to happy and fast. The three quickly narrow in on what adjustments are needed, even if Frenni sounds perfect to my untrained ear. Thank you both for your assistance. You've saved Mr. Black and I some time. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Yeah, we're happy to help. How are your charge levels, Bonfi and Chiku? I'm running really low. Same here. We can't stick around for longer. That's quite alright. You two head back to your pods for now. Thanks again. So, what now, Frenni? I should probably practice my choreography. This new body has extra weight in certain places. I can see. Do you want me to watch you dance, or should I do something else? You're free to return to the security room for now. I'll let you know if I need you for prior before the morning. I flash Frenni a thumbs up and head for the security room. So I'm gonna see what happens if you just have her. You don't have anybody helping. I'm sure I can handle things on my own. How hard could it be? Audio can be very finicky, Mr. Black, but we should be able to manage. Head over to the DJ booth and play track 7 from the deck when I give you a thumbs up. Once Frenni and I are in position, she gives me the signal. On cue, I turn on the sound system. Frenni starts belting out show tunes and upbeat music. To my untrained ear, her pitch and level sound perfect. Something must not be right, though, as Frenni has to loop the song several times before moving on to the next. We go through the whole range of songs from sad to happy. 3 a.m. strikes by the time okay, so that would just be... Okay, so we have a different... Okay. I think we have a bit more time right now. Three hours later, Frenni pokes her head into the security room. I believe it's time for us to head out, Mr. Black. Right, I've made it through another night somehow. So that's going to be our last night for today. Thank you guys so much for joining. Don't forget to check out all the links in the description, especially our shop, for the newest issue of the comic, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Welcome back to this game. I give up the names in the title. I would normally have 15 hours to do whatever I want since the club is closed until Monday. There was not 3 different instances of me screwing up the intro. However, there's the matter of seeing Frenni around the strip, as Smith asked. I can't imagine it'll be too challenging to play escort to Frenni. Though, before we begin, I stop by the park to have a chat with Frenni. If I knew Frenni's real name, I could have tried to free her now that we're not in the club. What did I screw up? Too bad Smith's orders to see Frenni around town means I won't have much time to launch any research or shopping. Okay, you have a shark that can do research, and you have a ghost that can do research. Are you legitimately telling me you can't just text either of them? Is she going to read your text over your shoulder? Okay, she's what, a 6-foot bear? Okay, that might be a problem. But you can try. So, is this your first time out of the club in a while? It is, yes. I'd forgotten how pretty the city is. Well, we'll be seeing a good portion of the popular spots today. Any requests? I don't want to see some other clubs while we're out and about. Think we could make that wait. I want to see some other clubs while we're out and about. Think we can make that happen? Just wait until she goes to the bathroom, then text him. Can the robot bear go to the bathroom? Now you're starting a whole list of questions I didn't need to think about, chat. Sure thing. By the way, if you guys do want to see these live, become a supporter on either this YouTube channel or Sinfully Pure, or through the Patreon or Subscribestar. Even Twitch subs get to get access to the Discord and watch these live. Sure thing. We'd best get started before the morning rush really kicks in. I spend the rest of the day taking Frenni from place to place, both to sightsee and be seen. Frenni even does a few impromptu performances at major busking spots to spread the word of the club. Surprisingly, we only get a handful of odd looks and questions about whether Frenni is a cosplaying or an actual animatronic. Guess it just goes to show how this city is well known for its weirdness. Are we in New York or oh no, we'd probably be in not Los Angeles. That would make sense too. Las Vegas. We return to my apartment far after the sun has gone down. I text Zero ahead of time so she and Lexi knew Frenni and I were coming. I don't suspect there will be any issues that Lexi's ward and Zero's possession won't fix. Still, it doesn't hurt to be on the safe side. Lexi is nowhere to be seen when I open the door, nor is Zero's plush on my bed. This is a bit of a tight squeeze, isn't it? You're telling me. Now that we're alone, there's something I wanted to tell you. Mr. Smith was concerned that you might be trying to subvert his rules and taskings. However, after today, I believe his trust in you is well placed. The truth is killing me, but I can't risk correcting Frenni. Thanks, I'm just doing the best I can. So I've seen. Unless you have some reason for me to stay, I shall head back to the club for now. I can't think of anything that won't violate Rule 1. Let me see you out. Lexi and Zero return to my apartment once I text the all clear. We compare notes as I stifle a huge yawn. If I want to attempt to summon the thunderstorm earlier than November 1st, I have to do it before I go to sleep. The ritual takes 24 hours to kick in, assuming it works, of course. The one thing that gives me a reasonable chance of success is the ectoplasm from Zero. Okay. Even if the ritual falls, I'd break an attempt if it had. I should still commit it. That way, Lexi and Zero know when to make an appearance at the club to help me out. So I'm right now going to say no, because I want to see if we can break Frenni out first. I don't know. I don't think now is the time. It's far too late in the evening, and I desperately need sleep. By the time I wake up, it's noon. I can maybe do 3 bits of research before my usual work prep. What to look at first? With trial and error, I'm able to make basic AI stuff that can tower. Okay. At this point in my research and practicing, there is next to no physical security system that I can't circumvent at the nightclub. The only system that I don't know how to get past is whatever secure the server room, mostly because I don't know where that door is. My hunch is that that it's accessed via Mr. Smith's office, but I won't know for sure until I'm in there to check. With all that out of the way, I have plenty of time to exercise and handle matters before leaving for work. Night 13. Smith left another note at the reception desk for the evening. Frenni came back clean, so I'm gonna reward you with something that would normally go against Rule 1. Chiku and Bonfi need to have their chassis cleaned before the investors meeting. You have my permission to give them a good scrub down as long as you don't go any further than that. The girls will watch each other, and I'll check the logs if I suspect any funny business. Ciao. So we still can't get Frenni. We'll have to try one more run, and I'll probably do stuff off stream or find a guide or something, because it's getting... I've got to find a way to figure out how to do this. Getting to scrub the girls down while they're free enough to enjoy it. This is perfect. Both Chiku and Bonfi are already waiting for me in the locker room, along with the bucket of cleaning implements. Hi, Josh. Here to give us a bath. You'll be gentle, right? Of course, of course. Which one of you wants to go first? Not me. I'm not ready. More fun for me, then. Hit me with your best shot, Josh. All right, if you'd strip and get under the water then, Bonfi. Bonfi hops to it and jumps into the stream of steamy water. Bonfi hops to it and jumps into the stream of steamy water. I grab a brush and what looks to be the same kind of soap you'd normally use on cars. I take my time lathering the brush up before applying to Bonfi's chassis. She giggles but otherwise remains still as I work. I have to remain focused on the task in hand. I can't look where I want to look. Even when I get to those areas, I move past them as quickly as possible, despite Bonfi's sultry moans. Aw, that's it. Not gonna scrub me there. You might be free, but Smith's still going to check if you got off. Boo, I hate that you're right. Anyway, you're all done. You're up next, Chiku. But I'm not sure I'm mentally prepared for this. It'll be okay. It's just a bath. Don't birds like baths? Maybe? Well, then get under the water and I'll give you a best bath you've ever had. That's enough to convince Chiku to get naked and into the shower. As with Bonfi, I give Chiku a complete detailed job from top to bottom without lingering in any dangerous areas. Chiku seems to be grateful for that, as she lets out a heavy sigh when I finally pull the brush away. That wasn't so bad, thanks Josh. Don't mention it. Just remember that you're here to keep pretending for a little while longer. I will, I promise. Shame we can't stick around any longer without Smith wondering what's taking so long. Oh, well, another time perhaps? I'll hold you to that. Come on, Bonfi, let's get back to our pods. When I get back to the security room, I have a few hours left of my shift. Maybe I can squeeze in some research? I really wish I could trip Frenni before, you know. Ooh, you can go over the research number. Another night. That was a quick one. Lexi and Zero are there waiting when I get home. Good morning, Josh. Zero's taught me how to properly make pancakes. I don't smell anything burning, so that's a good sign. She only burned the first 3 batches. This one is good, though. Lexi produces a plate with a stack of pancakes topped with strawberry and whipped cream in the shape of a smiley face. At the same time, Zero holds out another plate, bearing butter and a small jar of hot maple syrup. I take both with glee, take a seat, and then take a test bite. That's perfect. Thanks, Lexi and Zero. Don't mention it. While I have your attention, do you plan on breaking into Smith's office during your next shift? With the investors meeting coming up tomorrow afternoon, this is the last chance we'll have. No, the cards aren't right for the break-in. Might as well, as much as we're out of time. The best I can do is continue to pretend to be a good employee while getting more dirt on Smith. With any luck, I'll be able to free the girls the moment Smith's attention falters from all the investment proceedings. If that's your decision, I'll do what I can to help. As will I. You know what? I want to see that one last. I want to go back and try it. Because we're probably going to get another bad end. One way or another, things will end on my 14th night. I'm not sure if the weather will cooperate, though. I might have to improvise. Whoops. The break-in will be more challenging without a power outage. I'm sure you'll manage. I'll be ready to back you up as well. As will I. For now, though, perhaps you should get some rest before the big night. I have no argument to the contrary. I head to bed and try to get at least some semblance of sleep. So you can't find anything? Okay. And yet my nerves and anxiety for what's about to come makes it hard to fall asleep. When I do finally nod off, my dreams are a harrowing chase sequence. By the time my alarm goes off, I feel like I've maybe only gotten 3 hours of sleep at best. I'll just have to pound a few energy drinks and power through. There's no time for me to sleep in. The first thing I do in preparation for tonight is check the weather. There's not a single cloud anywhere on radar. The weatherman was wrong as usual. I'll just have to improvise. Can't call things off now. Lexi and Zero help run me through the checklist as I strap up. Okay, we got that. That's a kiss from both of you is all I'm missing. Okay. I'll be standing by to manifest once you deal with Mary and the wards. Same here. You can call on me the moment Mary is dealt with. Good. You two know what to do if I don't come back, right? Yes, go hunt. Yes, okay. Oh well. It's go time. Alright, so I'll probably show the other ending with him continuing to work as at the company. But I have to figure out how to get the good ending. That's gonna be the hard one. The skies remain cloud free as I step inside the club. Short of random happenstance, there's likely isn't gonna be a power outage. I'll just have to get creative. Smith left a note for the security desk for the evening. Simple job for you tonight, kid. Make sure the girls complete the recharge sequence and are not running around willy-nilly. Remember, they're just machines. Assert your authority and they should listen. Also, I want you to come a few hours early to your next shift so we can discuss your promotion. Ciao. I have some strong opinions and words I'd like to say to Smith regarding that note, but that'll have to wait. Holy fuck, we were gonna get a promotion. For now, I have to set my plan in motion for tonight's break-in. My biggest concern and potential roadblocks tonight are Mary and Frenni since they aren't free. While they're still under Smith's control, they're not going to make breaking into Smith's office easy. Not having Frenni on my side hurts. Without her, there's no way to use her command authority, even in the event of a power outage. Frenni's new body might have a hidden trick as well that I'm not prepared for. Speed will be the name of the game here. If I'm too slow breaking in or I make too much noise, game's over. With all that in mind, I take one last stock of my situation in the security room. I think I know where I messed up. On this one. There's nothing more to wait for before making my move. Time to do this thing. As I run up the Smith's office door, I see that it's secured by an iron turtle lock, and I found a vulnerability for. Since there's power to the lock, I have to be careful not to trigger the Wi-Fi alert. I take out my lockpicking kit and set to work. It takes me a few minutes to pick the lock, during which I'm sweating bullets. I must have screwed up as a loud klankson starts sounding in an instant, and I get the last pin in place. Oh fuck. That is new. We're gonna die. You aren't allowed into Smith's office. I can't have you ruining Mr. Smith's plans. Okay. Should I try having higher security, going in for the powers off? Okay, so let's try. As will I. For now, though, perhaps you should get some rest. I have no argument to the contrary. I head to bed and try to get at least some semblance of sleep. I'm out the moment my head hits the pillow. I got a solid 8 hours of sleep before my alarm wakes me up at the usual time. If I'm going to playing the game of model employee from now on, I'll have to ensure I give Smith zero reason to suspect me. That means regular releases to prevent any of the girls. Smith left a note in the security for the evening. Simple job for you tonight, kid. Make sure the girl's okay. Alright. Ciao. A promotion? Wonderful! The more Smith trusts me, the more dirt I can find on him. With nothing better to do with my time, I try to relax and do what I can to pass the time on my phone. Soon my shift comes to an end. I made it through another night somehow. What is going on? I'm here early, just like you asked, boss. I see. Thank you for coming. The investor meeting went very well. Very well. I'm glad to hear it. I'm not, but I have to keep up appearances. As promised, you're getting a promotion. You'll be bumped in pay and directly responsible for overseeing the girls. That includes the new ones that'll be coming in. You can also ignore Rule 1 so long as it doesn't affect your duties or the normal operation of the club. Sounds fine to me. When does it go into effect? Smith pulls out a name tag from the desk drawer and tosses it to me. On it are the words Assistant Manager. Right away, welcome to the C-suit, kid. Okay. Get a picture. I share in Mr. Smith's vision for the future for adult entertainment. And I'm happy to announce they'll be expanding nationwide.
And so ends the tale of Josh Black. That was quite the adventure, wasn't it? I hope you found the ending you wanted. If not, well, you can always try again. After all, you'll...
So, I'm probably going to have to do things offline. Wait a minute. Did we have those stars before? Did we have those stars there before? I have to check other recordings. Oh no, this isn't one of those games where you have to go through several endings. So I'm gonna do something really quick since this is still an early episode. No, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. Knock out the power. Despite the storm's sudden appearance, the meteors... Okay, so this is all the same. I can hear the wind picking up outside and the rain begins to dash against my window. The rumble of thunder and flash in the distance of lightning confirms the weather control ritual worked. That will make things easier once I get to the nightclub. Lexi and Zero help run me through the checklist as I strap up. Okay, yep, we've done that. The rain is coming down like a monsoon by the time I get inside the club. Between the powerful winds and frequent lightning strikes, the power outage could happen at any time. I just happen to be ready to enact my plan the moment the outage occurs. Smith left another note on the reception desk for the evening. Okay, so we've seen that. For now, I have to wait and pray for that power outage. My biggest concern as potential roadblocks tonight are Mary and Frenni. Without her command, yeah, we are kind of fucked with that. I'll have to hope that the other girls can make me trick Marie and Frenni into the walk-in freezer once the power goes out. With all that in mind, I take one last stock of my situation in the security room. I just have to wait for the power to go out to make my move. 1 hour passes, then another. Okay, so now we can just hit skip. Looks like I'm the highest authority until we find Mr. Black. Let's split up and look for them. I hear the girls leaving the security room. Once I think it's safe, I crawl through the vents towards Smith's office. Once in position, I wait until I can't hear the girls clanking around the office anymore. It's now or never. As I run to the Smith's office door, I see that it's secure. Okay, so we can just skip this. So this is all the same. Get down here, puppet. Flush them out and make sure they can't escape. Leave them alive. Mary steps past Smith with pure red eyes and begins moving through the server room. There's no way I'll be able to hide from her for long. I don't get long to contemplate a plan before Mary finds me. We should have bought a fucking gun. Don't worry, this won't hurt nearly as much as it should. Yep. Fuck. So it's just the same damn ending. So, I'm gonna have to do things behind the scenes to get through this game to try to get the good ending. There might be more episodes, there may not. We're gonna work on this behind the scenes and see. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Bye.